All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up.
Okay, Jeremy, mute your mic until I'm done. I don't know what I'm going to be saying here, but don't interrupt me. Seriously, dude.
Okay, I'm muting my mic.
Shop smart, shop S-smart. First you want to kill me, now you want to kiss me.
Okay, I'm muting my mic.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. I got news for you, pal. You ain't leading but two things right now. Jack and shit.
Okay, I'm muting my mic.
Here's my boomstick!
Okay, I'm muting my mic.
Mommy, no!
Okay, I'm muting my mic.
Groovy. Yo, welcome to episode 209 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. And who the fuck do we have up in here tonight? I see we got a Jew named Jeremy and a Mexican named JP in the house. Good to see my test tube babies representing. Right. I also see a motherfucker in the corner, looking like he's gonna take a nap. That's gotta be the Sactown Snorer, also known as Mike, representing the No More Room in Hell podcast. And yo, welcoming back to the show. And I believe this is like the second time in 3 weeks, right? Gotta be the second time in 3 weeks. My illegitimate American child. The one who likes to party. The one and only Wat-Zee. Baby. Woo! And I'd be
Just
the
give me
only
permission
one.
to unmute my microphone.
No! Fucking asshole!
No, you gotta
Shut
stay
the fuck
muted
up,
for
Donny.
the whole show.
And I'd be the one and only NOO to the Z in the place to be. Fucking up your whole podcast reality. You better know me. Yeah. What's going on, guys?
How about now?
You are the all-time fucking worst, Donny.
I think it would be better if you just stayed muted.
Dude,
Yeah. He's like, talk to me
it's
again
like
in 3 hours.
209 episodes and this guy still can't be queued up properly. He still can't queue it up. He fucked up muting his mic through the intro. God damn it, Donny. Shut the fuck up. So what's going on, guys?
Big Lebowski,
We got a crew up in here tonight, man. You know what I like about this crew tonight, man? The West Coast is dominating the motherfucking weak-ass East
hell
Coast.
yeah.
Westside.
Westside! That's how we do it.
It's
You guys are
Manifest
lame.
Destiny podcast style.
You like that shit? I see a
Yeah,
guy in
that's
the
the
corner.
thing. You guys all are like,
It's like, oh, it's
it's
6
like
o'clock.
3 in the morning, and you guys are like, man, it just hit midnight.
Yeah.
Dude, that was awesome,
It's
man.
true.
Mikey, I see a guy in the corner look like he's gonna take a nap. It's got to be the Sactown Snorer. It never gets old to me, man. Never
No, it
gets
doesn't.
You know,
Love you, Mike.
I just embrace it. What
He hasn't
are you
fell
gonna do?
asleep yet.
It's never gonna
Wait a
get
minute,
old
how
though.
did Mike weasel his way onto the show? That's what I want to know.
Well, actually,
Fucking
he weaseled his way on
asshole.
because actually this show, okay, for the people that don't know, we were supposed to record the show a week ago, and that show was going to be me, Watson, and JP and Dave. Jeremy was not going to be on the show, and no Mike. That shit just crumbled last minute. Wat-Zee couldn't make the show. JP had got called into work, so we're like, it was only me and Dave left, and we said, "Fuck it, man. It's last minute. We're not going to do this. We'll just postpone it a week." So, but now Jeremy jumped back on because he was able to record this week. And Wat-Zee is always kind of a wild card in my opinion because I never talked to him during the week. I don't know what the fuck is going on in his life. If he's out there fucking some bitches and just forgetting about some shows, and I don't know what's going on. But anyways. So we had the Mexican on. I was there, so the three of us were here. Dave couldn't make it this week, so that's kind of how Mike got involved. And like I said, Watson was the wild card, and I'm like, whatever, let's just do it the five of us. That's how the show came about. Yeah. So it's a little more complicated than it should have been.
Because I told Watson if he cancels again, he's banned. So
I rushed home today.
Yeah.
Everybody, guess
there's
what?
only,
I
I think there's only one person who ever got banned from our show. I think.
Well, if Mike falls asleep again, he's going to be the second person fucking banned from the show. Trust me.
The only
What?
person I think we ever banned was Greg
Who?
for no showing. Greg.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
How's
true, man.
Greg?
From
Greg Amortis.
yeah, Greg
How's
Amortis got
that?
Gregor Mortis.
Yeah.
Rigor
I-
mortis is a G.
Was this
Dude,
JF1
everything was
into
queued up.
JF2
How
era?
long ago was this?
This guy was
This
queued up to
was-
go,
This was
and he never
this
showed.
was Italian Horror Month probably 3 years
It was
ago. Jeremy
Fulci
was
too. I remember it was Fulci because he's a big Fulci fan, and that's kind of the reason why he wanted to get on that show.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah, it was a while ago
Oh,
now. It was a while
wow.
ago, and it was
Shows
a
you how
Fulci
much
show.
I pay attention.
Yeah, we talked to him and he said he would do it. And then to be fair, I don't think we like checked in like the day before or
Oh.
anything. And he
No,
just
I
never
checked-
came
I
and
checked
never
it.
said anything.
I checked in
Did you
about
check in?
4 or 5 days before. Yeah, just to, give enough reminder. I don't want to check in, give a check in 24 hours. It's not. I'm not a fucking airline and shit. But
He never said anything, never got back to us at all.
Oh,
Did he ever say
no.
anything? Did he ever say like, "Oh, sorry, I
he did eventually. Actually, I talked to him the next day, conveniently enough, right? The show had already passed. And he's like, "Oh, man, fucking something came up, blah, blah." And I'm like, all right, well, I guess shit happens, right? Whatever. And that was pretty much the
Well,
last time I
then
ever
I
talked
don't
to
know
him.
if we should be banned for that. I thought he just never reached back out.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of tough though, man, because he actually contacted me about, possibly doing something and stuff. And I was like, yo, man, we got this shit coming. He's like, it's Fulci? I'm like, yeah, man. I can't remember what the show was. It was like City of the Living Dead, maybe The Beyond, or did we do the Gates of Hell trilogy? Was that one
I
show?
think we did that. That was the first one.
I wasn't there for maybe. I
No,
don't
you
remember.
missed that. You were
Yeah.
on the show, Jeremy. You just missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was Fulci, but he was excited, man. He's like, yo, I got to do this and stuff. And, he'd actually contacted me a couple times previously to come on his show, which the timing could never work out, but he seemed pretty stoked.
Right.
So it was kind of
Yeah.
They're
unfortunate
still
that he
going
didn't come
strong,
on.
dude. They
Yeah.
still, what are they on like 300 episodes now or something?
they're-
Well, we're not
They're
that
balling.
far behind.
I've been
bro.
talking with them a lot lately because I'm in with Jay of the Dead, who's their main, one of their main homies. So yeah, like I've got Bill Van Vagel in my DMs and Doc Shock and stuff like that, and Greg and Mortis and I talk a lot. They're a bunch of cool guys. And Moodz, I
Well,
had
next
a
time you
random
talk
memory.
to him, ask him what it's like to be banned from 22 shows.
Okay, Watson.
I'll ask him.
Watson, before you-
Moodz, I had a random memory about you from like 2017 or 2018. We were talking on Skype, and I asked you something about why I never see you as a guest on other shows, right?
Mhm.
And you're just like, dude, nobody ever asks me to be a guest on shows. And this is before you were on Fresh Cuts a bunch. The Fresh Cuts wasn't a thing yet. And, shout out to Mike here. But you said, and I remember
Still
this,
not.
you're like, I wanted to do something a long time ago or a bit ago, or I was going to mix it up with Land of the Creeps. And I remember thinking, oh, dude, Moodz on Land of the Creeps would be fucking amazing. And
Yeah.
I just remember thinking that. Now you're bringing up this Greg and Mortis crossover on 22 Shots. It all makes sense now, buddy. You said
Don't
this like
know.
in 18.
Yeah, man. It's just, I think I can't remember what days they record on, but it was like completely not going to work for me. And I don't think his schedule is very
Well,
flexible.
that's
and mine really
the
isn't.
primary reason why you're never on any other shows.
It is actually. And people just don't even bother.
A very good schedule. That's why you can't do the summer series.
Yeah, actually, when I was doing some episodes of Fresh Cuts, it worked out really well because when they were recording on Wednesdays, and I know they moved that recording time too, which I couldn't do and shit like that. But the Mondays work great. That's like the best.
Yeah,
day of the week.
Mondays are good for me usually.
So
For later, but
I just
Yeah,
want everybody to know.
I'm writing all this down. So
Just want everybody to know. Got a brand new chair, extra loud and noisy, just to annoy Moodz and JP.
oh no,
It's
we heard it last
fantastic.
week. We heard it last week, Donny.
yeah, but
They
they
didn't come out yet, you fucking dumbass.
it should
Yeah.
it should have a battle of Derek's.
You were yelling at me, and now you're breaking fourth wall. What were you gonna say though, Moodz? You said before you say anything to Greg.
Gregor Mortis.
Oh, I completely
when
lost
I
my train
told-
of. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to
Oh,
say
no.
now. I totally lost my train. Yeah, sorry. I don't know.
Yeah,
So-
but just ask him what it's like to be the only person banned from 22 shots.
That really
He'll
sucks.
probably not even remember and be like, "What? I'm banned from a show."
What do you guys
It's
think
gonna
about
hit
all
up
those announcements this week in fucking media, box sets and
Oh,
4Ks?
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
so many
2000,
sales. And
2021 is the year of the box sets, dude. Like, I just realized because, yeah, Vinegar Syndrome dropped their halfway to Black Friday sale package deal and stuff. And it's crazy, man. There's 2 box sets in there, one being like a television terror type thing. And then the other one
3
is,
films in each.
yeah. And then another one's like a Mexican type thing. I can't even remember.
Did you read what they said about the box set though?
That the packaging is going to be crazy or something like that.
Yeah, like they said, like it's like some revolutionary packaging that
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
trying out
yeah.
or something. That's like, let me find the quote real quick, just because I was like, what the hell?
So then they have
So-
Surf 2 on there. I know that's one of the titles. The 2 box sets. Then there's a couple secret titles, which, I think the price point is actually pretty decent for it because box sets are expensive and you're getting like 10 films in this thing too. So, but I was really excited because more box sets. And I realized because I already had 2 of the Severins on pre-order also, which is the Christopher Lee set and the Andy Milligan set. So I've got officially 4 box sets on pre-order. And like, this is just...
Six String Samurai.
Yeah, Six String Samurai, which is really fucking cool. That's getting released. That's awesome. But yeah, I just feel like there's going to be more and more box sets. And then Arrow today went and announced an Italian thriller box set, which is crazy. So they got more shit coming out. So it's just like box sets after box sets, which means ultimately your pockets are being broken, completely broken.
And plumage. Plumage
Oh.
in 4K, bro.
That's going to be my 3rd fucking Blu-ray from Arrow. How many
plumage?
copies of plumage can I have? I have 3.
I
I
do
already
like-
have 2. I have
that
the
one
old
looks
window
pretty cool,
box
yeah.
one, and I have the
I have
re-release,
the
and I
other
have,
one.
and I'm gonna get this 4K one for sure. I mean, it's Italian shit. I fucked up on the Demon set though. I completely forgot to pre-order it, and it fucking sold out. Fuck my life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it
all right.
just
Sale
slipped my mind. But you know what? I also heard through the grapevine, and I bet you Dave can confirm this because he knows everything that's coming out because he's a god like that. Severin,
Yeah,
or
but
not
he
Severin, I
has
mean
to.
Synapse owns the rights within in Region 1, so they are probably
Yeah,
going to be
they're
doing their
doing
own
4Ks.
4K of it. So you know what? I'll probably just wait for the Synapse one because the
Yeah,
previous
then you don't have that
releases.
stupid 18 fucking sticker on the front of it.
Well, I mean, honestly, dude, the Demons transfers that they did for their Blu-ray transfer are amazing. I can't even imagine what the 4Ks are going to look like. So
So, this box set from Vinegar Syndrome, it says, which this just sounds fucking weird. The first in a 3-part and world first expanding box set design. And it says, "Trust us, it will blow your mind." What the hell is an expanding box set?
I don't know. I don't really know what that
like
means.
how they did their box sets already. I really like. I don't even know if I want them to change it. They're
No,
really solid.
That top loader with the converting artwork is amazing. And you know the thing I like about their box sets is the materials that they use. They're super
Really
solid.
solid.
Like you could beat someone to death with those things, man. It's amazing.
I was gonna ask you that, Moodz. Do you ever come across that hobo with a shotgun slipcover anywhere in Canada at your buddy's shop or anything like that? That fucking pop up.
I have one myself on the DVD.
Yeah.
I bought it when it first came
Is
out,
there
but
a
I've
Blu-ray of
never.
it?
No, I don't think the Blu-ray ever had one of those. But to be honest, I've never seen another one besides the copy that I have. And I've had actually people message me wanting to buy it off me. So it must be kind of rare. I don't know. I just maybe it was like a super limited thing, and I just lucked out by getting one. I don't know. But I bought it when it first came out.
I was
so.
thinking about that the other day.
It is
Yeah.
a really cool. It's one of the cooler
So-
slipcovers ever. Yeah.
So you mentioned the 6-string Samurai 4K. That's the second in the VSU line.
Yeah.
And then the Cardano Collection Volume 1, which is like Mexican set, and then
Your
the
people.
Televised Terror Volume 1, and then Surf 2. And then there's actually 2 secret titles that they haven't announced, and the hints for those are one of them is a 4K and the other one's a standard Blu-ray release, but they encompass a gory 4K Blu-ray and a cable TV mainstay.
See, I love
What the hell could that be?
I love the fact that it's something to do with TV, because you know me, man. I've been wanting more TV horror films to come out on physical media, and that just really piques my interest, man. And the fact that one of the secret titles is actually a 4K just goes to prove that the price point may seem high when you first look at it, but for what you're getting here, pretty incredible, right? So.
Yeah, because those VSUs are like $60.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, they're 40.
So I saw
40.
someone comment the other day or yesterday, right before the sale went up. They said, "What are the perks of pre-ordering this?" And it's because you get a cheaper price on this. You can wait if it doesn't. I mean, and take your chances that shit doesn't sell out, and then pay more. So the perk is to get it cheaper. But it's also to solidify that you're going to get this shit, because let's face it, these sets are not going to be there forever. All these box
I mean,
sets are
look at
selling out.
Rad. Fucking Rad is rare shit now. So
yeah, and you know, these Diablo sets are selling
I missed out on that Angel box set, which I'm not super interested in those films, but I just wanted the fucking box.
Yeah, and they're fun, man. I mean, I think if you're like to pick a label to collect, man, Vinegar Syndrome is one of those deals, man. They're just, the variety of cult films is so cool and stuff, and they do such a great job. And
their quality is just out of this world. It is the best.
It really is.
It's better than Arrow.
Yeah.
It's better than Scream Factory.
Mm-hmm.
It's better than Synapse, and like Blue Underground, I would say rivals them in terms of quality. But the fact is, like Blue Underground releases the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, but the thing is,
now they're doing
that
Dead. Did you guys see
anything new?
Did you see the Dead and Buried thing that they're doing?
Yeah,
the three different covers again.
I can't wait to see what that transfer looks like, because the Dead and Buried Blu-ray didn't look overly that great. Because let's face it, man, that thing was filmed pretty low stock, very, very grainy. So I mean, if they can resurrect anything from the Dead and Buried, you know, it's gonna be Blue Underground.
And Maniac Cop 2, bro, got announced.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know why they didn't announce Maniac Cop 3 with it.
A lot of people criticize Lustig for, you know, just releasing the same shit over and over again. But the way I look at it is that when you have an extensive catalog like Lustig owns, why not keep doing it, man? He's got all the fan favorites, man. Right? I mean, not all the fan favorites. He's got high fan favorites.
Doing the 3-disc Blu-rays,
yeah,
and are doing the 4Ks now, and didn't continue doing those, and then re-release everything on 4K. It seems like the 4K was like an idea after they started the 3-disc line thing, and then like, oh, okay,
they sold so well that Lustig was like, oh, yeah.
And I'm happy that they're not just doing, you know, the same. They released a couple of the same ones, but they didn't do like Two Evil Eyes right away and Death Dream right away, even though I would want Death Dream right away, and Down and those ones. So they are doing stuff different. Maniac Cop, Dead and Buried. Yeah. And you know,
the real question is, when are we going to get Puppet Master 3 on 4K? Where's Charlie Band? Charlie Band's not very far behind.
Dude, I was looking up movies from 2005 to watch that were full moon, and there's only 3 that I could find.
Yeah.
But on IMDb, it has like 8 listed. Like, have you ever heard of the Baker's Dozen? Apparently, that's a spinoff to Ginger Dead Man, but I couldn't find it.
Oh, no, I never heard about that one. I know that there's a couple, I think, from 2005 that actually are those typical Charlie Band cash grabs, where he clips them together and then he retitles it, and it makes it sound like it's going to be an anthology, and it's shit that you've just seen before. Fucking cheap motherfucker.
I'm not watching those.
No, I hate those things.
I watched all 3 of the full moon ones. I think Ginger Dead Man's the best, then Dog Graveyard, and then Decadent Evil sucks.
Yeah, honestly, dude,
Charlie Band should embrace his craziness and just be like, yo, we found all these 4Ks in this warehouse.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I didn't even know they existed.
Right.
Yeah. $78.95.
I'm surprised with the way he's always seems to be so progressive in his business, you know, quote unquote. And I'm surprised they haven't jumped on the 4Ks already. You know, he just seems like he's a little bit behind. I mean, even Scream Factory.
Have they not jumped on 4K?
Effective for them.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe it's too expensive. I don't know.
I mean, they still haven't even released a lot of their shit on Blu-ray.
True. But they have released most of the bigger titles. I mean, let's face it, dude. They're not gonna. They're like shit like Ginger Dead Man. I don't think is getting a Blu-ray release. They released a lot more of the '90s stuff that was a little bit more popular, like Head of the Family and those type of movies and shit. All the Puppet Masters, all the fucking the Red Dew films, the Subspecies films, and like the shit that you would expect.
They didn't do Subspecies 4 yet,
which was funny because Charles Band said that was supposed to be coming out, right? Hence the box set being titled Volume 1. Right? So I think there was a plan to do it, but I don't know. It is
that's
stupid.
kind of annoying. That annoys me.
It is
that's
annoying.
Charlie Band.
I don't know. Maybe that'll be the first 4K box set of all 4 films. I don't care about Vampire Journals. That movie is fucking garbage in my opinion.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Scream Factory hasn't announced any other ones. They just did the 2.
Yeah, you know what I think they're going to do, considering the John Carpenter Blu-rays are some of their top sellers? I think they're just going to stick with it and probably do all the Carpenter 4Ks first, because they know that's going to sell. Maybe that's their plan.
I'll take it.
Make
and
sure
there's already a transfer, so it's just like,
right. Right,
We
right.
don't need to do any work. We'll just take the transfers from
And that's
Studio
what-
Canal.
That's exactly what I'm saying too, man. The transfers are there. Plus, again, it from a marketing ploy or a standpoint, it makes sense. Why not re-release your top sellers?
Those are some of their best sellers.
Well,
Which I thought was funny that they
titles.
started with They Live, which is totally cool. It's one of my favorite Carpenter films. And then your favorite
Well,
film,
that's one
Prince
of
of
their
Darkness.
best sellers of all time, actually. They
And-
Live is
And then your favorite Carpenter film, Prince of Darkness.
Prince of Darkness. Yeah.
Right, but I don't know, man. I thought that was an interesting choice, Prince of Darkness, because it's not everyone's
I would
favorite
have did like
Carpenter
Assault
film.
on Precinct 13 or The Fog before
Well,
that.
I
Well,
thought The
Assault
Fog.
from 13 doesn't have a release anywhere yet, so that would be a new one. But The Fog and Escape from New York are the other two that came out in the UK.
Yeah. How are
Yeah.
those 4K transfers, by the way?
Escape from New York is fucking great, man.
I thought they were just like They Live was pretty damn good, but I thought the
Yeah.
Blu-ray looked really good for They Live too.
Yeah, it does.
Prince of Darkness. I mean, they both look good, but they didn't really blow me away like I was expecting. They just seemed like a little bit better than the Blu-rays.
Okay. Because I
Escape
thought
from New York is pretty good.
I was actually quite impressed by the price points on those because a lot of 4Ks up here are really expensive. But it seemed like the 4Ks that Screen Factory released were actually around the same price point as the Blu-rays. So I was like, that's really strange. So it kind of made me question the quality of them too. I was like, okay. Plus, I also
Well, the
said I
thing
wasn't sure if
about-
I wanted to do the 4Ks of the Screen Factories anyways, because I'm like, I mean, I bought every John Carpenter film like 100 times in my life. Don't get me wrong, I love these movies, but the point is I keep buying the same movies. It's like, today I almost pulled out what hair I have on my head when I saw the announcement for the bird the bird with the crystal plumage, and I was like, I literally laughed out loud all by myself and said to myself out loud, I'm not ashamed to say that, this is going to be the third Blu-ray from Arrow I have in my fucking collection. Am I the dumbest
I
fucking
guarantee
idiot?
you said that out loud too.
I did, because I was like, I had to hear myself say it to almost talk myself
Yeah.
out of doing this, but I'm like, no way I'm passing up an Italian 4K. This is not happening.
That film should look pretty good on 4K.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm just like, this is crazy
God, I
talk.
bet it will look good.
But I mean,
Mike
Mike
everybody,
just upgraded to 4K, didn't he? Mike, didn't he?
Yeah, I literally
Yeah.
just did it. I have the PS5 coming tomorrow, which will officially make me able to watch the 4Ks that I bought. But
So- Do you guys have or Mike? Do you have or all of you? Do you have a recommendation? Because I have a 4K TV, and we stream some 4K stuff, but we don't have a player yet.
What do you want, horror stuff or you want non-horror stuff?
Or a
No, I
player,
think
what are you
he's
talking
saying
about?
about player.
Oh, players?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, buddy. Like I mean, just like a 4K Blu-ray player, 4K disc
I
player.
would honestly, because you're a gamer, just get an Xbox.
You know
or
what? My
a
son was
PlayStation.
saying that too because, well, I play one game, which actually kind of oddly relates sort of to the franchise we're doing tonight because Ash is a character in this game. But yeah, like so the Xbox, we have the Xbox One, but like the first Xbox One,
Yeah.
there's a newer one, right? I'm
Get
so
the
behind
One
it.
X.
One X, okay.
And that'll play. But if you're not gonna get the new Xbox, what is the Xbox? What's the newest
X.
one called? X. What?
Their
Xbox
titles are
Series
so
X.
whack.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Isn't
that's
that-
stupid?
So that's
dumb.
so you would recommend then to be able to incorporate the gaming, like the
I
Dead
would
by
just get a
Daylight stuff I do with
PS5,
my
'cause
son.
Microsoft is gay.
Well, I'm saying if you're gonna, here's
What
the
now?
thing.
Sorry. I don't want
Here's
to
the
get
thing.
canceled.
If you're gonna get,
You just got
if
canceled.
you're gonna be
I
playing
know.
the new Xbox, like if your son wants to get an Xbox Series X or whatever,
Mhm.
or a PS5, like I would just wait and do that
For
and-
those.
because then you'll have the newest system and the player. But if you don't plan on
Okay.
upgrading the system, then get an Xbox Series or Xbox One X because that'll play
One X.
4Ks too, and it's not as expensive because it's
Okay, all right. Okay, that sounds
Yeah,
good.
that-
And Mike, you did the PS5?
Yeah, and it's funny
Okay.
too because the PS3 was the first and only Blu-ray player I ever owned, and it's still
Jesus.
it still works. Like
Hell yeah,
it
dude,
never
that's
broke.
That's crazy.
And I
Well, that's
still
why
have
the
a working
PS2
PS4.
sold so many
Dude, I've
units,
actually
because it
worn
had a
out.
DVD player.
I've worn out
Yeah,
like
you're right.
I've worn out fucking like 7 fucking Blu-ray players, man. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
Honestly, my
And I like them
only
cheap 'cause
one,
they get
I
the
only
firmware.
lost one, and it was my first.
I never lost anything.
I-
Same, JP. Same. And yeah.
I actually
Check
announced
this out.
on the podcast, and Moodz thought a relative of mine died because I was like, well, I lost some.
We've had a death in the
today.
I used to trade in old consoles when I would get the new one, but then once we bought a house, it's like, well, we have a room to put other ones in, because like when I get the PS5, the PS4 is moving to like the second living room, and the PS3 I'm just gonna throw in the bedroom because my wife still actually uses like Blu-ray discs sometimes, so just throw it in the bedroom for her.
What's a Blu-ray disc?
When it breaks, I'm not gonna get another PS3. I'll just get like an actual Blu-ray player for her. But as long as it's working, I might as well use it.
I laughed. Like, I put in the Skeleton Key Blu-ray to watch it for 05, and it's like, this Blu-ray is a new format. It might not work unless you update your firmware. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Well,
The
check this
Blu-ray.
out, guys. Back in the day, back in like 2007, I bought no joke. I bought the Xbox 360 attachment.
DVD.
Yes, HD DVD.
Nice.
Yeah.
My son
I think
is
that
still
was-
mad at me that we didn't save that
Hey, man, you
and
should've
save all
saved
my
it. You
HD DVDs. I gave them away to like people.
You could get
Yeah.
Wolf
Some
Creek,
of those are actually like hot commodities because like Jeremy always points out, like P2 and like Wolf Creek aren't
Black
I had
available
Wolf Creek.
on HD on Blu-ray.
Man, before the Best Buys bought out the Future Shops, I remember when they were clearing out the HD DVDs, and they were like 50 cents, and they had massive bins of these things that were 50 fucking cents. And I
Yes.
never had an HD player because I had the PlayStation, so that was my Blu-ray, and I kind of stuck with that shit. And then I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
And
That
but
was
I
the big
remember
deciding
50
factor
cents, man.
with
Like
the
that's crazy.
format. Well,
Right.
Moods, yep, I took advantage of that. And then I remember in 2016 I was living with this girl and we were just clearing out stuff, and she was like kind of pressuring me to get rid of like all the extra junk because I made her get rid of a bunch of stuff, and it was like kind of this tit for tat sort of thing. So I'm like, all right, I'll get rid of my HD DVD useless collection because my player broke.
collection.
Yeah, and now I'm wishing I had it just to sell it or something like that, because I suck at collecting. But you guys, one of these, because when I listen to your show, you guys make me want to collect again, because I got out of collecting back in like 2014 because it got destroyed. It's a sad story. Don't want to talk about it. And I just got zen and was like, I don't collect anymore. I just don't buy anything. I think the last Blu-ray I bought was Hereditary in 2018, and then I sent it to my dad. Over in Oklahoma. Like, that's just how I do things. I'll buy something. I bought Terrifier in 2018 and kept it. That's the last thing I bought. That's just how I am. But you guys make me want to collect all the time to get, because we have the 4K capabilities now, and we might just have to get into it. But we also have a Plex server that my son set up, and it's like, God, like we're too in the cloud. And I've lost track with physical media.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm
to me,
so
it's a
old
hobby.
school, dude. I'm so old school. So
It
we
just
always
doesn't look as good to me.
have
Oh,
like
you're
these.
right. Streaming.
You're
That
right.
is another point. You may have 4K and you may be able to stream in 4K. It is not going to ever look as good
No,
as me.
No, and
the
it won't.
resolution's
And we know that
definitely
too. My
down.
son is all
Yeah.
about bit rates and the everything. He knows everything about that stuff, and I know that one of these days I'm gonna have to get back into collecting. But I don't want to regress and like Dave Z has. Like my shout out, buddy. I know you're listening. Love you, buddy. Where he's on the VHS kick now. I'm not gonna go back there. I want to go forward into 4K.
Somewhat.
Dave did a really good job with that room of his. I watched the video.
Dave
I really
is
like
doing
that. It's
something
fun.
good. Love that. Yeah, he's killing it, man. It's like, I want to go there and rent a movie from him and start a super spreader event.
I'm kind of
Nice.
I'm kind of in the same situation as Watson, where like I stopped kind of collecting early on in the Blu-ray era, so I feel at least a little bit more peace of mind that like a lot of the stuff I might buy on 4K, I'm not even necessarily upgrading
too.
from Blu-ray. I'd be
Because I'm so
upgrading
cheap.
from
Yeah.
my DVDs.
I'm so cheap.
Same,
I never
Mike.
bought the other shit. So now that I'm not cheap, even though I'm still cheap.
Well, honestly, Mike.
Yeah, I'm still cheap enough to look for deals, but it's like
That's just DNA,
I
Joe.
kind of skipped out almost on all
What? I
Blu-ray.
spent $45 today on one title. That's a big deal for me, motherfucker.
That is a
Like,
big deal.
What did you buy for
Hi, this is
$45?
You, Ben Shapiro. You shouldn't have
That-
spent so much.
the new Vinegar Syndrome 4K.
Oh, the 6. Oh, that was. Oh yeah,
Six string
39.
salmon.
I never even looked at that. I just skipped right to the 225 and went click.
I love how
bang,
Vinegar
boom.
Syndrome had like free shipping for like a month, and now they're like, "Oh, no more free shipping." It's like, you guys are.
I've never
assholes.
paid for
Yeah,
shipping
the
for
free
any
shipping
of my.
thing was a huge.
I
deal.
always order enough for free shipping. And speaking of Vinegar Syndrome, where the fuck is the Canadian website that they announced a few months back?
Yeah.
They said there was going to be where we can actually pay in
I
Canadian
never even
funds.
seen them.
Well, because we have a
You
base
guys
here.
get the shaft all the time.
No, but we have all my stuff from Vinegar Syndrome ships out of Canada, right? It's fucking cool, man. So I always get my VSF super fast. But they're supposed to be starting.
Then why do you need a Canadian website?
Well, so then we can pay in Canadian dollars, so I don't have to pay the conversion and shit. Right? It's going to
shipping be better for you?
Well,
it'll still be free.
More money.
No.
Nice.
No,
It'll be more money in Canadian.
No.
No,
I
they
don't
just take what it is from USD and convert it to Canada, and then you don't have to pay conversion.
Oh, okay.
So there's a fee to convert it?
$4.99. Whenever I send
shit.
his PayPal cut for the Patreon, it cost us $4.99.
So then send him.
I do.
To $195.
I do. I send him $195.01.
It's such fucking bullshit. It's such bullshit. I'm
gets
always getting the shaft. But anyways, where the hell is that website where we can start paying in Canadian
you're not
funds?
getting the shaft because you're getting like $260 Canadian.
Yeah, but you look at it, me getting more money, but at the same time, you got to remember all of our shit's more expensive. I'm getting way less than you guys are. If we bought the same products,
At least
I would end
you
up
have
spending
like
more.
a fucking market of jobs that pay like a decent wage.
That's because everything here is so inflated, man. It's like Jesus Christ. It works out to be the same. But anyways, I don't want to talk economics and
like Wile E. Coyote.
USDs to Canadian freaking loonies and toonies. Come on, man. Jesus.
Right? Yeah, no.
It's all fucking loony up here.
exactly,
It's all fucking Looney Tunes, man. It really is.
But Mike, honestly, like I know you're not a collector and stuff, but if you were ever going to jump in and dip your toe in a little bit, now's a pretty good time with because we're starting to see these great 4K releases and it's still so new. Like there hasn't been years and years and years of 4K releases. I mean, it's been around for a few years, but they've been so minimal. I mean, my collection is only like, I don't know, 50 titles deep at this point.
Well,
I know Jeremy has
Only
a lot.
50. Jesus, JP.
I have 300.
I think
I'm
it's
4
like
titles
90.
deep.
I think I have
30.
I have 300.
I have roughly 20.
4Ks?
I have
Yes.
roughly 20. I didn't
Yeah,
even
but you
pick up
buy
one this
all
month.
shit.
I didn't even get any 4K titles this month. Oh, unless there was one in the Vinegar Syndrome, but I don't know. But I'm very picky when it
You know
comes
what?
to
I
shit.
didn't either. I don't think I bought any 4Ks.
But most of the shit I picked up, I didn't even really have on Blu-ray and stuff too. So it was kind of a skipping.
I've noticed
fucking...
the studio 4Ks have been sort of dipped a little bit. You remember last year and the year before we were getting like Gremlins and Goonies and Full Metal, like all these cool titles coming out.
I would rather buy the boutique label ones anyways because they're releasing the titles that I want more. You know, it's not just I'm like, oh, I'm a niche collector. I'm fucking better than the studio title guy. I'm not really doing that. I just prefer the titles that the boutique niche labels release. It's just
but my favorite films I'm gonna buy on every format. Like Stand By Me, like I had to get it on 4K.
Looks great.
Yeah, so going back to the whole streaming thing there, like Watson, I feel like, you know, definitely the resolution is definitely down and stuff, but I'm like super old school when it comes to physical media, and he was, you know, getting back to the whole streaming, you know, physical thing. It's funny because like we have a lot of shows that we're always prepping for, and we have these Google pages that we have uploaded, you know, things and stuff. But if there's titles on those pages that are even in high def and I only own it on DVD, I'm so fucking old school. I will still pop in my DVD and watch it, man, just because I own the movie. I love. There's nothing.
Well, you know,
nothing more excites me more than going to my collection, which is a huge fucking library, pulling that off the shelf, walking downstairs, popping it in the player, and just it's so satisfying to me, man. Than rather clicking on my computer and just watching it streaming or upload or something.
It is too. It's like a book. Yeah. It's like holding a book, man. And you guys are awesome about that too. One of my favorite things about this show and listening to you guys since episode 1, you know, is how you guys are like proponents of physical media and the preservation of that you know, tactile way to view film. It's so cool because I've gone full on digital. I have a small box of Blu-rays in my garage, and then I just send them all to my dad, and everything I own's digital. And it's okay and it's convenient, but like my books though, if you were to come in my garage, you'll see behind my motorcycle all of these boxes of books and books and books that I had a bunch of last move, all my bookshelves fell off of something and got busted up, so I got to buy some new ones. Haven't, but I have the physical books. But you gotta hold a book in your hand and then I'll stream a movie. Fuck me, dude.
But when we're talking about streaming as well, the reason why physical media can never go away is one, because we've talked about this before, but if you buy digitally, you technically don't own it, and it
That's
can
right.
go away at any time.
I try to
Everybody
explain
sort of
that.
knows that
I try to
by
explain
now.
that to people with music too. I'm like, you do realize when you buy things off iTunes and things like that, you technically don't own that shit. People are like, oh, I have
Well,
this
that was
huge
like
digital
that,
library. I'm like, this
Weren't
is
you
why.
talking about like weren't you talking about on the Paranormal Activity show of that thing that was like on Voodoo that you couldn't find? I forgot what it was.
Dave Z.
Dave C said that. That's right.
Yeah. There's a cut of Paranormal Activity that
4,
is
okay.
like the 1, 2, and 3 together,
Right.
but a
Yeah.
bunch of new scenes like that connects them and stuff, and it's like
Yeah.
in order or something like that.
You know,
Yeah.
And he said it was gone one day,
Oh.
but he still had his copy.
it's
That's
so
right. I remember him talking about that.
it's so ridiculously rare that you'll come across something like that though that's only available on a digital kind of odd platform and stuff, and it's like just super rare and shit. Like that's like really one of the only things I've ever heard of. You know, and I try to
it
avoid
just
all
goes
this
to
anyways.
show, though, that like it could just disappear. You
Oh,
know,
for sure.
and you won't own it anymore.
Exactly.
And the another thing with streaming is, especially when you talk about like Netflix and Disney and these big companies like that put films on their things, like they can choose what they want. They can cut whatever they want out of it. You know what I mean? If
Right.
if they want to.
JP, check this out. I
Right?
guess
Oh.
there is in the works a version of Home Alone 2 that
Without
Donald Trump
Donald
isn't
Trump.
in. And I'm
Yes.
like, first off, we have that
Dude,
movie because
I'm so
that's a
sick of
Christmas
cancel
Eve
culture.
tradition with my son, and we think Donald Trump saved the day. So fuck up.
You know what, man?
Like,
I'm
but
get-
I know that's gonna.
I'm
Everybody's like gonna be like, "Oh, I can't believe you're deplorable. Oh my
Dude,
gosh."
just
cancel
because
him."
he's in the movie doesn't mean you like support Donald
Dude,
Trump.
yeah,
Like,
no,
you know what I
exactly.
mean?
That's
Like,
what I'm
it's
saying, dude,
a
like-
movie that was made 25 years ago.
I don't.
30
Like,
years
Like
I'm
we're
not a
talking about
supporter.
as gatekeepers.
I'm not a supporter of Donald Trump, but come on, man. I don't want him cut out of the movie because you're censoring shit at this point.
Because
It's
Moodz-
censorship. This cancel
Yes,
culture shit is
that's what I
so
was about to say.
stupid. It's so dumb. And I called this. I talked about this. I don't know if it was on a recording last week or whatever. But I even said, man, this was like 6-8 months ago. I said, you know, the next fucking bullshit that's going to happen with this cancel culture, they're going to go into the vaults and start editing fucking movies from like the 70s and 80s and stuff because of the language. There's a lot of fags. There's a lot of homo bombs. There's a lot of shit that they want cut out of these movies. And they're starting to
Excuse me,
do it
Moodz,
apparently.
We have to hold our past to our current standards.
Yes, but
Excuse
it's,
me.
it's
No.
such bullshit. I am so against this right now because all you're doing is censoring things now. Like, you have to look at what you're accomplishing, man. And it's nothing.
We have to learn from our past. You know?
Exactly. You can't
Right,
erase the
yeah.
past. You can't
Like, I
erase
don't
the past.
understand why.
It's
Like,
stupid.
look, and the thing that Disney just did with the Muppets thing, I'm completely like okay with that. Although I think
Like
it's
a
silly.
warning, right?
A warning is fine, you know, like saying like, okay, things have changed, blah blah blah, whatever. And I don't understand why that can't exist. Like, if there's racist shit in a movie, let it exist.
Yes.
And then whenever you see it and you
Because
say,
where does
what
it
the
stop?
hell's that? Then you can understand that, like, look how far we've come and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And,
Where
like,
does it stop,
it's
though?
not going to make a kid racist or something if they see something racist
Yes,
in a
it
movie.
will.
But
Excuse
but
me.
but where does it stop though? But where does it stop? You can't erase
No, it doesn't
everything from the
stop.
past.
It
Just
doesn't.
leave it alone.
That's
No.
the problem.
And let's move forward. Learn from your mistakes. We used to have this saying where we could learn from our mistakes. We weren't trying to erase the mistakes. It's
No.
not going to happen. It's
Moodz,
impossible. Where do you stop
Moodz.
with this shit? Next, they
Stop.
censor out all the fucking movies. They censor out all this other bullshit. I mean, this whole Mr. Potato Head set me the fuck off. I'm like, this is so dumb. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I get that cartoons back in the day were kind of racist, but everybody knows
Popeye,
this.
Bro? Popeye, man.
Well, stereotypes, yeah, for sure. I mean,
Stereotypes and a little
Looney
bit
Tunes,
racist
Dave
at
said-
times.
Dave, Dave Parker is right about that. Like, Looney Tunes are all stereotypes and stuff.
Bugs Bunny was like, "Get the Japs." I'm like, "Yo,
Right.
yikes!"
Yeah.
But
Don't-
it's a time.
again,
but it's a
that was at
period
a
in time, though.
That was
exactly.
at a time where America was at war, and it was a war, and
And I'm not trying to
cartoons-
justify. Don't get me wrong, people listening. I'm not trying to justify all the shit that was going on, but you got to remember those things were products of their times. We live in a different time. We have a different mind frame. Let's just take this time, stamp it, and move forward. You know, like we don't have to
What's
cancel
amazing
shit from the
these are
past.
Talking points.
Like Jeremy canceled
I know
himself
that
tonight
I-
by saying
learn
gay.
things.
He just canceled himself. So Jeremy, you're done. You see, you're in the now and you're doing
Gay
that
people
shit.
can he? Can a gay Jew cancel himself?
Do I have to mute my mic now for the rest of their show?
Well, I know that Mike typically disagrees with me on cancel culture. So, do you have anything to say?
I think it's stupid. I agree with Sharon Stone, man.
Nothing really that you guys have said, because you already said you don't really have a problem with the warning, which is fine for me. And Looney Tunes, they don't really air those specific.
No, they don't.
They're syndication.
I have all the
anyway.
Blu-rays. I have all the Blu-ray
actual
volumes.
slur ones.
Yeah.
I have all the Blu-ray volumes of Looney Tunes. I love it.
The kind of racial stereotypes will always be there in them a little, but
you think they should be gone?
No, I don't. But no, the ones that specifically say racial slurs, I don't think they should air those in syndication. I don't care if they're on like a DVD or a Blu-ray, and if they put like a disclaimer saying,
you mean you don't want Archie Bunker saying the N-word to Mr. Jefferson? I mean, come on, man.
Well, that actually happened.
That's just wrong.
I don't know if he actually did. He really address him like that?
No, the one thing I remember from All in the Family is Archie Bunker telling Edith that he wanted to order chink food. Now that shit caught me off guard.
Like that's the chink in his armor.
It is pretty bad. That's straight up racist as shit. That's straight up racist as shit.
But they use every racist term in that show. They say fag.
Yeah, but Gran Torino's about racism.
But it got really bad when the Jeffersons moved next door.
But that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Is there's a context to everything, and See, my whole thing with cancel culture is like I don't really disagree with what's being said right now in this moment. I just think that there's a wide spectrum of what it means and what different people mean when they say it, to where like I don't think everything should be erased. I don't think we can look through things from 50 years ago through the 2021 lens, but there are some things sometimes that get updated or modified or just not put out there that I wouldn't exactly make an uproar about either. It's just I'm trying to come up with things off the top of my head to think about
art, you leave it alone.
I believe that
you don't have to consume the art. You don't have to participate in the art, and it should just be left alone and let people who want to see it the way that it was made see it the way that it was made.
Exactly.
And if you don't like it or you're offended
you're not forced to watch it.
Fucking watch it.
See, my biggest problem with cancel culture right now is just the way people approach cancel culture. I believe there's so many people out there being crucified because you can say anything on social media. You can say anything about somebody. And, you know, there used to be a time where, you know, you were supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but it's not the case, man. And we know this has been this way for a long time. I mean, once something comes out about somebody, even though it might be true, it doesn't fucking matter. I am talking about Richard Stanley, and it might even be true. And I'm not trying to defend, you know, his acts that he
canceled.
That he
you're about that.
I don't care. I don't care because I firmly believe this. It's not just Richard Stanley, dude. This is happening to a lot of fucking people. Anybody can come out and say some shit about us, and then they cancel us, right? This is the fucking problem with social media and everybody having a voice. Is simply the fact that like soon as something comes out about somebody, you know, that he might have done, instantly people are just crucifying, canceling. Like all of a sudden, Richard Stanley Blu-ray 7.
You don't get a chance to prove your innocence.
But that's the problem. He hasn't had his day in court, which he will if it goes that far or whatever. We'll get the truth eventually. He's either guilty or he's not. But the second the information came out, which is 7
guilty no matter what.
But he's guilty and the thing that pisses me off though too is that like apparently these allegations are from 7 years ago, which makes me suspect. You know, that's just me. I don't like when things come out so much after the fact.
It's not that. You kind of have this story twisted a little bit. He's been charged once by his ex-wife 7 years ago.
Oh,
I'm talking about the new allegation.
Came out with allegations, and that's
what I was
when
saying.
The stuff with his wife came to the forefront because she said what had happened, and she basically backed this woman.
I know, but it's a second allegation that's coming out 7 years later or whatever too. So I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No, this is a new this allegation is current.
Okay, so anyways,
the second allegation.
It's besides my point. My point I was trying to make is simply that, you know, Richard Stanley now is in the spotlight. He's in the hot seat, but he's already guilty. That's the fucking problem. I get that these shit might be true. I understand that it might be true, and I'm going to accept it. I'm not going to stop liking his films, unlike some people are just like, this is crazy. Like, they've canceled him completely. I got to throw my copies of Dust Devil away. Fuck you. I'm not throwing that shit away. It's a great fucking addition.
Here's the problem with
you know?
Here's the problem with the whole, like, art versus artist thing is if you really, truly want to not support somebody who's a bad person in Hollywood, we're not going to have any fucking films to watch, because when you start digging around and find out,
Weinstein.
the fucking production assistant on this
Tarantino movies
movie
anymore
was a scumbag, or the gaffer on this one turned out he molested kids.
Said that on the summer series. Hell yeah.
But they started with that too they started removing fucking Weinstein's names and shit from movies and shit. I'm like, fuck, like this is just absolutely.
Also, they hate Jews, huh? They hate Jews, huh?
Do that. Fuck those guys.
It's so stupid, man. I get it though, man. But I'm not gonna stop liking, those movies that they produce because this guy's a total dirtbag and he has been convicted of it, right?
You don't like those movies anyway.
Well, I like fucking. Wasn't he producer on the fucking, the Tarantino movie? Like he's done lots of shit, man. Yeah. His name's on everything. So, anyways, the point is that I'm just tired of people being crucified before they're actually found guilty. It's ridiculous. I understand this world we live in. Everybody has a voice, and it's a pros and cons to it. Mike is the
opposite. He wants them to be guilty before they have a chance to be innocent.
I am all about the law. I like and I truly believe that you can actually. I mean, the law fails itself.
I'm declaring
constantly.
Guilty.
It completely fails itself a lot of the times. I understand that, but I am a firm believer in it can work though too. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter. This is not a white. This is not a black thing. This is not a race thing or anything. It's just a fact of matter of right and wrong, and that's where I'm coming from. I feel like as a person, one of my biggest fears in the world. You can ask my wife. I stress this all the fucking time in my life. My biggest fear, and I'm not afraid of a lot of things besides heights and pus. I hate pus and feet. It's disgusting. But my biggest fear in life is to go to jail for something I didn't do. You can ask her.
Something you didn't do.
I didn't do. I hate hearing these stories about people that were crucified, went to jail for some bullshit, and they spent 20 years on death row, and then they get off and they're like, "Oh, DNA proves you didn't do it. Sorry, buddy." He's like, "I motherfucker, I was claiming I didn't do that shit, man."
When I work and somebody thinks that I made a mistake that I didn't make, and I know like deep down in my heart I didn't do it, I like get so
dude.
No, seriously, like
it kills my soul, man.
Like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, no, like you're not, like it really wasn't me. I just want them to know so bad.
It's been a fear of mine.
But here's the thing, like with the whole cancel culture thing, it's like we've had a complete like paradigm shift, because at first, years and years and years ago, it was like you can get away with everything and you're never guilty. Mm-hmm. And now it's like you're guilty no matter what. It's like we pushed it too far the other way.
Yeah, where's the fine line here? Where's the line? Like you're going one way too far, the other way too far. This is ridiculous. You got to meet in the middle here. It all started when I was a kid, man. I got crucified for something I totally didn't do, and nobody believed me. And I was like, and it scared me the rest of my life. I got in big shit. I'm not going to say what it was, but I 100% didn't do it. I 100% didn't do it, and I got crucified, and it was bad. Like it was really fucking. It scared the shit out of me, and I was like, and I always thought about it as I grew up.
Are you a registered member of Megan's Law?
No, but
that shit happened to me.
But anyways,
it wasn't a huge
deal. You're on
watching,
Law?
and I'm obsessed with true crime. You asking? I'm obsessed with true crime. I watch everything true crime, and there's nothing worse than watching these stories about these guys that go to jail for so many years and they get off on DNA or prove whatever, and like you feel for them. But it was always a major fear of mine, right? Because I would been crucified once, and I'm like, it could possibly happen again. I could never. I don't know how I'd even deal with it if I went to jail for something I didn't do, man. This is crazy. But that's why I'm so against this cancel culture. I'm like, guys, you're crucifying people who necessarily didn't do some shit. Yeah, Bill Cosby, it was kind of proved he did some shit, right? It is what it is. I love Bill Cosby growing up.
Good man.
But
Weinstein.
There's people that have been proved that they did some shit. That's fine. The system worked. Yeah. It is what it is. Weinstein's a fucking piece of shit. He was raping girls. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. I hate that shit. But the fact of the matter is,
too nuanced right
now. Meanwhile,
there's people out
his
there.
Life over asking
there is people that are being crucified, most definitely in by social media, that didn't do exactly what they're being accused of, and it hurts my soul to see it. Even though I'm not even fans of these people, I still feel like I have a duty to be like, yo, this is fucked up. Marvin fucking didn't do this shit.
Somebody who also is very similar in the lines of your thinking is Dave Z. Because and I don't want to tell his story, but something like that happened to him. He didn't do something that he was accused of doing or something, almost ruined his life. So
and then he still slept with her after. Dave, what the fuck, man? I love you. You're one of my besties, dude. But what the hell?
I don't know the story.
That shit scares me too, man.
I don't need to know the story.
I'm always just like, why can't we just wait and see what happens before we're like, this guy's fucking fire him, get him off of this. Don't buy his, like, fucking Severin's out there saying, like, we're debating on, we're taking into consideration pulling our Richard Stanley titles and stuff like that. And I'm like, Jesus, man, already? Like, just wait a little bit. It's all because they're scared. They're scared of the people, the backlash that'll come.
Exactly.
Like, you're selling Richard Stanley
That's
movies.
The problem with
You're
it, man.
selling Richard Stanley movies.
It's a whole domino effect, man. It's crazy. And I thought it was really ironic because about a week before I just purchased The Other World Blu-ray from Severin, which is a Richard Stanley documentary. I'm sure Jeremy's seen it before. It's a really weird story about...
Hated it.
I thought it was... I thought it was absolutely fascinating. It was really damn cool.
I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
I thought it was absolutely fascinating as hell. It's really well done. It's like shot like a movie. It's really cool. It's a really bizarre story.
I had no idea what the hell he was talking about.
Yeah, it's like world famous, this place in France and stuff on this mountain. It's supposed to be like supernatural. It's really crazy, actually. But anyways, the point is...
philosophical bullshit. It's like, I don't understand what the fuck this guy's saying.
Yeah, I can just imagine you
Very
watching
Richard
this thing
Stanley.
going... But anyways, the point was I watched it, and the next week he was canceled.
It's overcorrecting. That's
what is it, Mike?
I think out of the whole discussion, I think your point of how it used to be versus it is now, yeah, it's a big overcorrect in companies that either didn't used to do shit about it or just straight up covered it up, and now with, I think, social media and things going public, I think there's an overcorrection where, like, now they're more afraid of the opposite of not doing anything.
It is. It's because
it's overcorrecting the inaction from before where they didn't used to do.
Well, they just feel like when you have stories like Weinstein come out.
Well, now we're overreacting.
Yeah, when you have stories like Weinstein come out,
used to be able to get away with a lot more.
Now everybody's like, well, we need to
brush it under the rug. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we need to announce the shit the second it happens. It's like everybody wants to be on that crusade, to be the first one to like out that shit and stuff. It's getting to that type of point.
The other problem is a lot of this stuff goes public before these companies even have a chance to digest it themselves. So then they probably feel forced into a corner like, okay, the public knows before we even know, what do we do? What the fuck can we do about it? And they feel at this point in time or just life with, everything going on, they feel like, well, okay, we'll just put something into action, but it doesn't necessarily mean they get it right every time. And I don't agree. I mean, I don't really disagree with most things that are being said in this specific conversation. I think before, when I've had conversations with you guys just outside of a show, I was just trying to like cast a wide net of like it all in companies in one, because there's so many different scenarios and situations. It's hard to speak on the topic in general.
I just feel like I try to be neutral too. I get both
bring
arguments.
Up one example, then it's easy for someone to bring up 5 in the other direction, and it's like, okay, we can just go back and forth. But I think it's a big nuanced topic that it's hard to come up with a good solution like in the short term, because
there isn't any, because it's all
there isn't
people.
one. Yeah,
it's
that's the problem. There is no solution because everybody's involved.
Cater to the masses,
right?
And I understand they're a company and they want to look good and they want to look like they're
money.
Yeah, make money. So like when fans complain about Gina Carano and the shit that she says, well, Disney is gonna
buy Mandalorian.
But honestly, Disney's like very, very, fucking weird.
James Gunn, bro.
It's really
the James Gunn thing was so ridiculous, right? Like that is. I wish I would have brought that example up when I was talking about this the other day, right? He said some like gay jokes like 5 years before,
and pedophile jokes 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And then he apologized about it.
But the key word
later,
is jokes.
Stuff.
Jokes.
Yeah.
No, jokes are reality moods.
This goes to prove how minuscule the 22 Shots podcast is in the world of cancel culture and society in general. Is that I started off the show. I started off the show by saying we have a Jew named Jeremy and a Mexican named JP in the house, right? No one's canceling us for saying that shit.
We are.
Well, a Mexican?
You Uncle Tom.
Jew, I think, is probably a better word than Mexican.
Yeah, well, they own the media, so he can cancel it all. It's fine. He can.
But
cut this out.
all jokes aside, anyways, I'm surprised.
Well, like I said, it's no different than Gilbert Gottfried getting canceled after the tsunamis by saying, "What does every Japanese person have in their apartment? Floodlights." I mean, come on.
But it's a joke, dude. It's like
Japan is really advanced. They don't go to the beach. The beach comes to them.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Ooh, what?
That's
I
funny.
mean, they're just jokes, though.
Dude, it's
right?
like canceling.
Like,
so if you're gonna take
comedians are really hard to cancel for the most part because they're fucking jokes. Remember they tried to cancel Daniel Tosh for dealing with a heckler?
Chris Rock's last special, he started out by talking about killing white people and shit. You know, and it was like people took super offense to it. Like they got majorly offended by it and shit. And they're like, "Oh fuck Chris Rock." But I'm like, dude, as a white dude, I'm like, he's making fucking jokes, right? It's complete. He doesn't want people to go out and kill fucking white people. That's not helping the situation at all. It's using it as a far contrast to what's going on in reality. And people only take it. They only hear blah blah blah, kill the fucking whiteys, blah blah blah, kill the fucking whiteys. Are you serious? They're comedians.
Nowadays,
they're supposed to
I think most people would be like, "That was brave."
Yeah,
white people.
That's brave.
But Chris Rock has been telling the truth. Like, look at his whole career. 30 years, he's been telling the fucking truth, man. Like, that's what I love about Chris Rock, man. He doesn't give no fucks. No fucks.
Well, that's Gilbert. Gilbert didn't give a fuck after he got canceled.
Yeah, Chappelle.
From saying, I just split up with my girlfriend.
Oh, Dave Chappelle's amazing
Japanese
too.
Say there'll be another one floating anytime.
It's like
now.
Jim Jeffries, man. Unapologetic. Jim Jeffries is unapologetic for everything that he's said in the past and that he's going to say. And I like that about these people because their voice.
I feel like there's no bounds to comedy. It's either funny or it's not funny. And that's the risk you take whenever you do something that's a little bit of a touchy subject.
Yeah, and not everyone's going to find everything funny, and that's okay too. They just tune into a different comedian.
The problem is
but when you try to like stop a comedian from being creative and trying things because it's offensive to you is where the problem is.
Excuse me, JP, they're inciting violent thoughts. So I would check your privilege. Well, Richard Stanley's South African, so maybe his accusations against him, it's just a cultural thing.
Right.
But that's so interesting. That's what what's so interesting with the cancel culture. Like people like before Louis C.K. got canceled, he goes on stage and says fag and cunt and everything else, and everybody laughs, and he doesn't get canceled.
He was calling his kids retards,
and they get canceled.
Dropping hard ends.
He was being brutal, man. And I can only take his act as pure, sheer comedic genius, though. He's getting reactions, dude, and it's funny, dude. It's funny.
Don't get me wrong.
I don't think comedians fall into that because they're jokes, dude. I mean, dude, how far are we going to take this back? Are we going to start canceling? Are we going to start canceling?
Yeah, let's cancel him.
George Carlin for telling the god awful truth back in those days and shit. Like Carlin is one of the most amazing and smart comedians of all time. Richard Pryor, same shit, man.
Bill Cosby,
all these guys, so many genius comedians and stuff. Even though he was clean as hell, he was still telling the fucking truth. That's a funny joke right there. He was clean as hell.
I love Eddie Murphy's story about his kid going to see Bill Cosby, and then Bill Cosby called him up and castrated him on the phone about being dirty on his show. Fucking, that was during the Raw special. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think comedians, I think when you start putting them in there, like, we got a major fucking problem, man. They're there to entertain. They're pure jokes. And that's the problem with people that take shit serious from comedians, man. It's like, you're not understanding.
They tried to cancel
their jokes.
Or put a little heat on Chappelle when he did that special about the LGBTQ.
Exactly, but this is expected, this is the world that we live in, because guys like Richard Pryor and George Carlin and whoever else from back in the day never had this because everybody knew it was fucking jokes, right? They're fucking jokes, man.
I mean, look at back to Eddie Murphy. Look at him. He goes on stage and says, Ralph Crandon was a fag and honeymooners.
I feel like you're just trying to say that word as much as possible.
No.
Everything you
I got
reference.
a word that starts with K I've been wanting to dish out.
Like Hike?
Jesus,
he definitely did have a lot of F-bombs in his act, though. But I mean, that was but you got to remember, again, that's the product of its time. God. The 80s was full of that, man. It was full of that shit, but I mean, can you get offended, man? I mean, I don't know, man. People are just...
Well, JP said it too. Some people deserve the cancellation too. There's some fucked up people out there that, one of my best friends is an outrage culture type, and I can tell because I know her so well. I've known her since we were kids. She cares so much about the world, She wants to help. And I know that it isn't the way, but it's kind of strange because you can make
where is she
culture
right now?
in this...
Is she in the forest hugging a tree? Is she in the forest right now hugging a tree?
She's in Capitol Forest right now, doing some sort of witchy pagan shit and whatever.
I mean, no
and
offense against your friend.
As long as you shave, you're good. But no, nice girl, but she cares so much, and it overcorrects, like you were saying, and it's a bummer because I know she has a good heart and is an amazing person, and I know they're out there too, and I think they're confused. There's a lot of confusion when you were talking about Moodz with all these voices, and I wonder sometimes about the horror content. Like some of we're talking about movies tonight, especially one of them, that first one that was a video nasty, for Christ's sakes, and there was this argument about that. And should that be content that should be seen? And some of these people who are against it really feared for their souls, Right. They were seriously, they believed with all their heart.
They were mostly.
But that was the power of censorship, though, too, because when you have a group of people that are censoring shit on a level that was kind of bullshit, though, too, because you got to remember, man, these guys were watching 5 minutes of movies censoring shit, and they were that was the decision that was made for everybody else. Right, so they put the fear into people too. It's kind of bullshit, man. They weren't allowing people to make their own decisions about these movies. They weren't even allowing people to make their own decisions about these movies and stuff. They were banning movies based on titles. They weren't even watching movies at this point, man. Right. So it's ridiculous, man.
They there used to be a time where people legitimately thought if you enjoy the stuff that we do, that we're all open about now, then you are a psychopath. You're a weirdo. You're a crazy person. You probably kill animals. You know what I mean? And it's so funny to think how far we've come from that.
The horror genre.
When we talked about it on the Hannibal show, I'm like, this motherfucking thing is so gory, and it's on network TV. I was shocked at the amount of gore that was in that and how violent it was.
I gotta see that.
And we've come so far, man.
The horror genre is totally not understood properly by the general people because they look at it as, pure exploitation. It's all about blood and gore and, showing tits and stuff. Okay,
but it has become more understood.
Well, to us people, but the thing is, though, man. Okay, there is exploitive elements to these things and stuff, but you got to remember, man, horror is all about. I mean, there's always been a wide range of social commentary in films and stuff. Yes, I think my best friend just came to the house. Fuck, my kid's birthday yesterday, so. Sorry. I try to keep a fucking peace in this house, and of course, it's fucking failing myself right now. But anyways, the point is that horror movies are misunderstood in the point that there is a lot of social commentary that's going on, and they're always a reflection of the world that's happening at that time. A great example, and I always like to use this one, is going back to They Live. They Live was a great example of capitalism, of the Reagan era and shit like that. I mean, it's blunt. It's fucking blunt in that film. But horror films have always got messages and stuff like that. But to the average person that sees these movies, all they see is the tits, muff, the blood and boobs, and the fucking gore. That's all they see. But there's a lot more to the genre. It's one of the only genres out there that actually does this, has a lot of social commentary, and it constantly it's the voice of that period. And that's a fucking good thing. I think the horror genre is so misunderstood by the average person. It's crazy. Because, what do you tell people when they ask you why you like horror movies? What do you tell them? And I tell people it's an escape from the real world. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, because I watch movies and sometimes I like to see the social commentary. I like to see what's going on in these films and things like that. Fuck that. Dogs are pissing me the fuck off right now. And
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, some people definitely do look at me like some of my friends who know how into horror movies I am. Yeah. It helps now that Carly's always around me and she's really into them because I don't look as weird. But they look at me like, why do you like seeing people hacked up and slashed up and stuff like that? Because of course that's what they think on the surface all the movies are. I mean, we have that, and then we have stuff like Hereditary, which has none of that,
but it's a good thing for your soul, though.
Is all Friday the 13th.
Horror movies are good for your soul, though, too, because horror movies also make you face your fears, right? This has been said many, many times, but it's completely fucking true. Right? Yes. When you can face your fears, unlike a lot of people out there where they kind of suppress their fears and they live with them all the time, when you can separate yourself from reality and sit down and watch a movie that's totally set in a different reality, right? But it's making you face those fears that you may have, whether it be ghosts or, a stalk and slash or whatever the fuck it is, man. It's just an outlet in reality. And I think people, this is why it's almost been proven that horror fans, and I'm not saying anybody on this panel besides Watson, do have, and it's been proven that a lot of horror fans, like really, really deep into the genre horror fans, have elevated IQs because we look at things differently. We're able to.
That's why Jeremy's
we're able to see things in different ways because
you know what?
Because
no.
We can decipher things because we can decipher things.
I was sitting there,
but it's true though, right?
I was sitting there talking to my shrink last week about IQs because I was thinking about it. I have been thinking about it. I was like, I wonder.
Confidential.
What?
Talking to your shrink.
Well, I'm sure
it's only confidential from his shrink's end.
Yeah.
Jeremy
So I was
can tell us.
I was sitting there talking about IQs. I was like, because I've been thinking about it. I was like, I wonder what my IQ is. And she's like, I don't think it would be very helpful for you to get an IQ test because
you're a dumbass.
No.
No.
Why is it beneficial? It doesn't fucking mean anything.
No, honestly, it's a number. It's a fucking number. It doesn't even make it. I've taken 3 IQ tests in my life. And, you know, I mean, you look at them and you're like, oh, crazy. But it's, I think.
Doesn't mean anything.
I think that's because you could do that test really well.
His score by coincidence.
But I think that having, you know, not only, you know, book smarts and street smarts, but if you have all of it, then you're kind of the package. At least you can understand things from both perspectives and stuff. And I feel like a lot of horror fans live in that realm of being potentially book smart and potentially street smart and stuff. But we look at things from both sides, and that's why we're looked upon, you know, from the outside as whatever the fuck. But on the inside, like, we do and have these conversations and stuff because we can. We, you know, subjective and objective opinions and stuff mean something to us. You know what I'm saying?
So what's your IQ, Moodz?
The first time I took an IQ test, I actually got a 131. And
Damn.
the second time I took one, I actually scored way lower. I scored like a 126 or something like that. And
that's still like above average.
And it's way above average.
Yeah.
And the third time I took one, I actually scored 133. It's crazy. So but you know what? It doesn't prove anything. I was a terrible test taker. I was a terrible test taker in high school. And like my, you know, teachers in college I had, they said tests are for, if they even admitted if they could omit tests from the programs, they would, because they don't prove anything. It proves that people can either take tests or they can't. It doesn't prove how smart they are. It's fucking stupid. Sit down, write a paper. Like Jeremy says, if he can write down things and do his reviews that way and stuff, he can word things better and stuff. You know, some people talk better on the moment and things like that. It's not a reflection of how you really are. We're sitting down and writing things are 2 totally different things. Like the way I talk right now is so different than how I write. If you look at all the shit I've wrote, you'd probably be like, you didn't fucking write that. I'm like, no, I did, because I sat down and did it. Jeremy's completely right. You write differently, you know, than how you talk and shit like that.
See, I'm like the opposite. Right shit. People think I'm actually.
It is true. Jeremy's completely right, because when you can sit down and start using and thinking about your words, because you'd be surprised how well you can use different adjectives and use different words and stuff to describe things. It's crazy. You know, I mean, it's just what you come up with in the moment. You know, it's just the way it is. But
like JP,
no,
like if I write some shit, people are like, "Man, that guy's really not intelligent."
Well, dude, you have the worst spelling I've ever seen by someone. You even have spell check, and it still can't even correct your words, man. It's crazy.
Sometimes I voice text. And
there's at least one error in every thumbnail every week.
No, get the fuck out of here. But you know what? It made me sad. The other day, I was putting episodes on the website, and the last Argento show we did, I fucking put 2 T's at the Argento, 2 T's, and I caught it, and I was like, you motherfuckers, nobody noticed that.
You know what, to be honest,
Nobody
JP,
told me that.
I don't think I've ever looked at one of your thumbnails and like proofread it. I just assumed it was right.
Well,
I have so much trust in people. I'm notorious for this. Just putting my trust into people so easily. Where Jeremy notices everything. He's a Nazi grammar Nazi. I mean,
I just like look at like shit like in the real world.
That's why I usually post it in the group chat, because I want Jeremy to correct it if it's wrong, so it doesn't go up.
I'll be honest. I hate reading shit for people and stuff. Like that was even though I was an English major, I never liked doing it for people. Only my own things. So I won't even look at.
I can't believe that of all those Italian horror months, all those fucking hard names, and I fuck up Argento, which is like the easiest one.
Right.
Nice.
That's hilarious.
But then the 6th time too, right? Got it right the first 5.
Oh, it just gets me mad. Like when I get something in the mail and there's fucking spelling error. It's like, how do you send something to the goddamn printing press without looking at it first to making sure it's fucking spelled right? It makes it look like a dumbass.
How do you talk and not and fuck up words though. That, like, don't you think people think the same thing?
I think writing is different because you actually have time to think about what you're fucking writing down.
Dude, remember all the Code Red Blu-rays with all the grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes and shit on them? It was just like they would write it out and then no one would proofread it and that would be it. They would just submit it and fucking get them made up. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just so shoddy, man. So shoddy. But should we probably move this along?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, probably.
All right, man. So, yeah, that is going to conclude the intro.
42 shots.
All right, so moving along with the show. And, of course, for this episode, we are doing the Evil Dead franchise. I assume that was Jeremy.
Of course, it's my brand new sexy new chair.
Oh my god,
Brought
dude.
to you by Beauty Rest. It's gray with 6 wheels, very nice. It moves a little bit, makes a lot of noise.
Is this a live read?
It literally sounded like you were fucking on Wheel of Fortune right there.
Nice.
It did. Okay, so since we're doing the Evil Dead franchise, I thought it would be fun to do like a list of like Evil Dead knockoffs / ripoffs.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, 'cause knowledge reigns supreme.
Oddly enough, I couldn't actually find a list that listed like
Evil Dead's the best one, so
I couldn't find a list that even listed, just a top 10. It was weird. Like I searched and it was strange. You think that would be a very prominent list. So this list right here is coming from somebody's Letterboxd page. And he just basically, it was titled Evil Dead knockoffs / ripoffs. And I thought that was actually kind of funny. I'm not really too sure. So there's 41 titles on here. So
41.
So we'll go through these. Well,
41.
just quickly. So he has 41 titles. I kind of scanned through this and I thought I seen a couple suspect ones. I guess when we get to them, we can have an opinion on them to see if you agree or disagree with it being an Evil Dead ripoff or / knockoff. I don't really know what the difference is, but all right. So starting off with the first one on the list, these are just in some random orders and stuff, and it is Wither. I'm sure some people here have seen Wither from 2000.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's a bona fide. It's literally who made
the Swedish Evil Dead?
Swedish Evil Dead. Yeah, I reviewed the movie years ago, but it literally is the Evil Dead. So that's a good one.
I reviewed it too, dude, on the W episode of the ABCs of Hidden Horror with Dave, Jamie, and Brian.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's got some good gore in it too, right?
Good movie.
Right. Second one on the list is Bollywood Evil Dead. I'm assuming this is probably an Indian one, so I've never heard of this one.
Please be a musical.
No, you don't say.
Bollywood
Is
Evil
it 3
Dead.
hours long?
Thank you for clarifying.
Like every
3 hours
Bollywood
long,
movie.
and it's a musical. They're floating and dancing and singing in the trees.
Wonder if Mondo Macabro could release that one.
Right. All right, so this next one here, it's called Byham. I'm assuming this is probably, I'm not sure what country this is from. Oh, it's a Spanish one, and the alternate title for it is Devil Dead. Sounds kind of cool. Oh. So a Spanish film from 2000. What years does it say? 2007. Okay. So
All right, what's number 5 out of 41?
So the next one right here is
this Bollywood Evil Dead looks ridiculous.
This movie is so much fucking goddamn fun. I've actually reviewed this on my channel too before. It's from 2009 and it's called Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder in Hell.
Oh yeah, I saw this in the theaters.
It is so much fun.
I saw this in the theaters.
I gotta take notes.
One of my favorite theatrical experiences ever. People were losing their shit.
I can't even imagine seeing this movie in a theater because it's so low budget and like it must have been a blast, man. It must have been a blast. Crazy.
Wild eye.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff, man. But yeah, I highly recommend this movie if you can remember that title, which again is Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder in Hell from 2009. I believe it doesn't have a Region 1 release. It has a Region 2, and it might be all Region DVD. I'm not sure. I do have it, though. But
it's one of those movies that they shot in the 90s, but they never finished it, so then they finished it in 2009.
Good point.
One of those.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
So the next one here is Demon Wind from 1990. This is got a release from Vinegar Syndrome. Definitely an Evil Dead ripoff. I agree with this big time.
Also,
fun.
Joe Bob showed that one.
Right. Fun film. A lot of people are kind of indifferent on it and stuff, but I think it's actually legitimately pretty damn fun. It's got some cool ideas in it.
I like it.
Next up,
next up from 88
is Rabid Grannies.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess you could lump this into it. I guess a little bit. It's so
sort
stupid.
of.
What is it? A Belgian film?
Yeah.
It's like a Belgian film, I think, or something like that. But
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
it's hilarious, man. It's pretty fun.
Going back to bloody builder muscles in hell. That's why people should get vaccinated, so I can go back and see movies like that with 700 people. Okay, go ahead.
From 1989 is The House on Tombstone Hill, and I believe the Vinegar Syndrome recently released this one also, which is kind of crazy.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, it's
I've seen like none of these.
It's a decent film. It's pretty fun, actually. This is actually a really fun one. I'm glad this was on here, and from 1994, and it's called Savage Harvest. Pretty fucking good shot on video film, like legit good shot on video film. No one's seen Savage Harvest. Now I wish I had Dave on here because I know he's seen some of these.
Doesn't
films.
it have a DVD release?
Yeah, David.
Yep.
Dave would be pissed
No,
off,
that's
and he would have seen all these.
Yeah.
What? You haven't seen Savage Harvest 2, Rage of the Undead?
I'm gonna keep track of here because I've seen all of them except for the two I've never heard of, and I own all these. But anyways, next one. This is another Troma release actually, which is called Evil Clutch from 1988. Another film I've actually reviewed in the past.
Cool.
Low budget, shitty garbage, but it's fun.
Was that on your horrific weeks of 1988?
I think I did do this one on there.
Oh, that's cool.
I want to say I did. All right, so next one here is legitimately fun as hell, man. Actually, another Troma release. Go fucking figure. This is what, the third or fourth one? And from 1995, and it's called Frostbiter, Wrath of the Wendigo. I don't really think this is... I mean, I guess it can kind of fall into like the Evil Dead, maybe rip-off, like knockoffs, I guess. I don't know. It's not really an Evil Dead type film, but it kind of. From 1997, Gut Pile. Have you guys ever seen Gut Pile?
That's another shot on video,
It's
right?
another shot on video
like that
film.
title.
Didn't Sub Roaster release that?
Yeah.
I have the DVD, but no, I've never seen it.
I know I reviewed this on some type of thing, but it's actually a decent shot on video film. The later ones always kind of look a little bit better, but from 1987 is Forever Evil. Man, I haven't seen this one forever. That was a terrible joke, but it's actually true. I don't know, man. This one right here, 1995's Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I could see that, sort of.
Right.
A little bit, just because people turn.
Right. I don't know if I would classify this as a full-blown like Evil Dead ripoff or not. I don't know. I mean, there's
Not a
points too.
ripoff,
No.
sure.
That's a weird one. Yeah. All right, so 87's Bloody New Year, another Vinegar Syndrome release from recent times. But
I've seen that, but I can't remember it.
dude, it is a really, really fucking bizarre movie. Like, it should be straightforward. You think it would just be like a slasher film type thing, but it's really not. It's actually pretty damn cool. I rewatched it again this New Year's. Pretty cool stuff. This is one I have not seen, I don't think. Bornless Ones from 2016. Has anyone seen this one?
Oh, I saw that one. Yeah, that definitely is an ode to Evil Dead for sure.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. All right, I'll have to check that out. 2009's Damned by Dawn. Damned by Dawn. It just what?
That's very original.
Is that a vampire movie? I swear that rings a bell.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know. The cover does make it kind of look like it's a vampire.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
But it does kind of look possessed. I don't know.
Still Dawn?
It's called Damned by Dawn.
I gotta see this.
I mean, really.
Damned by Dawn. Let me type that in.
That's so damn close. During a violent thunderstorm, a family is awoken by piercing shrieks, which summon the dead to rise again. Okay? Their lives explode into a blood-soaked fury as they battle malevolent spirits. Okay, so yeah, I mean... Yeah,
sounds like Evil Dead.
It kind of sounds like
Evil Dead. I was thinking. Never mind.
No, I think I know I know which one you're talking about. The vampire film. I slipped my mind right now. Demon Legacy from 2014. This is one I don't know. Don't know this one.
Yeah.
Actually, here's the next two films I actually own. I've never watched them, and that's Lake Fear and Lake Fear 3. Apparently, part 2 is like, fuck it, we're not doing an Evil Dead ripoff. That's fucking
I have
strange.
both of those as well.
That is so fucking strange.
Do you guys have two?
I do. I actually have all three, and I haven't watched any of them.
The funny thing is that it would be funny if there wasn't a 2. They just skipped over it.
No, there actually is.
1 and 3.
That would actually be funny. This one I don't know. 1999, and it's called Totem. Has anyone seen this one? 1999. Oh my god, it's directed by David Dicaccio, or however you say Dicaccio.
Our hero.
So we pretty much know what we're getting yourself into with that one. This one's pretty damn obvious. 2012's The Evil Dead Inbred Rednecks.
Typing that in.
That one was also released by Sub Rosa. I actually own that too. Go figure. Not
this
really
poster's funny.
Yeah, Evil Dead Redneck, Inbred Rednecks. That's amazing.
Moodz, she's doing the classic. I typed it up. She's got the on Google here. She's got the pose like the Evil Dead poster, but a beer bottle in her hands. A blonde girl with a Confederate flag shirt.
Right.
Gonna get canceled.
Right. I've seen it. I own it, and I've seen it, but I don't remember it, man. If it was like,
I've never heard of this.
If it was one of those like was made to be dumb kind of things, I don't know.
Has to be. Well, the tagline it says here on Google is "Dumb by Dawn."
Oh, okay, there you go. So it's one of those ones where they're trying to be stupid. That's dumb.
Okay.
So 1995's, and I legitimately love this movie. Arrow did it the right treatment, and that's Evil Ed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such a great movie.
Yeah.
Man, you know the cool thing about Evil Ed, man, is that it has like a million different fucking awesome posters in it, like horror film posters, throughout the whole movie in different sections of scenes and shit. There's all tons of great ones. It's awesome. 1993 is The Chill Factor, another film that was released by Arrow. I mean, it falls in there. Has no one seen this one? It just recently got released.
No.
Huh.
Oh,
I haven't seen that.
All right. Well, here's another one that recently got a really big release, and that is 86's Spookies from Vinegar Syndrome.
I hear about this all the time.
I don't know if I
Never
classify Spookies as like an evil. I mean, I guess a little. I mean, I guess you could put it in there. But then again, if you start putting in movies like Spookies, you could add in like a million different types of films too. I don't know. 88's Night of the Demons. It's a possession film.
For sure.
It's a possession film, and of course, part 2 is in there. They didn't include part 3. Okay, so this one's interesting. 2002's Cabin Fever.
No.
I don't get this at all.
They're just kind of trying to invoke the cabin in the woods subgenre, not actually the possessed demons.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's more like
this movie is nothing.
That's a tenuous connection at best. Yeah.
It literally is a flesh-eating movie, though. It's like it's like a virus that you catch and shit. Like, I don't understand where they think they're being
their only
possessed and
connection is because
The
it's
cabin.
like young adults in a cabin.
Yep.
Cabin Fever.
Has to be.
Right. Brain Dead from 1992, or Dead Alive, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson and Sam Raimi, those guys should. Yeah, I see that.
Yep. Peter Jackson, Sam Raimi, and
call it a
Don
rip-off,
Coscarelli,
though.
man. Those are the guys.
I would say inspired by, but not rip off.
Yeah.
Oh, inspired by absolutely.
Yeah.
It's definitely,
I mean,
because it has its own story. It's not really like a.
I'm thinking rip off is like loose, just like meaning the
homage. Yeah.
Right.
Inspired by.
Yep.
All right. Next up is one from 2004, and it's called The Hazing. This movie sucks. I've seen this one.
Oh, I reviewed this on Horror Corridor, and the blonde in that movie, there's a scene where a dude's going down on her, and I'm just like, I've never wished I was. Never mind. Just anyways, go ahead.
Yeah.
You wanted to lick her pussy, is what you're saying?
No, Jeremy.
Blunt.
Jeremy. Well, yeah.
Okay, here's one I've never even heard of. So this is like the third one on the list I've never heard of, and that is Matthew Blackheart, Monster Smasher from 2002.
Never heard of Matthew Blackheart, Monster Smasher? Jeez.
You've never heard of what was it again? No, just kidding.
Again, Matthew Blackheart, Monster Smasher. You know, that's definitely something I would have remembered.
One of he smashes
I'm looking
monsters.
that up.
But my question is, why didn't we watch this one for 2002?
That was the
he's got
early
the
days.
American
We
flag.
didn't get to everything.
Right. The cover is so, oh my, you got to see this artwork. It's ridiculous.
That's I just looked it up. That's a cheesy poster, man. Wow.
Now, this is one I've heard of before. I've never seen this one before. I don't actually even know if it has like a decent release. It might have a release in Hong Kong, but 1988 Spooky. And the reason why I know this movie is because it was directed by Sammo Hung, who did a lot of work with Jackie Chan. He did like a lot of more comedic Hong Kong Jackie Chan films with him and stuff. He's like a legit like bigger like kung fu artist and shit. It's pretty crazy, man. But he directed this horror movie called Spooky, which is pretty interesting. I'm sure Dave has probably heard of this, maybe not seen it, but have you guys ever heard of it before?
Nope.
No.
Crazy. Okay, you guys know who
I
Sammo
want to
Hung
check
is?
it out. Is it?
Are you guys fans of like Jackie Chan's Hong Kong movies and stuff?
I've seen a number of them, but I don't know who Sammo Hung.
Yeah, if you saw a picture of him, you would know who he is right away. If you've seen any of the movies that he's in, you know, that he performs in and, you know, directs stuff, but you would recognize him right away. He's so recognizable because he's bigger, and it's funny to watch him because he's like this kung fu artist, but he looks like fucking like, well, he's not as big as like King Kong Bundy, but he's big. He's bigger. It's pretty funny.
Cool.
So yeah, we're getting to the whole, okay, well, this kind of makes sense, but Ghost House from 1988.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
and,
I
of course,
figured that.
and of course, they have Witchery from 1988 in here, and then Beyond Darkness from 1990, all the La Casa films, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, you're getting into the La Casa territory.
That's where it gets weird.
Yeah, and then they got 87's House 2, and then, of course, House 3, which is also known as The Horse Show from 1989, which I can't stand. I can't stand that movie. I don't know what it is about
Isn't
it.
Isn't it like a better version of Shocker?
No, it's not the better version of Shocker. And we've had this
similarities.
It completely is not. And the fucked up thing is, dude, Shocker. Okay.
He sounded so mad over that.
I loved that. No.
I mean, there's similarities.
Absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Oh yeah, Moodz.
Anyways, no, the Horse Show is very disappointing, and it actually was never intended to be a House movie. They just retitled it House. It was actually its own film, and then it became House 3, and that it has no connection to any of the House. It's completely different.
I've never seen this one, so
it was just like
the
same
only one.
production
Okay,
and same team.
Yeah. Now, this next movie makes literally no sense to me because, I mean, if you know this movie and if you've seen it, and especially the time it came out, it literally makes no sense. But that's Equinox from 1970. Remember,
that came
guys,
out before the Evil Dead.
Can't rip off something that didn't exist.
Exactly. This movie came out 11 years before, and it is true though. I mean, I've said this once before that that Evil Dead may have been based, you know, maybe took some ideas from Equinox, right? I mean, I'm sure Sam Raimi's probably seen Equinox. Equinox isn't that obscure due to the fact that even Criterion has released this movie, right?
Oh.
Right.
Wow.
It has that type of release. So that's what you guys may have not have heard of or even seen Equinox, but it does. It's well,
heard of it.
It's well enough and known. And there is a correlation there though. I can see if Sam Raimi had seen Equinox before, maybe just subconsciously borrowed some ideas. I don't want to say ripped it off, but
yeah, you know, if you look into the origins of the cabin in the woods horror subgenre, some people will cite Equinox as being the first, and I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
well, that's the thing.
I can see what Moodz said basically.
Yeah, I just don't know either.
Yeah.
Now this is really funny. The Evil Dead from 2013. Yeah, of course. It's pretty
it's
much
on this list.
It's on this list, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's part of the. Okay, that makes no sense to me. Anyways, that's stupid. 1981.
Is Evil Dead 1 on this list?
1981's The House Where Death Lives, and I know this movie goes by a different title. What's the other title for this movie?
I've never heard of it.
Someone quickly Google that shit. I know it goes by a different title, and I know it by the other title, and I can't think of what it is right now. Somebody Google that. The next one is from 1990. Never heard of it, and it's called Fuck the Devil. That's pretty blatant.
I mean,
I'm assuming that's probably shot on video. 1990. Come on.
Delusion 1981 came up when I googled The House Where Death Lives. Is that what we're thinking, Moodz?
That's what I've seen it under Delusion before. That's what I know the movie under that title. I couldn't remember what the fucking title was. But anyways,
posters.
And the last one on this list is from 2015.
Deathgasm.
And it is fucking Deathgasm.
Knew it.
Such a fun movie.
Was Cemetery Man not on there?
Cemetery Man is not. Honestly, there is a lot more that I can probably think of that are not on here for sure. Because when I was kind of glancing through this, I'm like, there's got to be more than this. There's got to be.
Deathgasm. Okay.
Got to be more. So
that's another blonde I'd like.
Where's the sequel? Damn it!
So I've seen 33 out of 41 on here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I've seen like maybe 10.
Yeah, same. I've seen, actually, remarkably, I've seen a number of these without even thinking of them as Evil Dead homages or knockoffs or ripoffs. But I'm more toward JP. So yeah, good on you, Moodz, for seeing a lot of these. Cool.
Moodz fucking everything.
I mean,
bro.
really, the only ones
Yeah.
I don't even own that I've seen is the house where Dead 12s lives. I mean, and I think that's probably the only one I've seen that I don't own.
Bloody.
What was it really called? Bollywood Evil Dead, Moodz?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked up pictures of it, and like the Necronomicon looks hilarious.
I need to see this.
I'm
Just
assuming
type
this
in
is probably on the same
All
level
right,
as
I'm doing that now.
Jeremy. What's the Indian Freddy movie called again?
Oh, I can't fucking say it.
Makahal or something.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I've
something like that.
always
Yeah,
wanted.
there's a new
Yeah, it's like McCall.
You know
there's like
a
some big
pre-order
release
out
of
for
it
that
coming
right
out.
now, right?
Yeah, but who released it though? It's like a European country.
Massacre Video.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is Massacre. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Massacre is releasing a Blu-ray. It's up for pre-order right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I've only ever seen clips of it, and it just looks hilarious, like hilarious.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
That's hilarious. But can you
I
guys?
want to see the Bollywood Evil Dead now.
Yeah, so do I actually, man. Can you guys?
It
Think
has a 2.7 out of 10 on IMDb, you guys.
So it's probably really good. It's probably really good.
Probably
man.
amazing.
You know, it lost everyone's interest when it broke out into song and dance and stuff. So.
Yes, exactly. You know they did.
But legitimately, you know, definitely check out Frostbiter, man. It's super low budget, but it's actually pretty decent, man, for what it is. Can you guys think of any others off the top of your head that are not on this list?
Gosh, I was just
Cemetery
glad
Man
that
was the only
Withered.
one I could kind of think of because it kind of has that like Peter Jackson type, like Dead Alive thing going on.
Which one, JP?
Cemetery Man.
Oh yeah, and Hollywood
nice,
Evil
yeah.
Dead came out in 2008. So.
Oh wow, it's not new. Man.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? 2008. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to rack my brain, but I know there's more. There's got to be more, especially recent ones too. I know for sure that I've even made contrast when I've been reviewing a couple films about Evil Dead ripoffs, but it's so prevalent. It's such a broad range that you can put in there too. So, but yeah. So, anyways, that was a relatively quick little knowledge, and we will be back.
For those listeners who didn't feel that, we just had another one, baby.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so moving along with the show into the featured reviews here on episode 209. And yes, if you haven't guessed it, it is the Evil Dead franchise. And this is a Patreon pick coming from Johnny Coffeen. And we want to thank you for choosing this
We
because
speak your name.
it is the Evil Dead franchise. Like, really, like, who doesn't like the Evil Dead franchise? I'm sure there's people out there that don't, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're kind of dumb if you don't. So
Now, are you talking about the whole franchise?
I just like
Or
alienating
like
people
couple
just
of
like that, you know, it's like whatever. No, I mean, I'm talking the original 3 movies.
Oh shit.
You're not actually a dumb shit if you dislike the 4th one. But
Really?
we'll get there.
Oh shit.
We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get
Oh,
there.
boy.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. But yeah, the Evil Dead franchise, man. Of course, the first one, and I'm the original release date is of course 1981. And like Watson alluded to earlier, this was actually a video nasty, which, you know, in a sense kind of makes a little bit of sense. You know, it is pretty gory and pretty out there and stuff like that. It came out right at the time where all the shit was hitting too. So a lot of the video nasties, if you do recognize them, they're all mostly from the same time period, which kind of makes sense. Directed by Sam Raimi, and of course starring the one and only Bruce Campbell. Effects done by Tom Sullivan on this one and shit. Quick little synopsis. 5 friends travel to a cabin in the woods where they are unknowingly release flesh-possessing demons. Wow. Flesh-possessing demons. Do you really have to put flesh in there? Who wrote that shit? I don't get it. All right, so The Evil Dead, man. I mean, it's just straight classic material.
Well, as I like to say, as I said the other day, Ash Williams has one of the most insane character arcs in the history of the horror genre.
But it also makes sense, though, too.
It's not that insane.
He goes from a pussy in the first movie to a little bit less of a pussy.
I don't think he's a
in
pussy
the second movie.
in any of them.
See, this,
I just think he's a regular guy.
Yeah, he's just more Joe Schmo in the first one.
I didn't really want to disagree.
And then he goes from like a...
Yeah, he's the reluctant hero.
Exactly.
Yeah,
when you don't know what you're getting
like
yourself into.
Final guy.
When you don't know what you're getting yourself into, it's like, he's acting like probably a normal person would, man. Like a little bit
he's just
subdued.
like a regular dude.
Yeah, but then how he ends up at the end, it's just like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's the inner fighting. I think anybody, you essentially want to survive, right? Even though it takes you some time to get there, you're probably going to get there. Hence Ash. He's definitely, there is a progression here. Come to part 2, he definitely elevates a lot more because he's kind of like really kind of forced to. And by the end of part 2, he's more or less. But in part 3, they just elevate it so much, right? Because he's literally, because you got to remember where he is, and they allude to it in part 2 also about him. He was this, he was this figure.
Like a chosen one.
Yeah, he was the
like
chosen one. So
Skywalker.
When you get to Army of Darkness, he has to be that character. So yeah, there is a character arc here, but I mean, it makes sense in the narrative of the 3 movies too.
I think the interesting thing about his character is how un-Ash he is in the first film. Like how not even un-Ash, un-Bruce Campbell. Like,
you know what I like about the first movie?
The same outside of Evil Dead 2 in a lot of movies.
You know what I like about the first movie is that this is how un-Ash he is in the first movie. What's the first thing you notice when they are driving to a cabin?
His bowl cut.
No, okay. Jesus Christ, Jeremy. So the first thing that you notice when you're driving to a cabin, and I will say, I've always thought the narrative is really funny because they are just like going to some random cabin. They're basically just breaking and entering, right? Because nobody owns this shit, right? It's just like they're going to this secluded, isolated cabin. I always found that narrative kind of funny, that they just are literally breaking and entering. It's kind of funny. But anyways, when you get to know, or the first shot of them in the vehicle, what do you notice?
His bowl cut.
Bruce Campbell is the star of the movie, but he's also in the back seat. That says a lot about his character.
In the back seat there.
He's the guy in the back.
His character is treated like the final girl, except he's a guy. Where he's the meek kind of in the background guy, and then he ends up the last survivor.
Well, like that's
kind of how final girl trajectory.
Well, a lot of movies, like you'll have these lead characters and shit like that are the bona fide lead character because they are the one driving the vehicle. They're the focus of the scene and stuff. But he's not. He's in the fucking back seat, literally. So it says a lot about his character.
In the first couple minutes of the movie, you wouldn't be able to tell if you've never seen it before.
Exactly.
You would think one of the girls would probably be the final person.
Yeah.
Yeah, they set it up quite interesting, man. It definitely wasn't very tropey, in that aspect. But
but do you think he was aware of what he was doing?
What?
What do you mean?
Backseat?
I'm sure he read
were you
the
aware
script.
Sam Raimi was fucking around with the tropes a little bit, even though this was pretty early in the slasher?
I don't think that there were the heavy tropes.
No.
I just think I don't think he went in trying to make something not like everything else. He just tried to make a movie.
Right.
And he just wanted to make what he wanted to make. Like, he wasn't, I don't think he was thinking about, like, let's do this different from everything else. He was just, like, doing what he and his friends found fun and interesting.
But that's why I find part 2 so funny.
Something was in the air. Something was in the air at this point in horror history, in film history in America, because, as they're preparing to film this in the winter of '79, right? Halloween had just perfected the slasher formula the year prior. Not a year later, Friday the 13th is going to go on to popularize slashers in the same fashion that that Evil Dead would go on to both perfect and popularize the cabin in the woods horror subgenre. It's this weird, just amazing little pocket of American horror history. Yeah, it's peculiar what was just happening at this point in the late 70s and early 80s. The
late 70s, early 80s were such an important era in film, and especially for young filmmakers, independent guys who were trying to create something like,
and that's what these guys were,
and like Raimi, and also Don Coscarelli around the same time. Phantasm came out in 79. And again, that's why Dave talks about it a lot, but like Coscarelli and Raimi are so similar. Like they filmed Phantasm on the weekends with just a group of friends, and that's kind of what this was a little bit.
Big time.
Don't you get that too when it's like early in the director's career, and perhaps they're also the writer, where it's 100% their creative juices flowing, where it's not like a studio overhead saying, well, yeah, you can direct it, but we're going to bring in like hired hand writers and this and that. It's just purely like this is purely Raimi right
script. We put some notes there for you.
Yeah, that's Army of Darkness.
Well, that's the second movie too.
Well, the second movie also.
A little, but
well, it is the second movie because when they brought on was it De Laurentiis? I think that he ended up producing the second one and stuff.
Well,
so basically,
the
thing is
De Laurentiis see Evil Dead 2 and want to finance Army of Darkness because of its success, or was he a part of Evil Dead 2?
He was part of Evil Dead.
I get that confused sometimes.
He was a part of Evil Dead 2, and the vision for Evil Dead 2 originally was to make Army of Darkness. So Sam Raimi already had that whole idea, hence how the story ends in part 2 and stuff. So, but the problem was De Laurentiis would only put up the money, and it's quite obviously a lot bigger budget when you watch this movie, hence the effects and stuff. He wanted to put up the money because he wanted them to make a movie similar to the original Evil Dead, but they didn't want to like recreate it completely. So this is what they came up with. They basically spoofed the first movie. They kind of recap it in the first 5 minutes, and then make a comedic version of the first one, and then that kind of led to what Raimi was able to do with Army of Darkness, which was make his original vision. But it's kind of cool because they shout that out and that's what allowed them to do those really cool shoutouts, like when they're looking at the pages of the Necronomicon in part 2 and they see the prophet from the past, and it's fucking Ash.
Yes,
it's absolutely Ash in there, and he's like, and Ash makes the hilarious joke about, well, that guy kind of fucked up. Right? And he's talking about himself. It's a brilliant fucking joke. It's an absolute brilliant joke. And then when the movie ends and he's in the 12 AD or 1280 AD, whatever it is, and then they get to do Army of Darkness, which is absolutely ridiculous movie. It's so much fun. But so Raimi got to complete what he wanted to do and stuff. But yeah, De Laurentiis was a big part of that. So,
cool.
but I always feel like
Dave's not here.
I always feel like The Evil Dead, is such a standout movie from this time period because obviously in 81 it was slasher, right? It's ballsy to do something like this because, and it's also smart too, separate yourself. But I always thought like you were going back to like, how, Halloween not really created, but, made more the modern type slasher. And then Friday the 13th, basically Friday the 13th perfected the tropey. Basically created that type of slasher film. It was super tropey and stuff like that. And everyone kind of copied that elements and stuff like that. But The Evil Dead, like you said, going back to the cabin in the woods thing, it never really caught on hugely, to be honest. Surprisingly enough, there's movies that are set in the woods and cabins and things like that, but like this type of movie wasn't mimicked a whole lot. I mean, considering we just did a knowledge with like 41 films, there's probably more and things like that. But if you were to, do a rip-offs of original slasher films, there'd be thousands. I just find that really interesting.
It wasn't something that was taking the blueprint and redoing it over and over again afterwards. But the entire cabin in the woods, unleashing something that has been ingrained in horror culture for decades after this movie.
Cabin in the Woods, bro.
I mean, even stuff like Dead Snow is a Cabin in the Woods film that is heavily inspired by Evil Dead. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I was actually surprised that one wasn't on there. I mean, I know it's zombies but it has a
somebody has an Evil Dead shirt in that movie or something like that and talks about Evil Dead a few times.
It's the dude that gets the Blumpkin. It's the dude that gets the Blumpkin, right?
That's right.
It is, yeah.
It's a great time in the outhouse.
Yeah.
Well, I think what's so revolutionary about this movie that everyone talks about, camera work, man. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's like even today it stands up. It's so revolutionary.
For years before I found out actually how they shot that, I couldn't believe when I found out how they actually shot that. It's literally two guys, with a camera in the middle strapped to this fucking board and them running through the fucking woods.
Force.
I'm like, that is the
Sam
crazy.
Raimi would hold the camera and Bruce Campbell would drag him around.
They were running in the fucking
That's why
woods.
it's hard to recreate movies like this, though. Like when I know we're not to the remake yet, but when things or when studios want to remake stuff, it's like it's hard just to throw like a bigger budget and say, okay, we're gonna make a new one. Like a lot of these movies from this era, the reason it was almost luck that everything fell into place the way it did with the movies that they were able to make with the makeshift and just creativity they had to come up with. Like, well, this is the way I want to shoot, but how the hell are we going to do this? Because we can't afford. I don't. Okay, whatever. But
I think it's.
But I'm just talking about the reality of the conditions of the filming of, lots of love and their personal stakes were put into movies like this.
To me, it shows Sam
another
Raimi's
thing
vision.
though too is whenever you're young, and it's not just the studio thing. It also has to do with being young and wanting to do something. Like you have all this energy inside you and this creativity that's bursting out of you.
Vision, man.
That it just translates well. That's why a lot of filmmakers get worse as they go on. They just don't have that spark in them anymore. After they do it a few times.
Yeah, Raimi
so when
was
you
20.
What's that?
Yeah, it's the
Raimi was 20.
It's the creativity and drive minus the money. So without the money to actually get things done, you have to be really creative and figure out ways to do things that sometimes
I
later
still
on
think the camera and honestly, even with the money, they still created that cool point of view action of like of the Force. And I love it, dude. I think it's so cool, especially when they make it go through the house and the doors, it's busting through doors and Ash is running and it's going different ways and stuff like that. And even through the woods and under the trees and over certain things, just the path of movement that it takes is really cool. And it makes you believe that there's a invisible force, or you don't even know if it's invisible because you're always seeing it from its point of view and not from the character's point of view. So they might actually see something, but you always get the sense that there's something really following them because of how well that's done. And the music's really good with it.
Yes.
I always envisioned
the woods
it
are alive, which is really cool.
I always envisioned it that it was semi-visible because they know something's coming after them. If it was completely invisible, why would you be running?
Yeah.
You wouldn't fucking know,
It's
right?
In Ash versus Evil Dead,
it could be a feeling. You're right. It could be, but I always
like
feel
a
like
cloud.
it's like
really?
It's it's like this. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a cloud coming towards you. There's something there. Like it has to be visual because they're reacting to it too. But it's revolutionary.
It's the evil.
It's some of the coolest low budget filmmaking, and probably, in my opinion, it might even be the best camera work in an independent low budget film ever. Like, I mean it's been mimicked to death. Big budget,
at least innovative.
This hasn't been duplicated, to this extent, because you got to remember how they did it though too. It's so unbelievable what they did. It's so effective. It really is scary, man. It combined with the score though too. I mean, if you take the music out of it, you're just kind of watching this. You're almost like playing a fucking 8-bit video game at that moment. It's what it kind of feels like. But if you put the music in there, man, it's crazy. It's amazing what the score does to this too. I think it's kind of overlooked because the camera work is so amazing. But I mean, this is low budget filmmaking at its greatest. I mean, we all know how the effects were done. Just shit out of the fridge.
Yeah, I mean, they were, doing what they could with what they had.
Right.
And you see that time and time again, especially in the heyday of horror, because low budget horror now is different than low budget horror back then. And you see it time and time again where these people just create stuff. Phantasm again with the spheres and stuff. They just thought it looked cool. They figured they could throw them in front of the cameras and make them look like they're flying and stuff like that. It's just neat things like that burst with creativity.
Yeah, and it's out of necessity because there's no other way to do. They can't just go to an investor and say, "Hey, we need $10 million for this effect." They can't do that.
I think personally, man, the difference between low budget indie filmmaking in 1981 and low budget filmmaking of the last 20 years is the simple fact
it's easier.
It's obviously a lot easier. It's a lot cheaper to do too. You got to remember this shit was shot on film. So as a filmmaker,
whenever that film's going through, that's money burning.
As a filmmaker, everything is thought out, and this is why the filmmakers of this time are a little bit more creative. I'm not saying they're not fully more creative and stuff, but they had to be because they had
over and
they
over
literally
and over
had to
again
look
the same shot.
They literally had to shoot everything to perfection. They couldn't fuck shit up because they were spending all their budget on the film. Where today, why do low budget films not work for the most part? Because they shoot digitally and you can just erase shit. Do it again. Do it, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Here's another big thing with that.
You don't have to worry about it.
Like, whenever you're talking about the fact that anybody can do it, well, that's kind of a bad thing too, because back then it could only be the people who really wanted to do it, because nobody would take the risk to put up their parents' $20,000 to make a movie back then, unless they really knew they were going to do something with it.
Well, the other
aspect, now it's like you don't need any money and you could just do it yourself, and it waters down the talent.
The other aspect of it, though, too, is when you're shooting on cameras with film and stuff, you had to actually know how to use your equipment. Nowadays, people are shooting full movies on iPhones. Fucking iPhones.
And be like, man, those cameras were. It matters what kind of camera they use, but to fucking manipulate it in that kind of way and to run with it in that kind of way and stuff like that without a jamming and all that kind of shit, it's pretty impressive.
It is impressive,
I don't know
man.
how that shit doesn't jam.
It's
and again, and that the thing about the first Evil Dead too.
Serious
that I love about it so much is that it is and I know people love Raimi, but I prefer when he doesn't inject himself so much in the movies, because the comedy stuff is all him. It's the stuff he likes.
Yeah, he wants to make
Three
really
Stooges
like it. Movies.
Right, yeah. He loves Three Stooges and wants to put it in every fucking movie. But this first one, he made it not for himself, he made it for other people to view, and I think that it being a straight serious horror film is a really good thing. And don't get me wrong, I will talk about the sequels, and my thoughts have changed a bit on that, but the original one is a damn fine horror film. When I think of
let me ask you a question.
Movies that
do you think that over time people's understanding of the first movie is a little bit construed or just kind of altered because of the fact that this franchise, and I'm not talking about 13, I'm not talking about 13, I'm talking about part 2 and 3 being comedic, very, very comedic. Do people not remember the first one as being a straight horror film and just assume that it was meant to be a comedy?
I also think people also think the second one is more comedic than it is. Which we'll talk about.
Yeah, for sure.
I was saving that because I wanted to talk to you guys about that, just in our chats, and I was like, I'm going to save that for the show because.
Well, I told you to save it for the show. He was trying to talk to me, and I was like, save it for the show.
Well, because what JP just said has been a narrative through the years. So this time, I've seen the movies so much. So this time, I really tried to focus on Evil Dead 2 and say, let's see how much comedic it is, and I found it to be. There's a couple sections that have that.
I 100% agree.
But we can save the rest.
I love this. I am so glad you guys are talking about this because it's almost as though when people look at this franchise, they reverse engineer the iconic Ash from Army of Darkness. And listen, I love that Ash. I am all about what he becomes. But they reverse engineer that and apply it to those first two. And while there is an aspect of it in the second, it's the narrative is weird when you reverse engineer something instead of taking it from one on. And you guys are spot on.
With the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. People think part 3 is super comedic, and it's not.
A little.
It's not
that
super
much.
comedic.
No, it's a couple one-liners. It's
when he cuts off his arm and fucking groovy, of course. But that's about it.
I think also with this franchise, there's the other aspect that the character of Ash and Bruce Campbell himself transcend the franchise so much, because there's so many strictly Army of Darkness fans out there. Like it's sad, because like I wish like I could talk to those same people about the Evil Dead movies, but they don't have much interest in them. They know Ash as Army of Darkness Ash.
And there's big Bruce Campbell nuts too. Like they just love Bruce Campbell. Like from,
I do.
It is hard, man, because when you have a movie they call me Bruce, or no, what is it? Is it they call?
Yeah,
no,
my name is Bruce.
My name is Bruce. They call me Bruce. I think it's a totally different movie, but you know what I'm saying? Like that. That's just a parody of himself, and like I mean, when you know that Bruce Campbell, like you incorporate that Bruce Campbell into fucking everything. But I think people are losing.
What's interesting to me, or sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
the question I would have had was, let's say the third movie, instead of being an Army of Darkness movie, it would have been more of like a actual third Evil Dead. Does Bruce Campbell blow up and become like the cultural icon he did because of Army of Darkness? Because when I see out there so many, obviously there's the Evil Dead fans and we love Bruce Campbell, but there's also a huge faction that, like I said, they really started liking him with Army of Darkness, and then his post-career really reflects more of that Bruce Campbell than what we got before. So I've always thought, like, man,
it's pop culture, man. It's pop culture. I think Army of Darkness.
Pop culture.
I remember when Army of Darkness came out, was it 1992? Honestly, dude, it was a big thing. It was bigger than you think than you remember it was. Yes, absolutely. I remember the posters in the movie stores. I remember fucking everyone talking about it, and fucking it's crazy. I never got to see it in the cinema or nothing, even though I was like 12, but I didn't. But I just remember it being a really, really decently big thing. And like, I mean, I'm not talking like, I know Jeremy's probably looking at this like big. No, I'm like, it was big for what it was. And I can see that though, because it might have been a lot of people's first introduction, and maybe that's a little bit more catchier. Of a Bruce Campbell for a lot of people too, and I think that's what sells.
Audiences,
But you got to realize that type of Bruce Campbell is a lot easier to sell and is a lot more fun than the Bruce Campbell that you had in the Evil Dead, right? So
I remember after Army of Darkness and after Phantasm 3, Don Coscarelli's original idea for Phantasm 4 was to try to merge the Army of Darkness world and to have Ash enter the Phantasm world alongside Reggie, and it to be a post-apocalyptic Deadite / tall man world that Reggie and Ash were teaming up in. I mean, that would have been one of the coolest things ever. Because
it literally hurts my soul that never happened.
To me,
I know. Same.
Reggie is like the unknown Ash to me. Like he's so similar and so cool and a badass, and he got his 4-barrel shotgun and stuff. And then you have Ash. Like they just seem like they would fucking work so well as a duo.
I feel that
they would play off each other really well.
I feel like that mashup between the Evil Dead franchise and Phantasm would have been the best mashup of two amazing franchises ever. It would have been what we could have had if they had done it properly.
Are so similar anyway. Like they have a similar type of stuff going on.
The tall man could have been the lead Deadite. It would have been amazing.
Yeah, right.
Who wants Freddy versus Jason versus Ash? That's like the most stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, they were going for that, Jeremy.
Kind of made.
But Raimi was protective against the franchise being ruined.
Stupid ass idea.
Ash was.
They did a comic of it.
Nah, there's too many big players involved, man. They couldn't even make the Freddy vs. Jason shit work, man. And plus, the one movie that they did make,
I thought
eventually sucked. Right, so essentially sucked. I mean,
I
don't think it's.
I like it.
Honestly, honestly, being a big fan of the both franchises, and obviously Nightmare being my favorite, that movie is a sheer letdown. And like, I'm talking from someone that that shit was shot in Vancouver. Like, I mean, I want to be biased towards it, but I can't.
You should love it. Yeah.
I should love it because it was Canadian, But the fact of the matter was that movie was really, really disappointing for a mashup of two amazing characters. So I feel like the Evil Dead mashed up with Phantasm could have been what we never got from those two major franchises. Because in my opinion, overall, like the Evil Dead franchise and Phantasm are pretty fucking. I mean, these are bona fide franchises. And a lot of people out there know what I mean when I say that shit, man. These are two of the most solid franchises out there. Would have been amazing. Yeah.
So, but going back to the original Evil Dead there, it's just it's just such a fucking good horror movie. Like, as a horror movie, it's scary. It's got classic setup, and it's not generic either. Like the Necronomicon and the tape recorder, that shit is scary. The basement, just them going down into the cellar, is scary. The trees in the woods and the fucking vines coming alive, that shit's all scary. I remember me and my boy tried to show this to a couple of girls one night. I think I've told this on the podcast before. This was back in like 2008 or 9 or something, and it was on Netflix, and we wanted to watch them. They wanted to watch a scary movie. We throw this shit on, and they're like, "It was this movie made in like the 1920s. Like, what are you watching?" And they were, dude, it was like heartbreaking, bro. I was just like,
you know what's a cool,
like, damn, yo.
You know what's like one of the coolest ideas I think though is like when they listen to the tapes and that kind of, you know, releases the fucking evil and shit. I think that's a cool setup because it's not the stupid standard like, you know, sitting around doing some cult bullshit or voodoo, like all that type of shit, man. It's just like it's pure innocence, man. It's pure innocence. They're just like, oh, let's play this tape. You know, they're not trying to do anything out of the norm. And it's like, oh, let's play a tape. But this is the moral of the story. The moral of the story here, though.
Bit of backstory that you get, though.
And I love that it's not like a traditional, like religious-based demon.
Well,
it's like its own kind of weird, crazy thing.
It's its own kind of entity. You know, without making a bad pun, it's its own entity. But you know, it's an absolutely brilliant setup. It really is. It really is good.
So here's a problem, though, right? One. If the professor already released it, why did they have to release it again?
Because didn't he?
Well, because there's nobody around.
See,
well, you got to remember that
it almost implies like it's out there already a little bit too, because that's what I was also paying attention on this watch. Because even before they officially play the cantation or incantation, like the Woods is already kind of acting almost like
that's what I'm saying. I thought it was already there, but it's like
already.
So is the
maybe
tape
it gets weakened with inactivity over time? I don't know.
Is the tape just sort of
it's a trigger,
like to a exposition to let the characters and audience know what's going on, but it's already released? Because it is a little weird that it seems like it amps up whenever the tape is played.
Yeah, because
but it's also singing the words.
The impression that it's already out. Yeah.
But it was
the
singing,
remake addresses that.
I think
the remake addresses that wonderfully, actually.
Yeah.
But this movie, and here's the thing about this Evil Dead franchise, and including Evil Dead, the Evil Dead 81, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, not the 2013 remake, and also Ash vs. Evil Dead. The Deadites are so nebulous, and the rules that surround them are just like whatever, we don't know. And even though this is I don't know if I've said this, I haven't said this on the show, this is my favorite horror franchise, and Ash is my favorite horror icon, which is,
that's why
I know you all knew this, but you know, for the listeners who don't, that's why I'm here, because I'm like the Evil Dead guy. And just, you know, we can talk about, you know, so many different things, but yeah, the 2013 gets it right by establishing rules. Everything else I am confused about. Like even Joe Bob Briggs is like, what does the tree rape have to do with the Deadites? It doesn't make sense, but we love it. And it's true.
But it doesn't have to make sense, because when you're dealing with demons and evil, because it's literally called the Evil Dead. But what you're dealing with is just fucking evil doesn't have rules because it doesn't have to, because it's evil. Right, so I look at it as like it can do whatever the fuck it wants.
But I get what you're saying.
I mean,
what do you mean, man?
In the context
evil,
of
but there is no. It doesn't have to be rules, man. I mean, it's conjured up from the tape. Okay, it's fine. Why can't it fuck with people outside?
Right,
I mean,
but if something's able to do something and it doesn't do it later, or it doesn't, you know, or it can't do it here, but then it does it here, that could lead to problems.
But
so
there's never, there's never any moment where, you know, a tree rape happens and then there's another point of where someone's in the bush and where they could have been another tree rape and it doesn't happen. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, there's no set rules to any of this shit, man. It's fucking evil. It's doing what it can in the moments too. It's fucking evil, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with this movie and how it uses evil. I'm just saying in general.
That's why when his sister gets raped, I'm just like, you know, and I've questioned this over the years too.
Speaking of which,
but I also,
my whole entire life, I never knew that was his sister until watching it this time.
Oh.
What?
Hashtag beat
Charles'
Yeah,
sister.
until I had the subtitles on and it was like said like the demon said like your sister or something.
Right.
I was like, what? I was like, that's his sister? I did not know that ever.
So there was there
ever.
was times where I sit there and I questioned it too. I'm like, why is she
Because
just
it's
being
already
raped and things?
released.
But I'm like, it doesn't matter because the evil is just can do what it wants at this point. It's coming from the woods. Why not possess the trees to do some crazy shit like rape a fucking girl with a branch? You know, it's like, it is what it is. It's extreme, but I just chalk it up to that. There doesn't need to be the rules. I get questioning
Well, it's
that
also
type of shit.
it's a young filmmaker, man. You're throwing ideas out there. You're having fun with the process.
Oh,
so
yes, Mike. Could you imagine what it would have been like on set where they're all up there in that cabin? They're all living in it. It's got no electricity, no heat, no plumbing, no running water. They're living in it. They had to shovel,
That
and they're just
reminds me.
chilling and they're throwing out ideas and they're doing their thing. Like, man, it must have been, Mike, it must have been like a whirlwind of ideas and just, okay. And even they would say, like the special effects crew would be like, we had no thoughts of continuity when it came to what blood and fluids are on the floor. There would be a crazy scene where blood and guts would be everywhere and we'd just scoop it up and then we'd have to shoot later and just like, okay, let's just throw some stuff around. That's why I'm sad Dave's not here, because I'm sure Dave could speak to the indie filmmaking spirit of the movie, because he's done it. A bunch of friends going out and doing this. It's kind of like the way we look at Halloween 78, where we love it for its flaws. This is the same thing where something was happening here and the recipe was gold.
Yeah,
it's that tree
indie
rape in
filmmaking,
general,
high
like
concept.
that.
Yeah.
You have like that is such a great scene. Like, I'm so glad it doesn't matter. You don't care why it happens, because it works
just
for the
looks
movie.
cool.
It's just bad things are happening there.
Bad things are evil. Dave Z would say evil is afoot, and that's basically all we need to know.
It's like
And
the Gates of Hell trilogy.
But
right?
they
It's
do
like,
do things.
well,
They
it's
do
fucking hell,
elevate.
man. I don't know.
They do elevate the way people get possessed in the franchise too. Because I believe in the original Evil Dead, nobody actually gets bit and starts being possessed like that way. Where they really do put that notion in. Obviously, in the second film, where Ash gets bit by his girlfriend, and that's how in the possession gets transmitted
I just thought
like that
of the
way.
Evil Dead ripoff.
Right. And so they do kind of, elevate that transition with the way the shit, which is fine. And again, going back to the indie filmmaking and stuff, it's like, I don't think there needs to be rules when you're dealing with, that's just the way my mentality is always perceived evil. It's an entity, can really do what it wants. So if you try to question, and set rules and standards for what it can and can't do, it's like you're really just kind of overthinking the process of what
exactly. In this first movie, you don't need to be asking the same questions you need to ask in 2013.
Yeah.
When you get to the 2013
film,
film,
though, because this film
need to
isn't
start
breaking any rules, really. It's not doing anything that's
exactly.
I
That's
think
exactly what I'm saying. In
What?
2013, you have to start asking questions, and you need to go, okay, we're standing on the shoulders of a movie that didn't need to ask the questions we now need to ask.
You know what's annoying?
We're way ahead of ourselves, but I'm in complete agreement. Yeah.
You know what's annoying about 2013, and I don't want to get too much into it right now, is the fact that they're trying to answer questions that weren't, or that may have been questioned in the original Evil Dead. So they're trying to make points. They're trying to make. They literally make points of just pointing out things and stuff, and they're trying to be like that new age film where everything has to be explained and things like that and stuff. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm sure we probably have different opinions on it and stuff, but I think the way the Evil Dead is done in the original
rules film is I'm not saying that like evil can't just do what it wants and stuff like that. I'm just saying that like whenever something, it's just you have to follow what you're doing. Like, don't go and do something different whenever you've already established how your film works, right? It's like you don't want to just see in Nightmare on Elm Street 4 Freddy just being able to come out into the real world with no like pulling out or anything. Like, you've established that he can't do that in the rules, and he's evil. You have to have a certain level of rules. I'm just saying this film doesn't really establish anything.
I gotta say, this is really ironic. This is crazy ironic that you're saying this, because that's always been my biggest problem with Freddy 2, is because once you established all the rules,
but the rules weren't established.
Yes, they were. See, in my opinion, they're established in part 1. They completely break them in part 2, and then part 3 reestablishes itself as what should have been the real sequel to part 1.
Sequel though, where he wants to become, the plot is he wants to come back to life, so he's trying to find a way out. It's different than him just hopping out.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think they jumped the shark with that whole idea. Once you establish these rules, you got to play with this a little bit more than that. I mean,
see, but you agree then? If you set up rules, you have to follow them, despite being evil or not.
But there is no rules in Evil Dead, though.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying the concept of rules, not in Evil Dead. Yeah, I agree with you. There is no.
That's my argument, though. There is no rules in Evil Dead, and so it can kind of do what it wants. But when you're dealing with an actual physical figure in a dream, and you know the whole narrative of part 1 and stuff, like you've really established what he can and can't do at this moment. I feel like it's that Happy Days moment where they jump the shark in part 2. Now he's out in reality. But I think where if they, like I always said, man, I think the franchise would have been a lot better if they had have incorporated that narrative a little bit further down the road and made Dream Warriors as the actual sequel, because it makes a lot more sense. Keep those rules intact, and then do something later on down the road, which, you know, bring it out into the real world, because Freddy's not fucking, I mean, some people argue it. I mean, it's that he's scary in the real world and stuff like that, but I think it just jumped the fucking shark, man. Straight up.
I think the possession thing is what's scary, not him in the real world. But anyways,
shots of tangents.
Tangents.
I think, like, I remember when I was a kid watching this, and the scene where is it Linda?
Okay, I gotta hold you up a second.
Yeah, Linda, when she's on the ground laughing and stuff, that was never funny to me. I think was that you, Watson, that was trying to say that was funny?
No. Okay, when I did that sort of impromptu appearance on Exploding Heads, when was that? The early 2018 or late 2017 or whenever it was. When I did their Evil Dead coverage, Dave, seriously, we're chatting and he goes, "Hey, we're about to record. You want to jump on?" No notes. I just went on, and one of our fellow friends said,
that's why I wanted to get you to redeem and be able to actually
somebody said I did a bad job on that show. I was like, thanks. And it was one of our friends. Anyways, I don't want to get into that. But so the thing was, Dave and I were in the camp that Evil Dead 1 is completely serious, and Brandon and Christian, and man, I love Christian and not the other guy. But because they thought it was more comedic, and but because of, like I said before, they're reverse engineering the character of Ash from Army of Darkness, which Christian maintains is a 10 out of 10, because, you know, Christian's a Three Stooges guy. He loves the Waka Waka. Of course it's going to be a 10 out of 10.
I love him too.
Yeah, it's great. It's such a cool movie. But like, and I love Christian, by the way. He's my guy now. We've improved our relationship. But yeah, they thought it was hilarious. And
so see, but that's what I like about this movie is that it's not that it's serious and not hilarious.
Does everybody here agree that there has no fucking comedy in this movie?
There is none. There's no comedy.
No.
There may be. Okay, see the difference between. Okay, hold on.
And they're trying to make a case that the Evil Dead 1, the comedy was always there. I was like, you're fucking ludicrous.
No. Yes, it was Dave and me versus B and C. Yeah, we were like,
you were fucking genius.
Again, is there people misunderstanding? Okay. This is one of those misconceptions. This is one of those misunderstood things, in my opinion, that the way people perceive movies and stuff and comedy and stuff. So there's obviously Sam Raimi, in my opinion, was trying to make a straight up horror film. Now, what people perceive to be, you know, intentional comedy and unintentional is purely subjective, though, too. You got to remember. I mean, sometimes people look at things and are like, "That was meant to be funny," and I'm like, "No, it wasn't meant to be funny."
Yeah, like that scene where I was talking about where Linda's laughing.
Exactly.
Some people might look at that and say, "Oh, that's funny." I look at it and be like, "Oh, that's
see." Some people might even look at that same.
Think about that when she's like sticking her head out of the fucking trapdoor.
I think also if you're looking for if you're looking for it to be funny too, I think you're going to find that too, and it's the way your mentality perceives it though too. I think it's I think at the end of the day, this was meant to be a pure serious horror film.
I think it's also when you see this film too. If you see this film when it came out or when you were younger or something, it's going to play a lot more scary. Like those bitches that I showed the movie to, like they did think that it was funny.
But again, going back to what I said
earlier,
they
were in a mood. We were like in a group, like a party almost.
Going back to what I said earlier. Do you think it's that misconception of seeing the movies over and over again and then going back and seeing this and you're like, oh, well, that's fucking funny because part 2 and 3 were funny, right?
Yeah, it's like Watson said, it's reverse engineering the character.
No, I'm going to steal that shit. Reverse engineering. I'm stealing that shit. I'm stealing the fuck out of that. I'm telling you right now. Did you not hear me earlier? I said, oh, good one. I said, oh, good one. Reverse engineering. I like that.
You did. Wait.
Well, it's because you have to watch the movie you have to watch the movie not thinking about the sequels. That's what we always talk about. It's like you have to watch the movie and think about it standalone. before thinking about
But
the
I
sequels.
think that's what we do a
So,
good job on the show,
Yeah.
because we can we
Well,
take
keep
ourselves
doing that
out
on
of
the
everything. We take ourselves out of it, and we perceive the movie for what it is, and then we move on. I'm not thinking about
Yeah.
part 2 while I'm watching this, because that's not what I'm focusing on. Right? I've seen these movies multiple fucking times, you know, and like I still will go to my grave saying Evil Dead was intended to be a 100% horror film, and there's no comedy in this movie. There may be unintentional funny things to certain people, but it was never intended to be fucking funny. That's the argument that's being
The funniest
totally
thing is
misled
like
here.
the Hills Have Eyes poster in the background.
I saw that too.
I love that. I love that thing.
Yeah, that's great.
In
Yeah,
the
that's-
basement.
I always
Has
thought
Raimi ever spoken on that at all?
Yeah.
himself?
Yeah.
Him and Wes Craven went back and forth. There's a Freddy glove in part 2.
Yep.
No.
And then
I
there-
meant on the tone of the original.
Oh.
Like whether
I'm sure he has.
Is there
I
a
mean, there's
reason?
so much special features on the discs of these films.
yeah.
Oh my god, the trivia is endless. Did you guys grow up with this franchise?
No, I don't grow up with any franchise.
Actually, you know
Absolutely.
what? That's a good time to answer this. So, I'll go first. I
Okay.
watched Evil Dead 2 first in probably
same.
like 1999, and then I watched Army of Darkness second, but I didn't know it was a sequel. I was like, that guy kind of looks like the guy from Evil Dead.
So
but I
apparently
never
you
knew
missed
they were
the end of
connected.
apparently you didn't watch the ending of Evil Dead 2?
I mean, I've probably seen them so far apart that I didn't remember it, or like
Right,
I was
right.
like 6.
I'm just fucking with you,
7 or
man.
something,
I'm just
you know?
fucking with you.
But for years I didn't even know it was the same movie, and I owned them both on VHS.
So
And
my
then
okay, before you can do
I
my
watched
question,
Evil Dead 1 last.
my question is,
Okay.
see, this is a great example of exactly what I was just talking about, you know, with, you know, watching these films and relating it back and reverse engineering, all that type of shit. Watson. So you saw the Evil Dead 2 first. So you saw the more comedic
Yes.
version, and then you saw Army of Darkness.
But
And then you went back
Keep
into
in
the Evil
mind-
Dead, but then but even with seeing that and already buried inside your medulla oblongata and your cerebrum and your cerebellum and all these fucking gray areas of your brain,
Fuck yeah.
you knew watching the Evil Dead, you separate yourself and you took it for what it is and realized it's a legit horror film. With the
Well, okay,
pre-notion
so
that the sequels are
the one-
comedic. See, that's interesting.
thing
See,
about
you're actually
that
smarter than I thought you were.
is the one thing. No, I'm about to prove you wrong.
Oh, fuck.
The one
Dude,
thing about
dude,
that
stop. You're so dumb right now.
No.
I just gave you all the props in the
Moodz,
world.
you were doing so good.
I gave
I'm
him a
serious.
pedestal.
Listen,
I put
the-
him on a
the weird
pedestal, and
thing
now he's going to
about
prove
that,
me
man,
wrong. Fuck.
For like most of my early life, like as a kid, I didn't get comedy in movies, like
You
in
still
horror
don't, but
movies.
you
Like
still
I
don't,
didn't
though.
know that they were supposed to be comedies. Like I watched Return of the Living Dead and thought it was a straight horror movie until I was like a teenager.
Oh my God,
And then I
stop.
started realizing it was funny. TCM 2, the same thing. And Evil Dead 2, I never thought of it as a comedy until I got older. And I've always been like that. Even Leprechaun, like I never knew it was supposed to be like
Okay, you know what,
comedy at all.
JP, stop. You just completely
He's a
ruined it for
gullible.
me. This is ridiculous, man. Are you being fucking
No,
serious
it's
right
just-
now? I just went for bat.
didn't
I
get-
just went to
They
bat
just
for you.
went over my head. I didn't. It was scary. Evil Dead 2 was scary when I was a kid.
You can never argue the fact of when I say that you have no sense of humor, because you legitimately don't understand comedy at all.
I guess you're right. I mean, back then I really did not have a sense of humor. At all.
Kids interpret fictional, scary images differently. They have a less of a
stop
connection.
trying to defend him.
No,
Fuck.
Watson's
No,
right.
it's just
Listen
it's
to me,
truth. This
guys.
is a
Smart.
psychological study about horror movies where kids can't tell, you know, fiction from non-fiction very well, fiction from
Right.
reality. And so certain images that might seem funny to
Yeah,
people
maybe
later on.
dumb
He said he
kids.
was 8 or 9 when he saw it. So
But
I
it was
could
probably more
see
like
that.
7 or 7.
Okay, so
I mean,
so my thing is with Leprechaun though. I mean, there's literally like there's one-liners after one-liners, right? Like it's
I don't know what a
it's
one-liner is
intention.
when, like 7, though, dude.
It's
I think you're so far away from 7 because you're old as fuck that you don't realize like what.
Oh, look
like,
at this
how
guy.
old's your kid?
He's still in his fucking 20s. He's still in his fucking
How old's
20s. I'm
your-
old as fuck. He just
how
turned
old's your
11
kid?
yesterday. Just turned 11 yesterday.
Okay. Well, he would know comedy by now, I think.
No, he actually
But
has no sense
I'm-
of humor whatsoever. He's about on,
See?
he's on the
It's
same.
He's like, he's not very funny.
No, he doesn't get
His
it
jokes
at
are fucking awful. No, I'm just kidding. Playing.
But no, it's
No, I
like
was
I don't know,
watching
for
Jackass
years,
with
I
him
just
yesterday.
Didn't get comedy and horror.
And I had to explain things to him. He didn't understand. He thought he's like, why is the fat guy chasing the midget? And I'm like, because it's fucking funny, dude.
I was
fun as
watching
hell.
Jackass too, man.
I bought him the
watching
Jackass. I bought him
today.
the whole thing. I bought him the whole box set and everything. He loves Jackass, man. But I have to explain certain things to him. He's like, why? He's like, well, this.
Why is the guy sticking the toy car up his ass?
No, he says to me, he goes, why is he jumping in that muddy water? He's like, that's not very funny. And I'm like, dude, it's a sewage. I go, that's shit. I go, he's jumping into shit. And he goes, and he looks at him and he goes, oh, that is kind of funny. It just dawned on him. He's like, he thought it was muddy water. And I'm like, no, dude, that is a big pile of shit, man.
I got the poo on me.
Fucking hilarious, man. But it's funny. I haven't watched we started watching like the Jackass MTV, like the TV series ones. And he's just like, this is crazy.
It's not complete though. That's what sucks about it. That
it's 6 discs or whatever. And it's like an hour and a half a piece or whatever. But that's fine for him. It's fine for him. But the cool thing is he likes Jackass.
The movies are so good.
And I told him, I was like, you know what, just got announced. Like Johnny Knoxville was kind of beating around the idea that they want to do a Jackass 4, and he's like, really?
Shot on.
It's shot, bro. Like I don't know if it's all shot, but it's partially shot for sure.
I'm kind of curious because I heard they're doing it with a lot of different people. Is Steve-O in it?
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Steve-O, but most of the same crew. There's a little iffiness on Bam because he's like fucking crazy and on drugs.
Yeah, I heard that he's just insane.
Yeah,
like insane.
Feel bad for him, man. But anyway,
once Dunn died.
Yeah, he went all downhill.
Right.
All right, but Evil Dead. I mean, I just think it's such a classic horror film, and I use this example all the time. But when I think of like the two films to me that are like most best examples of like what a horror film is, if there was a picture of a film in the dictionary, horror film, it would be Texas Chainsaw and Evil Dead for me. They're pure horror, no comedy, and they just are amazing. I love the stories, I love the settings. It's Evil Dead, you know, when Nancy or whoever in or Elm Street 4 or whatever one where she's at the movie theater and Evil Dead's on the TV and stuff, that is Evil Dead not one of the perfect films to throw like flipping the channels late at night? Like
definitely wasn't Nancy because she died in part 3.
Summer. Right. But Alice or
I'm just being an asshole. I know who you're talking. It's probably Alice, yeah.
Yeah, but just like Evil Dead and Night of the Living Dead, man, like just perfect late night horror movies. I love them, man.
You know what, man? I think this is the greatest example of a film done right on no budget. And you know why I say that too, man, is like when you can incorporate some pretty kick-ass like stop motion in it and just use everyday, fridge condiments and stuff to make effects, but make it work. Make it fucking work. See, the reason why I look at this shit and I think it works on all levels is because you're dealing with like possession, like evil possession and things like that. And again, there's no rules to this. So who's to say that the blood coming out of you is not going to look like how it does in the film? That's why it works to me. Right. And that's the way my brain works when I see this shit. I just think that you can tell the heart and souls into this stuff, and everything seems to work on all levels. It really does. Even the acting in the film is actually pretty decent for what it is. The aesthetic is amazing. I mean, the camera work is second to none.
That part's really creepy where they're reading the cards, like trying to do the little psychic ability stuff.
Yeah.
And she's like, Jack of clubs, 8 of spades, 9 of diamonds. And I'm like, oh,
I just think that
that's fucking scary.
I love the shots of the cabin, the atmosphere behind it and stuff. Like they captured it so fucking well. It's lit so damn well. Because it's really dark. It's really dark.
Hitting against the wall, dude. Yeah. Just eerie.
Absolutely, man. And like, see, I prefer the cabin in the first one because the first cabin feels a lot more rugged and rugged. And it's just super rugged. Did I mention rugged? Yeah. Because I think I just said it like 4 times. But yeah, it just looks
the rugged man.
It actually looks
cabin.
But the way they say it's like an isolated cabin is kind of abandoned, blah blah blah. But it actually feels like that. The second one, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me when Ash says, "Oh yeah, it's an abandoned place or whatever." But when they go there, they have fucking power. Hence, this one has power too, which literally makes no fucking sense at all. It's
it got renovated.
Both of the places make no sense. This one's abandoned, but it's fully furnished and it has food in the cupboards. Shit, I'm like, fuck off. It's so stupid, but I'll forgive that shit because it doesn't matter. But anyways,
no.
it's a beautiful looking movie. It really is for a low budget film shot on. And I know all the people that are going to correct me because I said 35 millimeter earlier in the review. And so I know we shot on 16 millimeter. I just always say 35 millimeter, but it was shot on 16 millimeter and it looks fantastic. But I think this is just you're witnessing a star being born.
4K.
I can't afford that shit, dude. I'm not that rich.
It's like $13.
Yeah, and it's like $45 here. It's crazy. Evil Dead 1 and 2 for some fucked up reason are like the most expensive 4Ks in Canadian history.
They're
it's
like
crazy.
some of the cheapest here.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
Yeah,
And
they actually are.
I can't figure it out. But anyways, I watched the old, the 25th anniversary Blu-ray, and I will say though, man, that Blu-ray still looks dynamic. It looks so amazing for part 2. The first one, it's 16 millimeter, fucking looks like 60 millimeter, but it's pretty good. But I would like to see them on 4K to see what they look like. I'm sure Army of Darkness
they look pretty good.
One day will look amazing.
I would say Evil Dead 1 is like above average, but I wouldn't say it's like exceptional.
I could see part 2 looking amazing because the
Yeah,
Blu-ray
part 2
looks
good.
amazing. Like I just can't even believe how good it looks. It's crazy, but I'm sure Army of Darkness will probably get a 4K one day.
I bought 1 and 2 on 4K, not even related to the show, because when I knew I was going to order the 4K TV, I was like, man, I just want to get a couple movies that I know are fun, and then hopefully they'll look good on 4K. And Evil Dead 1 and 2 are what came to my mind.
They're just so cheap too that it's like
yeah, they're not expensive.
Well, speak for yourself, man.
Grab Alien as well. That's
you
another
rich
cheap
American.
one.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, do we have much else on this one?
Well, I'm sure Watson does. You got anything else, man? Keep talking.
Oh man, I mean, just the super basics that when you examine this original trilogy and Ash versus Evil Dead, this is why this is my favorite franchise. It's an oddity in the way that you are confronted with the fact that this is one of the rare horror franchises that places, and we kind of touched on this, that places its emphasis on the singular. It's singular protagonist and formulates the story so that the horrors revolve primarily around him. And for this reason, like Ash, that's why I love him so much. Ash is able to bask sunlight of this sort of well-rounded characterization in ways that very few of the villains at the heart of like the franchises we also love are able to do, aside from Freddy or something like that. And that's because Ash isn't like a silent guy in a mask. He talks. He's got personality. He's quotable. He's hilarious. We went over it. Kicks ass. He's the ultimate final guy, like I think Moodz or Mike said. And he's flawed.
Well, he's the
And this
first
is what I
horror
love most
hero,
about
right?
Ash.
He's like the first horror hero.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And he's just as flawed as he is capable. And as I look at like modern protagonists that are coming out right now, like Rey in the new Star Wars movies or Captain Marvel, like in the Marvel stuff, I get the impression that writers are forgetting how important it is to have that tension between a character's strengths and weaknesses. That's why Ash continues to work the way he does throughout the decades, because he's fucked up and he's dumb, but then he saves the day because he's also a capable badass. And it's like, it's why he's so great.
He definitely is like.
See, this is what I
he
love
has
about
an ability to fuck up a lot.
Yeah.
But he
well, it's because he comes off as a regular dude,
and he gets the shit beaten out.
That's what I love about
it. Kind of almost like a Jackie Chan type character, where Jackie Chan does a lot of ass kicking, but he also gets his ass kicked.
He comes off as a real person. He comes off as that real fucking person. That guy that's gonna get his ass kicked and may come back from it and stuff. But
super reluctant too. Like he doesn't want to deal with this.
See, the thing is about
Ash,
Ash,
it's the same way. It's the same way I think people related to John McClane in Die Hard, because he wasn't like an Arnold or Sylvester Stallone built freaking nature. He was a cop that got thrown into a situation he didn't want to be in.
Well, he was
Come
an
on,
average
guy.
Have a good time.
Have a few laughs.
You know what I really like about the Ash character, man, is the reveal that he works at a fucking like department store like S-Mart. And like you got to remember, this guy is saving. This guy is
40,
literally
like
saved the world, and nobody knows that this guy works at S-Mart. It's like
goes
ridiculous.
to work at a store, right?
Oh
well, man,
that's what's
so
funny about Ash versus Evil Dead, because it
still
opens
working
with
there.
him working.
Oh, is he really? I haven't seen it yet, so
yeah, it's not called S-Mart because the
they had to
rights
call it
issues.
something else. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, he's working there, and he has this little dude named Pablo who's like looks up to him and stuff like that.
I love Pablo.
Oh, me too. And he he basically opens the Evil Dead book in a drunken haze, like trying to flirt with a girl.
Weed and wanting to impress a girl.
And he's
that's
like,
why, and that's
she's
why
all
Ash
into
versus Evil
poetry,
Dead
and he's like,
happens.
oh, I have this book that I've had for the last 30 years. Fucking reads it, and then the whole world's fucked again. Yeah,
Yeah, and then he has to save his own mess. It's like,
yeah.
So
we'll
I got to
talk
take
a little bit more about the TV show after the third film, just to sort of, I haven't seen all of it, but
okay, fine.
I've seen it
I would,
all, yeah.
fine. I guess we'll do that.
Moodz
even
was,
though I don't want to do that, but I'm just joking. But I want to take this back about a half an hour, but I want to go back to when JP admitted that he didn't know that Cheryl was Ash's sister until now.
Yeah.
What the fuck,
crazy.
dude? Did you not? How did you not? Who did you think she was?
Just
Because
friend.
Ash has a girlfriend, Linda, who's he's obviously.
I thought she was like, he's like.
And then Scotty and Shelly, I think it's Shelly, right? I always forget. I'm bad with names. You guys know I'm bad with names. And then who
honestly,
the fuck do you think the
I've
fifth
seen
wheel
this
is?
movie
Who do you
like
think the
40
fifth wheel
times.
is?
Honestly, dude, I've seen this movie like 50 times, and I still don't know which girl's which and dating who. Like, I know Linda dates Ash. The other two, I'm
So
like,
you
one
just
of them dates
realized that
Scotty.
Cheryl, Ash's sister, was the one that got tree raped.
Yeah, I didn't know that was his sister, and I didn't know it wasn't Scotty's girlfriend either until
I'm just
told
so
me, I think.
I'm lost for words right now, man. I can't believe
I can't
this.
tell
In
them. I'm
2021,
bad with,
he was
like, I don't know. They're
unsure.
honestly, if there's one complaint about the original Evil Dead, the characters are fucking bland.
I mean,
Even Ash is bland. I don't mind it, but I just think I think that you could say, like, what is Scotty? Like,
but
he's
honestly,
pretty
dude,
bland,
would you want a movie where they sat around for the first half an hour of the movie and then introduced themselves, gave their backstories, their love stories, what sexual orientation they are, and fucking they like to play what chocolate bars they like. They like to play Monopoly versus fucking Risk, and sometimes that shit's not needed. I think this movie has such an amazing pace that you forget about.
Oh, so you're agreeing with me that it doesn't matter? The characters being super likable doesn't matter all the time. Oh, I see.
interesting.
I didn't say they have to be likable. No, but the thing is, they're not unlikable though. That's the problem. And it's funny that you brought this up though, because I have this written down. I literally have this written down. This is a great example of one of the movies where the characters are not overly, lovable. But I
don't like any of them.
But they're not
honestly.
but they're not unlikable either. They sit in this middle ground, which is a good thing. It's not like the fucking remake where this is not a revelation right now. I've said from day one, from when I saw it in the theater to when I watched it again last night, the extended cut, the characters are the worst ever. Everybody sucks, but
I adore the remake, but you're right. You're right.
They're actually shitty characters.
I mean,
this
the
movie,
Glass
they're kind of
is
neutral. They're kind of
I
neutral. You
wasn't
don't
a fan
love
of
them.
any of the characters in the remake either.
You don't love these characters, but you don't hate these characters. Neutral's fine with me. Neutral's fine. But if you can,
that's how I feel about the remake.
If you can look at characters and put them on a different level where they're either really likable or they're not, well, now you've got a fucking now you got an argument where I think the remake, they're some of the worst. And honestly, we'll get there. I hate doing this, but it is what it is. But these are middle ground characters. These are not unlikable characters at all. Nobody does anything that's unlikable. So therefore, they get a total pass, and you don't need to know anything about them because it doesn't fucking matter. They went out there for some. And the moral of the story is this is why you don't break into fucking cabins, man. This is why you don't break into shit. You don't do bad shit.
I get the sense that they know something about the cabin.
They don't. Even in part 2. When they're driving out there, his girlfriend literally goes, "Are you sure it's abandoned?" He's, "Oh yeah, it's abandoned." When they get out there, there's fucking power. Stupid, so dumb.
Well, yeah, but the fucking
if it was abandoned, there would be no power. Who's paying the bill?
Found it. He's the one that he must have got power put out there.
No, I know, but I'm just saying when Ash says, it's abandoned, it's totally abandoned. It's like it's fucking dumb. It's so stupid. But again, he's just
furnished.
He knows that it's not. It's ridiculous. But
sure.
Anyways, this one too, though, because it appears that it's more abandoned and just left for dead, like isolated and stuff, but it has power.
Mm-hmm.
But could you imagine this movie without power? That would have been weird.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No fucking power.
Do you guys know Joel Cohen of the Coen brothers was an assistant editor on this movie?
I do know that. And you know what?
Yeah.
I think it's actually like a huge
Makes
influence.
sense.
It's like a huge thing with him and Sam Raimi too, because obviously
Yes.
the Coen brothers are
Crime
massively
Wave.
Yeah, and then they went on to do Crime Wave, right? And that's their comedy roots, though,
85.
too. That's their
I didn't
comedy
really
roots.
like Crime Wave.
I'm not a big fan of Crime Wave,
Yeah,
either.
and
And I'm one of the biggest
I'm
Coen
sure
Brothers
everyone's
freaks
seen
out
that.
there. I'm one of the
I'm sure
biggest.
everyone's seen Blood Simple.
Love it.
Oh yeah. It's the
They,
fucking
they
great
use some of
one.
they use some of the camera or the Raimi camera work. There's a scene
They
in a
do?
driveway, where they have like, now they might have used a different method maybe if they had more money, but kind of like the tracking shot with the POV shot.
Right.
There's a scene in Blood Simple where there's a confrontation in the driveway where I think, like, I forget the black character's name, but he's trying to talk one of the guys out of the scheme, and you see the camera kind of roll up the same way in Evil Dead that it takes that POV shot. Now, of course, you don't have like the spooky music with it because it's not a horror movie, but the shot is so obviously, and yeah, it goes back to their buddies. They probably was like, oh yeah, we're gonna.
Well, they only shot it a
collaborate
couple
on
years
that.
after, because Blood Simple came out in '84, and but yeah, and that's where they reconnected on Crime Wave, which I'm not a huge fan. Which
I
is
thought
it's
one of
shocking
them
to me.
helped the other make a trailer. I thought there was something about that too.
Maybe, yeah.
The Coens either helped them make the trailer or Raimi help them.
There is a story.
Yeah,
there.
there's something about
there.
that.
There is a story there, man. But the Coens brothers, man. Like, I'm one of the biggest Coens brothers fans out there. I don't know if a lot of people know that about me, but I think Jeremy does. But I fucking love the Coens brothers. Like almost everything they've done. Huge fucking fan.
They cut the trailer for Blood Simple to sell the movie. That's what I think it was. Before
Something
they
like
actually made the whole
it's
movie.
something like that. Yeah, for sure. Right.
Did you know that the scene where they listened to the tape recorder, originally they were supposed to be smoking weed, and they decided that they were just going to actually smoke weed when they were filming it, and they
Didn't it get deleted or something?
They couldn't hold. They just had. It says they had uncontrollable behavior, so
they got too high.
It's kind of funny how they avoided all those tropes, man. Like by having like gratuitous nudity and smoking weed and doing all that stupid shit. Like it's not prevalent in the movie.
In 81.
For a movie with 5 people going out to a cabin, there's none of that stereotypical shit that you would have saw in every other film in 1981. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing to a trope is probably Scott. He kind of does like the kind of like, hot shot routine a couple times, but other than that, they're pretty average people. Like they in the writing, there's no need to like be like, okay, this one is this kind of person and this one does this kind of they're just average.
So did you guys remember one of the other bits of trivia that when this film came out and The Shining came out, Stephen King told everybody to go see this film, which I guess really impacted its second week, sales, box office.
I made a joke about this once, and I said that the reason why Stephen King said that was just totally spiting Kubrick's The Shining version.
Oh yeah,
because
he didn't like the movie.
No, I know, but I mean,
great.
and I'm not denouncing that The Evil Dead is a great movie or nothing, but it was just the fact that he was like, he hated that movie so much at the time, which he's come around on it. And he was just like, fuck it. But he was basically spiting. He needed to put a quote somewhere for someone else, for everyone else to go see this movie. Don't see The fucking Shining. But I was like, Evil Dead fell on that. Evil Dead fell on that. Yeah, for sure.
That's so cool. Well, the Stephen King quote to go see the movie is on all the promo material, and it's how Evil Dead got picked up by New Line.
Yeah, and I was just a joke about it. I'm like, he didn't even fucking see the movie. He was just spiting The Shining.
That's badass.
Right.
No, I think he was a fan of the movie.
No, he was. He
of course,
was. Yeah, I just used to make the joke, but.
Yeah. But it's true. I mean, he really hated The Shining.
Yeah, I think he came around after, he did the remake and then realized that one really sucked too. And then he was like, oh, Kubrick actually had a pretty interesting vision for what my story was.
The TV movie's fucking awful.
It's funny because it's more close to the book.
He probably thinks that it's like a good, well-made movie, but he just doesn't like it because of how different it is from the source. But he loved Dr. Sleep,
right?
Which is like a sequel to The Shining, Kubrick and Stephen King's The Shining. So it's kind of
he tried to kind of meld them both.
He did a good job too.
I can see where Stephen King is coming from, though. Like, you couldn't even recognize the movie for its brilliance of filmmaking because it was your story. That was not your story.
Well, it was a
Right.
very personal story to him too. It
And
wasn't
that's
just like
that's
jumping in the corner or
exactly
something.
why he didn't like the movie, is because it was a personal story and stuff. But I mean, no matter what you do, I mean, if you guys have read the book, The Shining, I don't really remember the book as much as I remember the movie, The Shining, because The Shining is literally one of my favorite movies ever. And I have to reread it, man. But I can see where people would be coming from, especially Stephen King, being impersonal and stuff. But I mean, all I know is that the TV remake, even though it being closer to the book, is just
boring.
It's just not. I think his vision, Kubrick's vision, was just so much better.
Was that Mick Garris?
Yes.
It was Mick Garris, yeah. But that's just me. That's just me.
Are we good on this one?
Unless anybody else has anything to say before we get into our ratings, does anybody have anything to say? I'll take that as a no, and we will start with Mikey.
Mikey Fish.
All right. This one's a classic. I don't really see any flaws in it. That's pretty much, I think we've already brought it up. It pretty much started a subgenre in horror. The best one that it started. So, shit. I'm going with a 10 out of 10 for Evil Dead.
All right, Jeremy.
Evil Dead. So, oh man, chair action. So as you guys know, not the biggest franchise guy, especially from this era. I watched them once.
Had you seen all
maybe.
these before?
I don't know. You guys got into 18, 17, 14, 27 different tangents before you'd even go around and ask everybody what their history was. Only you got to go. But I've seen them all like once. I'm not a huge franchise guy, as you know, from this time period. I'm not really hardcore into the Freddys and the Michaels.
I've never understood what that means. I've never even understood what that means.
I just didn't watch them growing up like you guys did, so I just don't have a nostalgic feeling towards them as much as you guys do. So Evil does the same thing. I've seen them a couple of times, but it's not like it's something that I love and I have nostalgia for. So I give it an 8.5. I like it a lot, clearly, but I don't. My personal rating, I throw in personal ratings too. So I give it an 8.5.
Watson.
Man, The Evil Dead 81 is a 10 out of 10 for me. And I just, speaking to Jeremy's point, I didn't grow up with this franchise either. I would see bits and pieces of Army of Darkness on cable, and maybe had seen parts of Evil Dead 2, never one. But anyways, I came into this and watched all, the original trilogy back to back when I was married to, I had this baby son who's now 17. And when I was like 21 or 22, I saw all three and was like, yo, this is my jam right here. And this group of filmmaking friends just got together in the middle of the woods, captured lightning in a bottle, my friends. Their budget here was right around the same as like Halloween 78. Like I said, something was in the air at this time in American horror history. The German words are the Zeitgeist and Ortgeist, the spirit of the time, the spirit of the place. Beautiful shit was happening here, folks. All that had come before in horror led to this point in the late 70s and early 80s where we're gearing up for mass market consumption in a way we never had before. The various tropes and cliches from decades past were starting to amalgamate into something bigger until, the 70s hit. Exorcism subgenre, check. Slasher subgenre, check. Cabin in the Woods subgenre, check. Exploded Birth-Filled Glory. None of these did the blood and afterbirth looking fluids better than the Evil Dead. This gave us the Necronomicon, the Deadites, Ash fucking Williams, 10 out of 10. Love it.
Very well said. JP.
Fuck. Don't make me go after Watson anymore.
Yeah, just give your rating and move on.
Yeah, Afterbirth of horror. This got blood and guts and Afterbirth. No, man. I mean, I love this movie. I always have. I picked it up, the old school Anchor Bay DVD, like when it came out in an FYE or something. I played that thing probably like 80 times, dude, at all my friends' house and stuff. It's just a classic ass horror movie, man. I did have it at a 9.5, but I think I'll give it a 10. Since we're just done 10 now.
Really?
Yes.
Which does make it a Hall of Famer without Moods' rating.
Well, I think mine is pretty obvious, man. I sit below an Evil Dead poster every day while I watch movies, and there's a reason for that. Yeah, man, Evil Dead. What can I say, man? It is a bona fide classic, not a boner classic. I don't know where the fuck people are getting that shit from, but I mean, everything about this movie just is fantastic to me, man. I mean, it's low budget filmmaking at its greatest. You know, I mean, from camera work to aesthetic to effects, you know, even though they're cheap and maybe cheesy and stuff, they work on all levels. I think even the narrative is fine for what it is. But, you know, I think one of the most outstanding things for myself, too, is just the usage of the soundtrack, too. It captures horror. This is a bona fide horror film.
Yeah, people would say it's horror.
Exactly.
That's not a horror film.
It's a horror film at its finest. Grave, and it checks every single box that you possibly need to check for myself. And you know, one thing I love about this movie is the fucking pacing, dude. You know, I mean, we kind of alluded to the fact that like sometimes you don't need that character development and stuff to fully get involved in a film and shit. This is a great example because it just clips along at a perfect pace. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It doesn't do it. It just doesn't go into those areas where it doesn't need to be. And that's a great thing. 10 out of 10. Absolutely love this one. And it's in the Hall of Fame times my rating. Didn't even need to do it. But
Didn't even need to do it.
Yeah, so should I not put you as one of the members?
Fuck you. Fuck you. There's already a couple films in the Hall of Fame that I'm not part of because I actually didn't think they were Hall of Famers, but
Yeah, there's a few that I'm not part of as well.
Yeah, but those ones were actually Hall of Famers, though. You're just
yeah,
an idiot.
Of course they were. Of course.
All right, so that is The Evil Dead from 1981.
4 years ago, in this quiet forest, in this cozy cabin, something happened. Something so frightening. Something so deadly. Something so evil. We prayed it would never happen again.
All right, so moving along into 1987 with the sequel Evil Dead 2 or Dead by Dawn. Is it actually was it originally titled Dead by Dawn Evil Dead 2 when it
That's
first
how
came?
I have it on VHS. It's Evil Dead 2 Dead by Dawn.
Oh, so it's okay. So I've seen copies
It's
of
the
it
way
before
you said it.
where it even says Dead by Dawn : Evil Dead 2. Which,
really?
Yeah, I've actually seen it, which is annoying because
Yeah, that's like Hellbound, Hellraiser 2.
exactly what it's going to say. So yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's subtitled Dead by Dawn. So
I hate when they do that.
Yeah, I don't know why didn't just Hellraiser 2. It just Hellraiser 2, Hellbound. Sounds way better. It really does.
Yes.
All right, so. Yeah. We have Sam Raimi, of course, directing again, written by Scott Spiegel and Sam Raimi. Bruce Campbell's back, of course. We all know this stuff. It's not really much of a mystery, but let's get into...
Doesn't have a bowl cut again.
What the fuck is with you in the bowl cut, man?
He looks stupid.
The one thing he noticed.
So
man.
do you.
All right, let's get into synopsis.
You're the one to talk about haircuts, man.
The lone survivor of an onslaught of flesh. Here we go again with the flesh-possessing spirits.
Flesh-possessing?
Holes up in a cabin with a group of strangers while the demons continue their attack. Huh. Interesting. Because by that synopsis, they make it sound like it's just like directly following... I mean, it kind of does. It kind of does.
See, JP says that it's a direct sequel.
So
but I just don't see
I know how it works. It's because the very end of Evil Dead is the demonic force or the evil coming at Bruce Campbell
and getting possessed.
Where Evil Dead 2 technically starts is when that happens in this movie, and it drags and he flies through the woods and ends up in the puddle. That's where Evil Dead 2 starts. Everything else before that is a remake of part 1, and the reason they did that, Sam Raimi said, is because it had been 6 years and they weren't sure, and it didn't play in a lot of theaters, so they weren't sure people knew of Evil Dead 1. So they essentially did a recap, but they couldn't use the footage because it was owned by a different rights people.
Yeah.
So they essentially, instead of having like Friday the 13th Part 2 where it like recaps the first one, they basically did, which was very popular around this time with the whole recap thing, but they essentially remade it, but instead of, you know, having 4 characters and, you know, casting that many people, add into the budget and stuff, they just simplified it and had Ash and his girlfriend there and to show what happened briefly. And then the technical start of Evil Dead 2 is when he's flying through the woods.
Yeah, when the evil basically possesses him. Yeah, I understand. So basically what they do is they recap the first film, you know, in about the first 5 minutes, essentially.
Yeah, and the second film should technically take place the exact second that the first one ends.
Right.
Understood. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me for fucking years.
Yeah, I didn't get it either
until I heard
you said it.
Yeah, it's
like,
technically like
this is weird.
It's considered to be
I
like
always thought he was going back to the cabin with his girlfriend. I was like, that's fucking dumb. He's like looking like the type of.
Well, no, I always got what it was, but I always thought it was interesting how they did it and why they did it though. Right, because I mean, when you're a fan of the first film and then you see that recap, you're like, why the fuck are they doing this? But you don't think of it as, well, other people might not know this.
They should have said previously on Evil Dead, and then
that actually would have made a lot more fucking sense.
You know what?
And it's also confusing because his girlfriend is different, right?
But she's still wearing Michigan State though, which is like,
yeah,
I guess that's how you're supposed to connect.
And the fact, if you've seen the first one again, like JP alluded to, is that there's only 2 of them this time, and they're recapping the first film.
Right, if they did the recap with all 4 people, you would understand it better.
Exactly, it would make a lot more sense.
Oh, okay. That's where the confusion comes in, is because there's only 2.
Right. So, yeah, so this one basically, like we talked about it before, you know, I mean, this one was designed originally to be Army of Darkness, but this is what they had to come up with basically because De Laurentiis wanted a more comedic version, not more of comedic, but he wanted something of the same level as the first one. So this is what they came up with.
Dino De Laurentiis was a smart guy.
Wanted more of the same, but this is the route they went. They took the more comedic approach to it. Obviously, it is, and I mean, the budget was a lot more. I mean, when you watch this movie, you notice that right away. The cabin looks better. You know, just everything about this film.
The camera work is better.
It's just, I mean, even that, you know, just everything. And obviously there's a lot more effects in this, which would have cost a lot more money too and stuff. And Greg Nicotero jumped on board in this one. Nicotero, who obviously got his start actually on Day of the Dead. You know, he was an actor on Day of the Dead who, you know, assisted Tom Savini and stuff, and then became Greg Nicotero. We all know that shit. But but the makeup department, man, is just nuts, man. You got Robert Kurtzman on here. Mm-hmm. It's just Tom Sullivan. It's crazy, man. Like the effects are nuts in here, and it's just obviously over the top and stuff with the stop motion and the ridiculous sized demons in this and shit. But it's it's quite noticeably a different type of film than the first one. So what are your guys' thoughts on the Evil Dead 2?
It's fucking fantastic.
Actually, Mike, I'm glad that you started talking because I want you to go first because you had some thoughts that about the Evil Dead 2. So why don't you spit those thoughts?
I mean, I think I'll start off with just saying, through the years, Evil Dead 1 and 2 have gone so hand in hand to me. I've often flip-flopped on which one I like better. It's a tough call. It's a close call. I've made arguments in favor of each as the better one. I've always kind of understood the argument that, well, as a straight horror movie, the first one's better. Yep. And I've gone along with the narrative that, well, the second one, while it is an excellent movie, if you don't like a little bit of comedy in your horror, then you're probably going to prefer the first one. Well, that's all good and well, but I'm not really. The comedic elements in my horror don't really sway me one way or the other if it's done right, if you have the right actor, if you have the right script. I think this one does everything correctly. I like the fact that they do kind of change it up where it's this. Obviously, Ash is still there, obviously, but it's not the same setup of like a group of 5 friends, like, so they're not totally just doing the same thing over again. I like kind of like the quirkiness in the characters that show up in this.
Yeah, obviously, I think they're more interesting in this.
Really?
Movie than
Definitely, the characters are more fleshed out for sure.
Yeah.
Weird.
They
Weird.
Are,
That's
like
wow.
Moodz already mentioned. The budget obviously makes the effects. It's almost like Evil Dead 2. Raimi really gets his hooks in to say, okay, if I would have had the money in the first one, or when I was making the first one, these are some of the effects that we could have conjured up. And that's no knock on the first one. It's just saying, hey, when you have more resources available to you, you can enhance things. I feel like he's able to pull that off without really taking away from the DNA of what made the first one so special. Obviously, it's a Hall of Fame on this show, so we all love it. And I mean, just to end my opening thoughts on, I think this one's damn near flawless as well. And I mean, I'll share more after everyone else gets a chance to talk to.
Okay, let me go next. So this film, I've always loved it. I've had it on VHS since I was a kid. I still own the same VHS, and it's always been one that I would watch all the time. And then there was a period in life where I kind of got burnt out on it and really preferred the first one, probably around the time I got the Anchor Bay old DVD of the first film. And I was like, always preferred the first one after that, and really kind of scoffed a little bit at Evil Dead 2. I knew it was still a classic and I still had love for it, but I just, again, was like, man, I don't like where it goes with the comedy. But it's more that, like Watson said, where I, sort of like retro engineered it or reverse engineered or whatever the fuck he said.
Can't even use it properly. What a fucking
what
guy.
was it?
What a guy.
Reverse engineered.
Reverse engineered.
Okay. Yeah. It takes me a while to learn new things.
Clearly.
So watching it this time with a critical eye, which I've never done before. I've never watched Evil Dead 2 with a critical eye. I watched it a couple of maybe last year on the 4K just for fun. It kind of had it on in the background a little bit, didn't pay super close attention to it. And watching it with a critical eye, I really think that the comedy is not as prevalent as I had thought. I think I was thinking of more Army of Darkness. And I think that, yeah, there are a few scenes that, mostly with the hand, that I think is like the comedic stuff. But for the most part, like even the stuff with the like laughing deer and stuff, it's played more of like this maniacal, scary thing, and not like you're supposed to be laughing at it. It's like Bruce like going insane essentially, with the evil around him and what's happening, and it's just nuts. It's that like the evil is just doing crazy shit. And I think that I definitely rediscovered my love for it, and I never necessarily lost it, but just love it more now. And I still think I prefer the first film, but it's very much closer now after watching it this second time. And this movie, you talk about the pace of the first one, this movie's pace is outstanding. This is how you pace a movie. Like, there is something happening every couple of seconds, and the only
I think
breaks
the next
you really
one has
get,
the best pacing.
It's a little bit shorter too, but I think also having that recap at the beginning and just getting right into like the narrative of the second one, it really doesn't have any downtime at all. This. It just doesn't allow itself to have
the only
downtime.
downtime is when you flash to the characters coming to the cabin, and it's so brief.
Well, it's set up
only
so
like
perfectly.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's set up so perfectly because once he, buries his girlfriend and stuff, and then she comes back, and then he's got to deal with her, and then he gets possessed and stuff. Like, there's literally not a second of downtime in this. It's actually quite incredible how they did this. But that's where they kind of introduced the whole biting, where you can get possessed by the biting and stuff, which I think is kind of cool.
Well, that and I feel like he gets the shit beaten out of him in this movie. It's fucking crazy.
But I mean, it does start out with the comedy. Like, I watched this movie again last year. This is actually the second time I've watched it, probably in the last like 4 or 5 months, because I forgot that we were even doing this, and then I watched all the films just by subconscious.
You watched them before we got it, I remember.
Yeah,
because when we got it, you're like, shit, I just watched that.
Oh, that's right. I think it was like the same week. It was like the weirdest thing, right?
Yeah.
And then so they were really fresh when I was rewatching these too. And I mean, I was thinking about the comedy thing going into, because I hadn't watched Evil Dead 2 in a few years, and it is kind of true though, man. Like the comedy, you always think of this as being like over comedic and stuff, and there's a lot of elements here that aren't that comedic, but there is basically when he's fighting his hand. That there's a long sequence in the film. It's about 25 minutes, and it really is.
It's because we see the seeds planted, right? We see the seeds of comedy planted, so we think like, oh, this is where it started, so this is the comedy. But it really was just the seeds. It wasn't fully blossomed yet.
And there's these very subtle comedic moments in the film too. It's like, you know, when when Ash goes to escape, you know, the cabin and stuff, when he realizes the bridge is all fucked up. It's one of my favorite scenes in the entire movie, because when you see that bridge all bent up, like all fucking, you know, bowed up and stuff, it instantly reminds me of like Tim Burton before Tim Burton was doing the shit with like Beetlejuice and stuff. Because if you look closely at that scene, the scene is actually animated. That's not real. Like the bridge is all
like
animated.
A matte painting
but
something.
it looks so
I was
good.
going to say the background just looks like it's painted.
But I love Beetlejuice and I love the cartoon. I love
look.
all that shit so much. And I love that so much. The one thing I always remember from The Evil Dead 2 is probably the furthest thing from anyone's mind is that scene where he goes up to the bridge and it's all bowed. I love that fucking scene so much. It just looks so damn cool. But
yeah, that scene scared me when I was a kid. And then the other scene that I thought was super scary was when they throw him in the basement and the tape recorder's playing and he says he had to bury Henrietta in the dirt floor of the cellar, and I'm like, oh my
and then
God,
he's like, oh shit. Right, I'm locked in here with this now, like fuck. But they do set the seeds though, man, like when he kills his girlfriend and stuff, and then when she comes back kind of doing that weird dance in the stop motion animation and stuff, like it's quite obviously a little bit comedic and stuff. And then when we get into the whole battle versus hand and shit, like, I mean, even the sound effects, like, I love the scene where Ash is on the ground after he beat the shit out of himself with all the plates and stuff. And apparently that was all improvised. Like, Ash doing, like, the fucking, you know, doing the flips and beating himself. Like, he was doing everything. He was becoming the character and stuff, which I think is pretty cool. And noble of him, too, to be doing that without a stump guy and stuff, I think is pretty cool.
Well, he definitely has more screen presence.
Well,
you can tell he got so much better from the first film at just acting.
You can see it on screen how much more confident he is in acting and what he's doing, because he was involved in this character. And you can tell in that scene, because nobody that's not involved in this character is going to go out of their way to actually physically hurt themselves while they're doing shit, right?
Well, that, and how many more films has he done between 81 and 86 when this movie came out? I mean, he's probably done... He probably did more acting.
87. He did some. I don't think he did a whole lot actually doing there, because
he
I think
actually didn't do a whole lot.
No,
he definitely did. He definitely got better.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. Like he got better at acting.
But I got to say, man, like you can see the comedic influence that with Sam Raimi's writing and stuff in here with you know, the Stooges. Like there's a lot of physical comedy here. And stuff like that. And even the sound effects and stuff, like the scene where Ash, after he beats the shit out of himself in the kitchen and the hand sees the knife and it starts, you know, pulling himself towards the knife, the sound effects are like, it's like all this weird kind of, it always cracks me up. It's fucking funny as hell. But I love that scene because the way they did it, it's literally his hand pulling this body that's like unconscious, right? It's so ridiculous. Right?
That is really cool. And
I love that scene.
The thing about that too, though, is it stays like evil and scary though. You know what I mean? It you still feel like it's trying to kill him.
But it's brilliant comedy though. It's brilliant comedy too, because the scene where Ash has the fucking shotgun or whatever he has, and the hand is like taunting him, and the hand is literally behind a mouse door next to a mouse trap. And they're playing this cat and mouse game. I fucking love that shit, man. It's so funny to me, man. It's brilliant.
And then it hits the mouse trap, and Ash is like,
right? And he's like,
then it actually hurts him.
Yeah, he's like,
fuck you, you know?
Yeah. It's fucking hilarious, man.
See, I think that this movie, of course, because it has a bigger budget, it ups the gore style that we see as the franchise goes on. You know, we see this movie is known for the gore, and I feel like the other two movies, the next movie and the remake are known for the gore too, so I feel like this is the one that fast forwarded the overall use of excessive gore, and you know,
the first one has a lot of gore too. People seem to forget the scene in the basement.
The first one was splatter as well.
We didn't really bring up the scene in the basement, and I was going to make the joke that like that the cabin was kind of like the original house that dripped blood, because it literally sprays fucking blood at you, right? Like literally, right? It's really bloody in that accent, you know. But I get what you're saying though.
Yeah. Watson.
Man, oh gosh, you guys are preaching to me, man. This is beautiful. Every word I'm hearing is beautiful to hear. You guys are knocking it out of the park. You know, it's weird to think that before they ever thought about making Evil Dead 2, Ash was effectively killed off at the end of The Evil Dead, if you think about it. It wasn't until they did Crime Wave, when Raimi, Campbell, and the Coen brothers did Crime Wave in 85 that they even considered revisiting Evil Dead, and the only reason they did was because Crime Wave flopped hard as hell. I told this to Dave Z once, and maybe I said it on when I did Exploding Heads, one of the few bits of things I was able to contribute on that show, but this film is the Friday 3 of the Evil Dead franchise. Like, Jason gets his mask and steps into his mantle as an icon in that film. And here in Evil Dead 2, this is where Ash chops his hand off, grabs his boomstick, grabs his chainsaw, and steps into his glory. This is the Ash upon which every future incarnation of him is based. And I'm tempted to bring Dream Warriors into the conversation here, in that most people agree that Elm Street 3 was the best mix of Freddy's menace and those one-liners that were not just like you guys were saying about this movie as well. It's not as comedic as you might think if you're not trying to reverse engineer it. But, I kind of wonder if that comparison holds water with Freddy, though, because the deal is that Freddy is an antagonist who is supposed to be feared. So when he gets too comedic from part 4 onward,
right.
You might say, some people would say that would do harm to the character. But with Ash, the more over the top he gets, the more one-liners, the more asses he kicks, the more he gets his ass kicked, the more he gets the girl, makes mistakes, says dumb shit, the more you like him because he's a protagonist. And it's kind of weird how that works. And so, again, this is why Ash is great as he goes, and his evolution, along his evolution into a bumbling yet absolute badass hero here in the sequel. And it seems like it's the logical place for his character to go from the first film. And I just dig the hell out of it, man.
See, the thing is, man, that's a really good point, because what was the very first thing I said in the start of the show? Groovy. That's literally that's the contrast between what you just said, him and Freddy and stuff, right? I mean, it was that shit right there, groovy.
Yeah.
I mean, you're totally right, 100%.
I feel like that's what made Ash Ash, is that one line. I feel like that's what everybody remembers from this movie.
Yeah.
Is that one fucking scene, or that one line of dialogue.
I mean, they had to redo it again,
Yeah.
Literally.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Evil Dead 2, man. I mean, there was a time where, even probably on the show, where we were thinking, it was that just a straight comedic version of the first one, blah blah blah. But this one it has a lot to offer, man. Besides that and shit, I think overall, this is actually a really interesting film. And I already brought up the fact that there's a great part in this film where they set up Army of Darkness so much with Ash in the book.
One thing that always
I think that's one of the coolest things about
that scene is like, nobody's like, hey, that looks like you. It's weird how they ignore that aspect of it, but it's like the guy.
But they're under duress though too.
How many other people have a chainsaw on their hand?
I mean, they're under duress, and who knows? They're not really putting two and two together.
Have a chainsaw on his
but it's
hand
not really
at that
logical
point,
though either. It's not even a logical
Sure.
thing to ever even recognize that, because you're the same person that's from this time period. That can't even be possible. It's like you're just kind of disillusion yourself a little bit there. But it's a cool notice. And it's kind of cool because it's because they already had the idea for the third one, so why not throw this little Easter egg in there, kind of thing, right? So it's great, man. I caught that last couple times I watched it, and I'm just like, it's fucking brilliant, so brilliant, man. It's great.
See, I like more of the serious factor of the first one compared to this one, but I understand why everybody loves it as much as they do.
People always say that they love the people that say that they like this movie more than the first one don't ever really give specifics to why they like this one more. I don't know if it's the third act in this one with the abundance of crazy special effects, which are really a lot of fun, right? Like when those big ass demons come alive and stuff, like the owners and the demons, and like I love the stop motion animation, the gore, like everything is pretty cool. It's a great visual to watch and stuff, but like specifically why people prefer this one over the first one.
I would say for me, I mean, the reason why I've gone back and forth on it is one, special effects, like you just said.
Right.
Two, it's just Bruce Campbell himself. He's really establishing himself. And to me, he's really spotlighted it. I mean, obviously more so in Army of Darkness. But in this one, there's a stark difference between his character in this one and the original one, where this one, he is really front and center from the beginning of the movie. And then, you know, they introduce the other characters, but the whole movie, the whole way through, I feel like this one was really made as a Bruce Campbell vehicle, and just through the entire running time, it's like Ash is the man. Now, maybe because he's the one returning character, you kind of go into the movie thinking that in the first place, because you're like, well, he's back. But I just think the way they write his character and the physical stuff he does, I just think he puts on a show, and it's just hard not to like really love his performance.
It's more actively engaging. And what I mean by that is like there's more things that are just happening, right? Like there's things happening in the original, but it's like more like it's more slow. And that movie's fast paced too, but it's more slow. It's more seeing things happen, and in this film, it's more things happening to Ash.
So it feels like there's more iconic moments in this one that transcend, like the chainsaw hand.
Groovy.
Exactly.
Groovy.
So the point is that the reason the consensus is probably because the Ash character is more of the Ash character in itself. Like, I mean, for myself, like I still prefer the original film because I like the strictly horror element. Like I like Ash in this movie and Army of Darkness more than I do in the first film, but I like the first film more because it's a straight horror film, and I kind of separate myself from what Ash became to what I'm seeing in that film. I just
the best comparison, you know, is saying? Alien to Aliens. Like the people that like Aliens probably like Evil Dead 2 more.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
I like Aliens.
I've come worlds with this movie, man. There was a time where I was digging this. I was probably giving it like a 7.5 out of 10, you know, kind of thing, because I love the Evil Dead, and it was always the film I go to. It was literally like a go-to film for me. Right. Mm-hmm. And I just kind of separated myself and thinking, you know, it's like, man, this movie is a little bit too goofy and shitty for me. Wasn't giving it that chance. This is why I love doing these shows and stuff. You know, it brings me back and it makes me watch these films with critical eyes and shit like that. But, you know, I can see why people absolutely love this film, because I think it's just a goddamn blast. It's so much fucking fun. And I used to hate
the argument.
I used to absolutely hate I think what it was, I used to hate the cat and mouse with the hand. I used to loathe it, man. I used to think it was so stupid and silly. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? I'm like, I just watched a horror film. Now I'm watching a fucking comedic fucking like slapstick fucking Chris Farley film. It's ridiculous. Like, you know, but I've come to appreciate it so much, and it's actually really clever, and it's fun, and it really showcases, you know, the character, and I get that completely, man. But it's honestly shot so well in those scenes and shit. They do such a good job. This whole movie is a special effects film. It's amazing. Low budget special effects film. It's crazy. I love it.
Hell yeah. Love it. I love what you said.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the addition, I actually like the new characters quite a lot. Like, I think they do add a little bit to the film.
Me too.
And I think that when you talk about like a sequel and how to bring more characters into it, it actually totally makes sense, right? Because the professor was there studying the book. His daughter is like, you know, into the same shit, and she was going to meet him there. It actually makes perfect sense, you know, and it doesn't feel like a big stretch like you get with a lot of sequels. You don't have that sequelitis.
I think
it doesn't feel like they were simply doing the same thing as the first one either. Like they were changing it up a little.
I like the daughter and her partner, like the archaeologist or whatever you want to call them. But I think they're fine characters because they're actually directly related to the cabin, and they're going to be those type of characters. I think I really can't stand the hillbilly and his girlfriend in this film.
Bobby Joe.
I honestly, I feel like they're those characters that were brought along for the purpose of just being more characters and, you know, whatever, because they literally are. Like, this guy is like.
But they did have a point in the plot where like the girl didn't know how to get there because she doesn't know the lay of the land. This guy does.
I know. I know why they're there. I mean, I'm not denouncing the fact to why they're there in the film and stuff like that, but it's just like, I mean, the thing is that drives me nuts with situational things like that. I'm sure that the daughter's been out to that cabin before, at least once in her life, And if these hillbilly dummies can figure out another way to get there, I'm pretty sure that she can, considering she's all smart and stuff, and maybe even knows that pathway
they're
there.
from the area. So
You don't have to be from the area to know a quicker route there if you've been to your own cabin before.
Trail, though? I mean, you got to be from the area to know
I'm just saying, if you have a place somewhere, you know, and you've been there multiple times, you might.
Well,
know
we
the
don't
area
know
a little
that
bit.
she has.
Well, I mean,
she could have just gave her directions.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I'm just assuming, which I probably shouldn't, but because it was her father's place, that she's actually been there before, considering she was there. You know, I don't know, but I just feel like these characters are just like these. Oh man, it's like those throwaway characters in slasher films where, you know, the cop shows up just to get killed kind of thing. But I mean, they're a little bit more in this film, obviously, but they're just, dude, he's such a hillbilly moron, and she's dumb, dude.
And he's one of the last ones around. I've watched so many movies since then. He's one of the last ones around, right? Or she is one of the two.
Yeah, because she's the one that gets tree raped and stuff, right? So yeah. Oh, but him calling out her name though, dude, come on, man. Bobby Joe! Bobby Joe!
That's pretty good there.
Oh my god, dude. Good. I was laughing fucking so hard watching this shit. I'm like, oh, dude. I don't know. Sometimes it just drives me nuts, but they're not even unlikable though. They're just not likable to me. It's weird, I guess. I don't know. But a different level of neutral. That makes sense.
I think it's more interesting than the first characters.
I just feel like in the first film,
the formula film seems so different than what you're used to, because most of these types of movies, it's like a group of 5 friends or whatever amount that end up there together. Where this one, other than Ash,
it's 3 sets. It's 3 sets.
The other ones don't really have a relation to him.
That's what I'm saying. In the first film, at least the 5 people, even though they're not the most interesting characters, were actually all friends. This movie's weird because you get Ash, and then you get a pair of archaeologists, and then you get a pair of hillbillies all brought to one. It's like this weird kind of mix of like emotions and people and like no one's really on the same level type thing. I mean, right when they first get there, they just assume that Ash killed the fucking parents.
Oh, it looks like it, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like this guy got a fucking bloody ass stump on his? He looks like a maniac.
Again, moral of the story, folks: don't break into fucking cabins that you think are isolated or abandoned when they have power.
And don't fucking search the basement.
Yeah, don't go in the basement.
The funny thing about the first film is
they made that movie.
They actually did film in an abandoned cabin.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
Cabin.
Yeah, I knew that actually. Yeah. And that's probably why that it legitimately looks like how it should, right? So.
Oh, totally. I guess while they were shooting in North Carolina, they would like go into the small town where they were filming, you know, and they actually encountered like segregated businesses in the town where they filmed, like legit. There was some story I remember seeing in a documentary years ago where I think it was the makeup people went to a laundromat, and it was like this dumpy laundromat, and this black woman walks up to them and says, you know, you're not supposed to be here. You need to go down the street. So they walk into this other laundromat that's a little bit nicer, and they're just like, what the hell? And they're like,
So it was literally a blacks only laundromat.
Yeah, and a whites only laundromat, and then they said in that same town
in 1986 when they're filming
this. 86. Yeah, when they're filming this, there was like different entrances for the theaters in the town, or like the restaurants and things, and I think there was something to do with a theater, and it's like, and the person who was telling the story,
Army of Darkness,
right? But they're just like, wow, we can't believe we sort of stepped back in time here. This is kind of crazy. Let's just stay out at the cabin, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's funny too. And this movie is actually, they base this one in what, Illinois, right? Aren't the plates? They say Illinois in this one?
That's the remake.
Oh, that's the remake. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, remake is that North. Yeah,
the remake isn't based in Illinois. The brother's from Illinois. He works in Chicago in the shop, and that's why his Jeep has.
Yeah, because they don't really specify it all, right? So you just see the plates and stuff. You see the Illinois. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This is also where K&B Effects Group kinda started. It's where, not officially, but it's where they all worked together as a group for the first time and saw what they could do. I had never known that till I was doing a little bit of research. It was like, wait, this is all the players. Like, they all did this. That's badass. And I guess also for this, just the one last trivia thing I have is I guess they were just like, fuck the MPAA, we're just gonna do what we want. We're not even bothering with them. Like, so they just, once again, they did the same sort of thing they did with the first movie, where they're like, well, we're just gonna make this out here, and we're not worried about the ratings and what they're gonna say about us. So
you know what? I'm actually surprised that this got through without significant cuts, because
they use like black blood and stuff, right? They use black blood and shit in this too, right? So
yeah, they were able to get around because of the different color fluids.
But that was a big thing in the rating system. You have to remember, man, if you had the correct color of blood, it was a big fucking thing, right? They would cut the shit out of that. But if you use black blood or just like paint, it didn't have the same effect on the sensors, right? So
yep.
Yeah,
that's why
crazy,
some people
white just
use,
spraying all over everybody.
I think that Sam Raimi was super conscious about that, and that's why they did that color scheme. Right? If you use this, we'll be fine with it.
Even though it's still,
but it wasn't rated by the MPAA, though.
It wasn't?
No, it wasn't rated. Like, at least
rated.
not initially. They just went around it. And it's funny. I saw an interview with Bruce Campbell where he was talking about Evil Dead 2, and he's like, he's talking about Army of Darkness, how they were striving for a PG-13, didn't even get an R, and they're now striving for an R. And then he's talking about, when I did production when I produced the reboot for 2013, the ratings board just accepted it like it was nothing. And that's 2013 Evil Dead. Like, that was, one of the bloodiest movies that has hit mainstream theaters.
Theatrical,
ever.
yeah.
Theatrically, yeah. So
you're right.
Wow,
they released it. They released it without an R.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
But I think, you got to remember, when you're filming the movie, you're thinking that this is going to be possibly rated or have to go that route and stuff like that. So I think that's probably why they used the color scheme with the blood, though, too, right?
Could be, yeah.
The end result was where they didn't have to get a rating and stuff, which is, in those times was a little bit different, than the early 2000s and stuff. It was definitely something you didn't want to do because you weren't going to get distribution, right?
It says here, Raimi was contractually obligated to shoot the film with intentions of earning an R rating. Upon reviewing the completed film, DEG's executives felt that Evil Dead 2 would almost certainly receive an X, thereby limiting its commercial prospects. Lawrence Gleason, the company's president of marketing and distribution, felt that if they were to cut for an R, the film would be about 62 minutes long, and both Raimi's vision and the audience enjoyment would have been sabotaged. Ultimately, DEG decided not to submit the film to the MPAA for review and credited on screen for their involvement. Instead, a shell company run by De Laurentiis' son, Rosebud Releasing Corporation, was set to handle the film's U.S. release, allowing it to be shown unrated.
That's devious. I like
62 minutes, dude. We could have got a 62. Dude, that is such a grace that didn't happen. Because, Evil Dead 2 is like super violent and gory. And imagine if it was cut. Back then, you don't always get to keep that. Like today, a lot of the uncut footage, like with the Friday films, especially in the late 80s, they just threw it away, or they didn't really hold on to it. We could have lost something great here if they had cut a lot of it to make it the R.
Good point, JP. Wow.
Yeah, that is a good point, actually. You know what scene I fucking love, and it always reminds me of like Pee-wee's Playhouse, is the scene where Ash is just literally shitting himself laughing. He keeps bending over, he's just laughing, and everything in the room is the lamp is all moving, like all the effects in the whole room. Yep. That whole scene to me is fucking Pee-wee's Playhouse in a horror film.
I was thinking, I think the next one's more Pee-wee with all the stop motion and all that kind of stuff.
Honestly, dude, it's so animated and everyone laughing and the animation, like all the little inanimate objects that are moving and stuff. It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse to a T, man. Yeah. But you know what other scene in this movie makes me fucking laugh is when Ash gets possessed and he fucking throws the hillbilly against a tree. That shit literally floors me every fucking time, man. That shit is so funny to me, man, because I'm just like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy and his unbelievable hot girlfriend. There's no fucking way that those two people are a couple. It's bullshit.
That's
you guys
the most unbelievable part of the movie.
It is.
JP and Carl.
I don't know, bro. I know a lot of I know a lot of dudes that pick up girls that they
Dude,
really
stop
are
dissing
way
me.
below.
Stop dissing me. You called me ugly earlier. Now you're going to use me as an example. Like, how the fuck did you get your wife? You're a fucking dick.
Yeah, I mean,
about
your
JP
wife,
and
your
He
wife
literally
is
called-
way above you,
He
bro.
literally called me fucking ugly. I was like, you're a fucking dick, dude. And I actually wrote a couple comments out and I deleted them. I'm like, nah, I don't want to start fighting. Fuck it.
All right, I need to go see what Moodz' wife looks like. No,
Fuck,
just kidding. I'm playing.
he's
I'm
such a
playing,
fucking
dude. Don't
dick,
kill me.
man.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
He's such a
Watch this,
fucking
kid.
douche, man.
Spank
Well,
material.
you're
laid for
saying
what?
so you're making fun of some girls' looks. So I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about,
Dude, there's no way that come on, man. So you're putting me on the same level as that hillbilly fucking moron? Come on, dude.
Not him, but I mean,
Dude,
Bobby
I've
Joe's not
always
that
had
hot.
good-looking girls, man. Like fucking, come on, dude. You've only known me as Moodz.
yeah,
man.
you've had good looking girls, which proves my point that it isn't about how you look.
It's not about money either, because I didn't have fucking money with those other chicks.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's your stunning personality.
The word of mouth about cock size sometimes really makes a big difference, though.
Gotta get that word of mouth out.
4.5 inches.
The 4.5 inches hard. 4.5 inches
Oh,
hard,
yeah.
motherfucker. That's hard.
Nice.
Don't get it
Hard.
twisted. Yeah, man. Jesus. All about that.
Cocksmith right there.
But yeah, dude, when he gets possessed and he throws the hillbilly against a tree, it fucking floors me every time. It's just it's shot so well, dude. He like it feels like he's just literally hitting that shit like hardcore, man. I love that scene.
Well, we've all seen
I
you
love
in
when
that
he's
photo
like, "Give
with
me
your-
back my hand."
Yeah.
I like the "Who's laughing now?" That's a great blood.
Speaking
spray
of which,
just
though,
all over. his hand.
the chainsaw doesn't make much sense.
Well, no, they
Okay.
show
Yeah,
it. They show it the way it hooks up and the way he can rig it up and stuff like that. I think.
Well, yeah, he can start it with the hook on the back of his shoulder
Yeah,
and stuff, but
but-
how do you rev it? How do you give it gas?
Yeah, and you actually can't stop it either that way. So it'd always be running. It would just run. It would just run out of fluid. Like, and plus, trust me, man. I actually own my own chainsaw because apparently I'm a fucking hillbilly, ugly fuck. So, but yeah, they run out of fuel quite fast. They really do. The tanks are tiny. So, anyways, but they're very well. They've got good security features on them and shit. So
chainsaws are one of the most scariest, honestly underused in horror
because they're not
of
believable.
chainsaws.
Because they're actually like
What?
they're very safety orientated. They're actually tougher to use than you think they are. Right? You have to.
No, I've grew up around chainsaws.
Yeah.
Man, I know chainsaws.
Right. Well, there you
But,
go. Well, yeah,
I
because you're a
mean,
hillbilly
they
too.
still are
Mexican
fucking.
hillbilly.
I mean, my pap grew. My first job was cutting trees down, and my second job was cutting trees down for another business.
Hell yeah.
So I know trees and chainsaws and wood chippers and stuff like that.
Was that for the
And,
rich white folks on the hill?
No, my mom's boyfriend's dad owned a tree cutting business, and then my best friend's dad owned a competitor business in the town. So I worked for both of them on and off.
Did you do landscaping for him too?
Of course he did.
Dude, I'm just.
I have the.
We're
I
getting
got
canceled.
Jason
We're getting
Howell.
canceled
Yeah,
hardcore here.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
You said it, not me.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, I can we pause here for just a second? So I showed my son the 22 shots shirt because I was like, hey, I'm going on 22 shots tomorrow. So this is yesterday. And he goes, why is there a taco? And I was like, well, all right, son, sit down. We got to talk about racism. we were busting up. We were like, this is a base stats shirt, dude. We love it.
I want to teach you a little bit about racism.
Oh, dude, he knows.
See, we can be
that's so
very
funny.
blunt about
Why
it,
is there
but
a
we can also
taco
be
bar?
very subtle about it. And that's a great example.
I love it, dude. He's like, the shock top? I was like, yeah, that's Moodz. Yeah,
And that was the old Moods, though. Now these we gotta
Yeah,
get new
the
shirts
old
made
Moods.
up,
Yeah,
man.
Michelob, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the
what I'm
Michelob
drinking tonight,
Ultras.
too. Yep, same here, buddy. But sorry, I derailed us with the shirt talk. I just thought you'd want to think that's funny. My son was just like, wait, what? Why is there a taco? I was like, well, JP is the full-blooded half Mexican. He's like, wait, did they say that or did you say that? He's like, no, that's their thing.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, 'cause that seems like something you'd say. I was like, Skyler, shh.
Did you also tell him how Jeremy like fucking conned you into buying a shirt off us?
Oh yeah, it was trashed. That was awesome. He wins. And the people, they're good at this. It's,
I
you
love
know,
the money. Give me the
no, and I
Jews.
didn't mean anything by Jewish. I just meant people who are savvy at sales.
Well, we haven't sold any since.
that
So I don't know
too,
how
Ash.
savvy I am.
Yeah, because people got short memories, man. They got short memories.
Yeah, no. No, that's great.
Guys, have anything else?
Yeah, I'm ready to go into final thoughts and ratings if you guys are. I don't know. We could.
I'm good on it.
This forever.
No, we're good, man. I guess that is Jeremy up first.
All right, Evil Dead 2. Like I said, it's a little bit less in my enjoyment factor. I like the horror more than the comedy. But now that JP explained it a little bit more with the intro, it makes a lot more sense. So I give this one an 8 out of 10.
Watson?
I think it's Mike next, right?
No, Mike went first.
Mike went first.
Oh, did he go first? Okay.
No, cool. I got it. No, man, final thoughts and ratings. You've got to step up your sequels. It's the name of the game, and often it doesn't work out for the better. But man, just like, we're talking, I'm hearing all you gentlemen say what you said. And when it comes to Evil Dead 2, this one steps the hell up without losing what made the first one work, in my opinion, for me, that is. I feel like this is the rare occasion where the original, and I think I said it earlier, maybe I did or didn't, who knows. The original caught lightning in a bottle, and then the sequel did too. I'm damn near even on my love for the first one and the second one. I think Moodz had said something damn similar to what I'm about to say, but like I would have loved for Army of Darkness Ash to be with this tone and production and this set with the first movie's plot. And I don't know, and cast. Like, I'm just like, yo, that's what's up. But anyways, man, Campbell proves himself here as the king of B horror movies here, and I can watch this movie over and over. At the risk of sounding like our good buddy Derek B, this is another 10 out of 10, my friends. I love this movie so much. That's where I am on it, Evil Dead 2.
All right, JP.
Yeah, for me, man, this was a good watch, man. I just fell in love with it, man. It's just so good, and I love the first two so much. It's like such a good double feature, and it is a little bit more comedic, but it's not to the point where it rubs me the wrong way, and that's very important. Like Return to Living Dead's comedic, but it doesn't even come close to rubbing me the wrong way. Like, I love how that's done. And I think this is a little bit more along the lines of that, minus maybe some of the hand stuff. I think that the splatter and the gore is amped way up. There's genuinely scary moments in it too. Like, I think when he, approaches the bridge, it's kind of scary, and then when he's in the basement, it's kind of scary. The Deadites look phenomenal in this one, and the lines are great. I can see where you're coming from with the hillbillies being like the Bobby Joe thing, maybe a little bit too much and stuff like that. Joe! I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a 9.5 out of 10.
Hell yeah!
I'm exactly there with a 9.5 out of 10. I don't think me and JP have agreed more recently than we have recently.
You two have been on something. Yeah,
it's weird. I don't know what's going on because we generally are so far apart sometimes, but. Yeah, I'm at 9.5, man. I have grown to absolutely love this movie, man. I mean, there's not really a lot of things about this I don't like. It's clearly a bigger budget, but it still captures a lot of the same, as Watson would put it, lightning in a bottle from the first film. The aesthetic is great. The atmosphere is great. The camera work is great and stuff. It's just my biggest flaw for me is just the addition of Bobby Joe. Like, are you serious sometimes? But... but otherwise, man, I think this one it's a ball of fucking fun, and I've gotten over, I wouldn't say phobia, that's probably a bad word, but I was always kind of rejective and not into the whole cat and mouse with the hand thing and stuff for a long time. I just thought it was just like ridiculous, but I think it's hilarious and awesome now and shit. I can take it for what it is, but the effects in this are just something else, man. It's such a ball of fun. Pacing, unreal. Yeah, 9.5 out of 10. It's a really fun film, man. It really
That's
is.
Another Hall of Fame. Sorry.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, actually, that would be. Yep. Yeah. And then
with a 29. It could go higher with Mike.
Yeah, if Mikey gives it a 10, it could be a 30. Yeah, it could be a 30. So, Mikey, you're up. Is he snoring?
It could be a 29.5.
Is he snoring?
All right, well.
Oh, no, it's not.
No.
Love you, buddy.
Now my train of thought's gone. I've already said a lot. Everyone else has said a lot about this one, so I'll just circle back to what I said at the very beginning of the Evil Dead 2 part. I can't usually make up my mind which one I like better, part 1 Part 2.
Yeah, that's why we call you
over the years. Yep. So I'm going with 10 out of 10 for this one as well.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Did you say 10?
Yeah, so that's a 29.5 in the Hall of Fame. Pretty fucking cool, you know. It's, you know, when do you don't often get like the first film and the second film making the Hall of Fame.
That's never happened.
It's never happened.
I don't think we have a part 1 and 2,
unless you consider.
Well, I have to admit though,
Day of Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead.
Oh yeah, I guess so. I mean, we did kind of fuck up with the Howling Part 2. It should be in the Hall of Fame because it's definitely worthy. But... Bobby Joe. No, okay, I'm just kidding.
Bobby Joe. Oh no, Alien and Aliens.
Right.
Oh shit, I forgot about the Alien franchise. So it's rare. It's rare. You guys are proving that I'm wrong. So we're gonna say. Okay, so yeah, that is The Evil Dead, Dead by Dawn, 1987.
Well, swallow your soul.
That was a good time.
In an age of darkness.
May God have mercy upon your souls. Something's wrong. Something's amiss.
And a time of evil.
You shall die!
When the world needed a hero.
The swallow our souls. I don't want to die!
What it got was him. Groovy.
All right, so moving into the 90s, specifically 1990 Deuce with Army of Darkness. Is it AKA Evil Dead 3? I don't know.
No.
Maybe somewhere. Maybe somewhere in the world. It probably is. Of course, also directed by Sam Raimi, starring Bruce Campbell. And we'll get into a little bit of a synopsis here. A sardonic hardware store clerk is accidentally transported to 1300 AD. I always thought it was like 1280. I don't know.
I think he says that.
Yeah.
Does he say that?
So,
he says 1300, I think.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Where he must retrieve the Necronomicon and battle an army of the dead so he can return home. So, which we didn't say at the end of Evil Dead 2 is where he basically gets sucked through this porthole and shot back into time, which apparently is 1300 AD. And yeah, so Army of Darkness starts.
Yep.
What are you guys' thoughts on Army of Darkness?
This scene when him fighting with the little hymns make me fucking die laughing every time I see it. Even though I've seen it only a couple times, but
the little
that
minis?
shit.
Yeah.
That shit's my favorite scene in the whole movie. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay, so actually, before we start here, which versions did we watch here? Because I watched the
director's cut.
The director's cut, which so that scene, which is, obviously your favorite scene, which is actually more extended than the theatrical version, so it's a lot more elongated, which is kind of cool.
I watched the one on disc 3,
international cut.
Yeah, I watched that one. I couldn't tell a fucking single bit of difference from my VHS and DVD. I don't know. I don't know what is different about that.
The international cut is like a hybrid between what is it, like the theatrical and director's cut or something like that? Or I can't remember, man. I can't remember. All the cuts just kind of.
Yeah, I think Dave watched the international, so I thought that's what we were all watching.
No, I said watch the director's cut because that's
the
reason why I said that though is because Sam Raimi's on record saying that's the cut that he prefers. That was the one that he wanted. But basically what happened was with the theatrical version, if you guys know anything about the endings, is that the ending of the director's cut actually is the original ending to the movie. But the producers said, no, you can't have a downbeat ending like that because you just can't do that shit. So they changed the ending to what we got in the theatrical version, and then,
See, I'm
they
watching
stuck with
it.
that.
Shit, that makes a lot of sense because, like I said, I'm not like so well versed in the franchise. So I'm watching it going, why the fuck didn't they make an Evil Dead 4? I want to see what happens in this post-apocalyptic.
I mean, personally, before we get we don't have to talk about the ending specifically, even though we didn't mention off the top, this is going to contain spoilers, which is obviously way too late, but it's obviously going to contain spoilers because
have your buddy call you.
It's a franchise, but personally, man, I think the ending of the director's cut, or hence the original ending, is hilarious because the movie is like, you know, super fun and funny and shit like that. And when it ends like on a downbeat note, you're like, what the fuck? It's so fucking goddamn funny to me, man. It's just like a perfect bookend to like the trilogy. It's fucking hilarious to me, man.
He does it himself though, which
That's
is even
the
hilarious.
funny
It's
part.
like such an Ash thing to do.
And the way they do it too is so brilliant because they cut and then he just restarts. He's like 5, 6. Right,
Yep.
and then
you gotta
know
count
right away
along with him. Yeah,
you know right away. You're like, what? You fucked up,
Wait,
and then
what
all
are
of a sudden
you
it goes to
guys
this
talking
shit. It's hilarious, man. It's so fucking funny.
I had never seen the director's cut until this time around. That's the version my son and I watched, and I had never seen it.
See, this is why
I'm looking at.
I knew
Yeah,
I
it was
knew
so
this was
cool.
gonna happen with JP, man. The post-apocalyptic ending.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
So
I
he
think.
causes
I don't
that
think
by
I've ever-
drinking too many drops, and it's so fucking funny because he's like this big hero. He's saving the day, and then he fucks up on one little minute thing, and he fucks up the
As
whole
he
world. Right? It's
As he would,
hilarious.
you know, it's Ash.
I think it's a better
Well,
ending.
in the other version, he has to say words again, and go back to the the present.
Yeah.
And he fucks that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's in S-Mart. The ending's in
And he
S-Mart.
has demons in there, yeah.
And he's like,
Or
tells the girl, he's like, I might not have said every single syllable, but yeah, I basically said it. and
I do
and
like
then-
this ending though.
They're
the
both
theatrical
good.
ending.
Both of the endings are good.
Both
Well-
endings are good. Yeah.
What's good about that alternate ending, which is the theatrical, is that you get to see him in S-Mart. That's the best thing about that.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
and
cool.
he
You get
gets
to
to
see
say
where he
help to the
actually
king,
came
baby.
from, right? It's kind of cool, but I personally like the downbeat ending because I think it's just a hilarious way to end it. I think it's so fucking funny, and I like downbeat endings. So
I know they
Well,
didn't get
it
the
feels in
ending
tune
they
with
wanted because Raimi and Campbell and all them really wanted the darker original ending. But
Right.
you know, I will say they get something similar in season 3 of Ash versus Evil Dead, which then was canceled. Something similar. It's not quite the same, but they go in that direction is all I can say, and it's really interesting. And I would have liked to see how it would have played out, because I guess the plan was for the next Evil Dead movie was to have Ash lead an army of robots against the Deadites of the future. So we go from 2 horror movies with Evil Dead 1 and 2, and then this, this adventure sword and sorcery sort of horror-ish movie to like a sci-fi horror that they wanted for 4. It's kind of bold shit, I dig that.
I've always been confused the way, Evil Dead 2 starts. So he basically, gets thrown into, 1300 AD and stuff. And he kind of saves the day. And like, he's kind of treated as a god for a moment at the end of the film, right? Like
They completely scrapped that.
He uses his boomstick, right? And he blows away this fucking, this raptor or whatever the fuck it is. And then the movie kind of ends. And then the movie starts where he's a prisoner of the reality, right?
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck just happened? Like every time I watch it, I'm like, what the fuck what happened between him being the hero and the start of this film? I'm like, what did he say? Like, I mean,
they also remake the fucking first movie.
Yeah,
again.
I know.
And
Like,
his girlfriend
But they use footage from Evil Dead 2 as well, so it's like,
Well,
it's
it
weird.
makes me think it makes me wonder if when they made Army of Darkness,
is that
if
in
they
the
thought
international cut? Shit.
because it's going to appeal to like a wider audience. Maybe there's going to be people seeing it that have no connection to the Evil Dead movies.
Wait, is that not in your cut, Moodz?
I don't think in the director's cut, I don't think they show anything from the first film. Did they actually show footage?
Well, they
Because
recast
Bridget
Linda.
Fonda's the girlfriend.
Yeah, Bridget Fonda is the
They actually use it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
hell?
Okay, I forgot about the Bridget Fonda thing.
Seems
Oh, that
random,
totally,
but yeah,
100%.
Bridget Fonda.
But dude,
So they
I-
literally redo the first part of fucking again.
yeah, that's
They
right.
shoot
I
it in
forgot.
Footage
Yeah,
for it.
right.
When
right.
you hear
I was
them
gonna ask
talk about it,
Moodz.
they don't care. They're just like I
Yeah.
heard some interview with Bruce Campbell talking about the continuity, and he's just like, we just did what we did. It's like, but are you gonna explain like why you didn't just watch the movie you filmed with Evil Dead 2, watch the ending of that, and just have it bleed over? I've always said this about the Friday series, which I love Friday, but Friday the 13th. But I'm just like, if you guys just watch the end of your movie and then just have it, logically go into the next one, maybe you can have a time jump. It's okay. And I don't know, it seems like they did not care
They just
with
didn't
Evil
care.
Dead. They're just like, We're
Dude,
doing the third one now.
It
Good
is
enough.
literally so epic, man, at the beginning of the film when they throw him into that fucking pit and he's got to fight for
That's
his life.
my favorite scene in the whole movie.
I love that shit, man. Actually, there's a couple scenes of film, but I love the way that shit starts, man. It just elevates Ash to like a totally different fucking level. You know, that's fucking Ash right there. That's exactly what he is right there, and it's amazing. Great dialogue, and like, you know, the funny thing about Ash though, like he's this iconic fucking hero to us and stuff, but honestly, dude, in Army of Darkness, he's a selfish motherfucking prick. He doesn't give a fuck about saving anybody. His main goal is to get back to the future. He wants to Marty McFly this shit in a second.
But that's not true because he cares at the end.
Yeah, but through the film, he doesn't give a fuck.
around.
He literally says, he's like, I don't give a fuck about saving anything. He's like, I just want to get back to, he doesn't say Esmar, but he wants to get back to the future.
He's the reluctant hero.
Right? And I love it because he's actually a dick throughout it, but he's such a likable dick. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, I will say this. In the TV show, he is exactly the same.
Right?
Yes.
Exactly.
See, I like that
him
character
in the
because it
TV
comes
show.
off as being kind of ironic, but like I love that sarcastic type. He almost like an anti-hero in a sense, but he's not. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's weird. He's a very complex character, to say the least.
Moodz, I guess there was a scene that they cut, but that I guess Bruce Campbell told Sam Raimi, no, we can't film that, where the Deadite army is coming up to the castle, and I guess Bruce Campbell and a bunch of the children from the village or the kingdom go out there to sort of do the hippie thing, kind of like putting flowers in the guns. They're gonna go give them a flowery offering, and then when the Deadites get all scary, Ash runs back and shuts the castle door and leaves the kids out there.
What the?
Shut the fuck up.
I
Shut
guess
the
that
fuck
Campbell
up.
was like, Sam, we can't do that, and they wound up not doing it.
No
but
way.
Sam Raimi really wanted that scene.
Dude, that's amazing. So
This
fucking
movie is like
A blast.
so tonally different, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
It is, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I was gonna ask Moodz because us being the same age, I don't know how old you were when you first saw Army of Darkness, but I just missed it in theaters. I kind of knew that it was like out there being made and it was gonna release, but I was kind of thrown off the first time I saw it because at the end of Evil Dead 2, when they set up the medieval era, Evil Dead 2 still kind of portrays it as like, okay, it's still going to be serious, just set in medieval times. And then when I start watching Army of Darkness, it's immediately like very comedic. Like they totally
straight up comedy.
did a 180. And I was like,
It's not just comedy; it's completely slapstick and Looney Tunes.
Yeah, it's slapstick.
Yeah.
It's not really horror at all, and it threw me off like the first time I watched it because it just was totally different than what I was expecting. So it took me like a few years to like really appreciate.
I get it,
for
man.
what
I get it.
was.
I saw the film. I would probably say when it first came out on media, which I would assume maybe 1993. Maybe 13 or whatever.
93.
And I remember renting it and, being completely confused by it too. And thinking it was horrible because I didn't understand the effects. I didn't understand the the Ray Harryhausen stuff. And, I didn't understand that. Like, it was just an abundance of it and stuff. Like,
Stooges.
and at the time I'd never seen, Jason and the Argonauts and stuff, which is, the whole Dead Army battle is basically like a shout out to Jason and the Argonauts, right? Have you guys ever seen that shit and stuff, right? So, I eventually saw that later on, and now I have such an appreciation for the film because, effect wise, it's actually quite brilliant and stuff. But, it did take me a couple watches to fully appreciate it. And I always grew up with the theatrical cut, seeing the, the store ending and stuff like that. But I actually really do prefer the director's cut. I like the extended, scene with the mini-me's and, the downbeat ending and stuff. It kind of changed tonally for me, man. Like, but I learned to understand the Ash character and like, he's a dick, but he's a funny dick at the same time. And like, he's doing hilarious things and there's a lot of good scenes, man. There's some fun dialogue and stuff. And like, so I got to ask you guys, so if you're Ash, how do you approach the scene in the cemetery when you go up there to grab the Necronomicon and you see 3 fucking books? How do you approach that scene? Because like, what do you do? Because he wasn't told, and he has a good point. He's like, what the? He's like, they didn't tell me there was 3 books. That's bullshit. right?
I do love that scene.
It's it's so atmospheric and it's shot so well and it's really, really fucking well done. But
this creepy ass cemetery.
But I love what they do with it.
Minute.
I love the fact when he grabs one book and it bites him. That is so fucking funny, dude. It's hilarious to me.
Or even when it sucks in his face, it's like that's a good effect. It looks fucking great.
I don't know, man.
It reminds me of like society.
Those are the type of things where it's a little too much for me. Is like when he comes out and his face is all like fucking Looney Tunes, you know.
I
and
thought
like,
of you during that, JP.
Oh, dude, the whole time I'm watching
this, it's a too much, man. I can't handle that.
Me and the wife were actually watching this together. We were watching this together. I think it was last Thursday, and I'm looking at her going, JP, and she listens to the podcast. She's been actually listening to the podcast quite a bit lately. And she's like, "You mentioned me a lot on the podcast," which I never really thought I did, but anyways, she's like, "I don't think JP is really gonna like this movie." And I'm like, "Wow, you really know him."
Well,
not bad.
she's wrong in a sense because I've always liked this movie.
But this is definitely not your type of film.
If I hadn't seen this when I was a kid, maybe I wouldn't. You know, if I was coming into it fresh. I think that I've always had an issue with like how Looney Tunes it gets. Like, I'm not a huge fan of like some of the little people stuff and things like that.
Hilarious.
I know you do, and I can see why. But one thing that helps with it is that it is set in almost a different world feeling thing because it is in medieval times. And I do love medieval stuff, and I love Jason and the Argonauts, and I love Ray Harryhausen skeleton battles and stuff like that. That is all good and gravy with me in this movie. The only stuff that I think pushes it sometimes is like the skeleton hands coming out and doing the whole Three Stooges bit with like him blocking his eye pokes and stuff. And don't get me wrong, I love Three Stooges. I grew up on Three Stooges. I would watch Three Stooges on like New Year's. Like sometimes there would be marathons. We just throw it on and watch it while drinking. And I've always been a massive fan.
You know what's the type of shit that I fucking hated when I was younger? Even when I was in high school, like watching this movie and shit, I was like, you know what part I fucking hated was the scene when he gets out of the pit. When he gets out of the fucking pit, and he looks at the guy and he's like, I can't even. It kills me now. It's so fucking funny to me now. But he's like, your shoelace is untied, and he kind of hesitates and he looks down. And he fucking clocks him. It's so fucking
they
dumb.
Don't have shoelaces.
It's Moodz, they actually did have shoelaces back in those days. They had different. No, they had laces, but they didn't have the tips.
Yeah.
They didn't have the
Moodz,
tips
right
of
there,
laces. Yeah,
it has one of my favorite lines in the movie when he's showing them all the boomstick and he's pointing the shotgun at everyone, talking about its specs, right? And then he goes, so there's the iconic line, but then I like what he says after that. He goes, "Shop smart, shop S-smart," and then he pauses and goes, "You got that!"
Dude, he has so many good lines.
It's so good, man. It's so fucking good.
Like, whenever you use it, you remember whenever you guys had like AOL Instant Messenger back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you could like put stuff in your bio? I always had like good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun in mind because I fucking love that line in this movie.
Yeah. So wait, can we go back to the cemetery scene for a second? Because I had never noticed this before, and all the times I watched this. So,
is that not a good thing though?
He has to recite. He has to recite the incantation the wise man gives him in order to, obtain the Necronomicon. Klaatu Barada Nikto, right? Well, Ash can't remember Nikto, so he has to think about what the last word is, and he goes, necktie, nectar, nickel, and he's like, noodle, and he goes, it's an N-word. It's definitely an N-word. And then he just shouts, "It was definitely an N-word." And my son just looks at me and he's like, "Ash, don't say it." And I'm like, no. Ash, don't say it.
It's funny because back in the day, we never would have thought the N-word was that N-word.
It's just now. And yeah, and Skylar's like, "Don't get canceled, Ash. I love you." And I'm like,
you know what
I don't think he's going to do it, buddy.
You know what sets up that part so fucking good, man, is when like the guy's telling him the words and he's like,
say it again.
And he's like, "Say it again." He's like, "I got your fuck." Where he doesn't say fuck him. He's like, "I got your words. I know the words.
I know your words." Like, because he's been dealing with the book for like 2 movies. You know what I mean? And he's like, he's all confident that, and I'll say, like, the first season of Ash vs. Evil Dead, I didn't like it. When I first watched it, when it aired, like I watched it weekly. Me and Kyle watched it and did a podcast on it. But after watching these 3 movies, I went and watched the first season, and I liked it so much more because by that point, it's a fucking direct continuation of that character of Army of Darkness Ash.
Right.
So if you're going in knowing that, it plays so much better. He is exactly the fucking same, man.
Dude, JP, his first appearance when he puts on his girdle, walks in that bar all smooth, his new hand, and he throws that dart at the dartboard and it just misses. Like, and he's like trying to shine on to everybody at the bar, like, yeah, I'm the shit, and he just misses the dartboard completely. That's everything you need to know about Ash.
Oh, dude, he's so funny in there. Like when he's trying to pick up girls and stuff like that, it's fucking hilarious.
And he does it though.
Yeah,
man. Is there any other franchise where, you know, it starts out pretty low budget, gets a little bit bigger, and then obviously Army of Darkness has a huge budget, man, where the movies kind of stayed on the same level of greatness, though, too? I mean, at least for myself, because usually when a franchise kind of grows this much, it kind of gets to the point where it's like, nah, I mean, maybe the budget is just too much for it, and it exceeds what it's trying to do, maybe in a bad way and stuff. Is there any other franchises that are like this, though?
Well, Phantasm 1, 2, and 3 all got bigger budgets.
But I mean, to this point, though, I feel like Phantasm 2 and 3. I mean, 2 was a big budget. 3 wasn't, though. 3 was a step down from 2, though.
Was it? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I thought it had a pretty big
budget. But I mean, you think
too.
about it, man. Evil Dead, the first film, is pretty minimal. The second one's obviously quite a bit bigger, and this one is like, it's like probably more than double the previous two films combined, kind of thing, right?
Coming to mind.
But the film stayed on the same plane of like awesomeness. They kept the integrity of what they were doing, even though they were doing different things. I always thought this was like the most unique franchise or trilogy until 13 came out.
Well, yeah. Well, Lord of the Dead.
It's a hard question to answer, I know, because you're kind of put on the spot and stuff.
budget
But
as
like, you know what I'm
Phantasm
saying?
2.
Like this one is really, it really kind of sticks out in that aspect for myself. But
how much was this budget?
That's
I'll look it
Jeremy's.
up.
Jeremy knows that shit, man. But I just feel like I can't think of anything.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
11 million
compared to the other ones. Fuck yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You know, you guys talked about something in your last episode that I was listening to it while I was at work the other day, and then as I'm just kind of doing my research for these films, you know, Dino De Laurentiis had, you know, a lot of input, and Universal did too for this movie. But on your last episode of the Hannibal show, you talked about how De Laurentiis was battling for the rights to Hannibal Lecter, right? Well, Army of Darkness was, I'd never known this until like yesterday, was caught right in the middle of that fight. Like here you've got De Laurentiis and Universal who have both got their claws deep into the production of Army of Darkness, just brawling it out over Hannibal, and no one wanted to make a move toward actually releasing Army of Darkness until this court thing was finished. So this put a whole extra year on Army of Darkness's release time. And
Well,
I saw this interview.
there you go, same time period,
Bruce Campbell,
91.
he talks about how his salary for Army of Darkness, basically, he's like, I was making as much as like a shoe salesman by the end of all of it, you know? But it just made me happy to join you, considering you just kind of talked about some of this.
Isn't that weird
on
how
Hannibal.
that actually connects? And that was literally our last episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Weird.
it makes sense because it was
blown away.
literally the exact same time period, right?
Well, I think it's
And I like
91,
that Watson
so.
listens to our show.
I
Yeah.
listen to the show, man. Love you guys.
Shit.
I just feel like
unlike
after-
Mike asked me if we were doing what we watched on the show. I'm like, dude, we have specific fucking shows for what we watch. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, he asked
He was
me
even
too.
on the last one, for fuck's sakes.
Mike's like, when's the 96 episode coming out?
I just wonder if Darkman being successful had any influence on Universal making this movie, because
Oh, it had to have. Yeah.
it had to,
Yeah, totally. Good point.
yeah.
Yeah,
You know what one of my favorite parts in this movie is, man, is when the fucking Dead Army attacks the castle and shit, and they start fucking bombing the skeletons and shit. And I guess, what is his name? The leader of the Dead Army? Is it the Cowardly Warrior? I don't know.
It's
The
like Evil
leader
Ash.
of the Dead Army is freaking
Evil
Bill
Ash.
Mosley.
Yeah, but
There was Evil Ash, but then there was the Deadite captain, who I never knew was Bill Mosley until I saw the credits yesterday. I'm like, wait, hold on. And then, did not know
Wait,
Bill
but
Mosley
no,
was in this till
that's Evil Ash though.
Well, no, Evil Ash is the
No.
main guy, but then there's the captain of the Deadite army, played by Bill Mosley.
The one that he battles at the end.
No, not the ending bad guy. He's like the guy leading the skeletons.
Oh, okay.
holy
Yeah,
shit,
he's like a
dude!
sub.
You learned. I did not know that was played by Bill
Yeah.
Mosley, man. So
I
the
only
Deadite
knew
captain.
because an interview where Bill Moseley was like, he was literally like, he goes up to freaking, wrote Raimi just like, yo, I was in freaking Texas Chainsaw 2, loved Evil Dead. Is there a role available for me? And
dude.
like, yo, yeah.
So
Did
crazy.
not know until yesterday.
I
Like,
never
seriously,
even
new
looked at
info
the
for me.
credits and it says Deadeye Captain Bill Moseley. I never even realized. But anyways, so it's so fucking cool. So maybe that's why it's so fucking goddamn funny, because when all the skeletons are getting shot with the fire arrows and shit, and they're getting obliterated, and he's like, and he's like watching it happen, and he's just like, the way he's reacting to it, it fucking kills me every time. It's like the funniest shit, man. Oh no, but he's not doing anything.
So,
Bobby Joe.
The one thing that I noticed while watching this that I never noticed before is that when he buries Evil Ash, that thing that comes up out of the ground, Evil Ash, but he just looks a lot different. I didn't know that was the same gravesite. I just thought that this is the leader of the things like rising up from the grave, but it's actually at the same gravesite where he buried it. I didn't really realize that ever until this time.
Yeah, same, JP. Well, not for this time. The last time. The first time I showed my son, which was a couple years ago, we watched it last night. But then the time before that, when I showed him that was for me the time where I'm going like, wait, that is the same gravesite. So I'm kind of with you on that, man. It wasn't clear to me at the time. I just wasn't paying attention, I guess.
Man, I am so fucking glad that this movie didn't go into that forbidden territory of Ash and the girl and, extend that fucking relationship and stuff to the point where it got disgusting.
No.
Like it kind of leans towards there, like right in the beginning of the film, kind of, and I'm like, ugh.
I even think it was a little too much, even what they have. It's like cheesy as fuck.
It's major cheesy, and like I don't know if that was intentional or what, but I'm glad it didn't exceed that, because man, it would have really brought this movie down. Because me with relationship shit, I hate that shit. It's
same mood.
Especially when it's something like this where it's just like fucking such an afterthought,
right?
Of like the story. It's like shoehorned in. Like what was her husband or fucking brother or something got killed in the
brother? Yeah, by the rival army.
Yeah, it's like I just don't care.
Yeah.
But like this movie's ridiculous too. Like I don't care if you got a chemist book or not. Like you're not fucking making fucking all this shit and his hand that he makes. Like get the fuck out of here with that hand. He all of a sudden he's a blacksmith.
dude, early steampunk.
It's so fucking funny, dude. You know what I love, man? The little Easter egg shoutouts, man. When Ash opens up the trunk and you see the Fangoria magazine in the trunk and shit. I love that stuff, man.
Yes.
Yeah, and also I love the scene where they right at the beginning where the fucking all the medieval knights are fucking poking the car with fucking this knives because they don't know what it is, and they're like, this is weird armor or something.
Yeah.
No, I really like this movie overall. Like it is a really fun movie. It's just not Evil Dead 1 and 2. But it is a progression of Ash, and Ash is he's really fun to watch, and this is his full-blown ashiness.
Oh, yeah.
So what ending do you guys actually prefer? Like, do you guys, like, I'm down with
I prefer the S-Mart ending.
I personally like the Apocalypse one. I think it's just fucking funny as hell.
Yeah, me too.
Normally, I would prefer that one. You know me. I like the downbeat stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I just think it's so funny because it's like an epic movie, and he's like, everything is just screaming he's going to save the day, and then he totally fucks up at the last moment, and he doesn't. It's just hilarious. It's like a perfect way to end it, man. It's so funny to me.
No, that's it. I never thought of that. That's a good point, Moodz, because you both make good points that both resonate with me, because on one hand, you sort of want it, we love it when Ash fucks up, and to have this big royal fuck up to where he's not even in the right time and it's the apocalypse, that's hilarious and fitting. But then there's a part of me that likes that he gets to kind of have his cake and eat it too at the end of the theatrical, the theatrical version.
Because he still fucks up in that one.
But at the same time,
he does, yeah.
But at the same time,
like he has the girl, he says the iconic line. I don't know which one I like better. I'll have to think about that more. I like them both, honestly.
But I mean, if you want to think about it logically, the downbeat ending literally makes no sense, because if that actually happened, part 2 is completely denounced, because right?
Wait,
Because
why?
how the fuck could he be in the book if it was an apocalypse? This shit would have never fucking happened, man.
That's true.
Because he created the
When you
apocalypse
mess with
from
time
that
travel,
moment
yeah.
back in time. You never would have had part 2 where he was in the book.
Yeah, but
and-
time
and
travel's funny
prophesized.
like that, man. It's
But-
like a separate timeline.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at it, I mean, but he went back in time. Basically, part Army of Darkness is technically happening before, right?
Mhm.
Right. So, I mean, if you look at it from that vantage point, it's a little bit ridiculous. But I prefer the downbeat. I think it's still pretty funny.
I like them both. I think they're both good, and you don't get that.
I think they're
often
both good too.
with multiple endings.
Yeah.
Like usually one is like much stronger than the other one.
Right.
But I think both are like you can make an argument that they're a good ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Usually I would go with the downbeat one, but man, the S-Mart is just so iconic, and what branch from it where just everyone knows shop smart, shop S-Mart. Like it's
I love
Yeah,
that.
and
He just said in the movie,
and it's
man.
funny because he's telling her the story of what happened, and then she's like, "You could have been king," and he's like,
yeah, right.
it's hard to imagine now, like after all these years, imagine like not even having that in existence. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. Yep.
Ratings.
Anything else?
Shut the fuck up, Donny. Come on. Yeah, I mean, anything else on it? No, we'll get into ratings.
Watson, I think, right?
Yeah, Watson's up first.
My first, okay. Man, I love Ash to death in this movie. Pure icon status here and now. I'm overjoyed by that. I find, JP was kind of talking about this, and I find the genre pivot away from the first two films to be simultaneously like bold, interesting, but a little frustrating. Yet it doesn't seem like this shift in tone did damage to the franchise in the long run, because the Evil Dead audience isn't fractured because of this movie, I don't think. And they've embraced it all, and that's kind of a triumph. I dig it. This adventure movie featuring the guy from those bloody, video nasty horror movies. What a weird thing to do. This is a cinematic oddity, and I love the hell out of it. It's worthy of its cult classic stat. I'm at an 8.5 out of 10 on this bad boy. What do you guys got?
All right, yeah. This is a title that, for a while there when I was a kid, I would watch this one more than the other two. I remember grabbing it at a Walmart on VHS and taking it home. And like I said, I didn't know it was related to the Evil Dead 2 film, which I had seen. And I just really liked it. It was fun. I think like at the time, like the cartooniness of it was really fun to me. Now as an adult, I'm okay with it. I don't hate it like Pips might have thought, and I can see why she would think that, because I usually do hate that stuff. I just don't love it, but I'm cool with it. It's all right, And I think that this movie feels like an adventure movie, and I like that about it too. He's on this quest and stuff, and it helps it's in the medieval times, and I love the sword fighting and the skeletons and stuff like that. It's a really fun movie. It's just not. If I'm looking at it like an Evil Dead movie, I don't necessarily love that it went in that territory. But as its own thing, I think it's pretty awesome, and I give it an 8 out of 10.
And I was always indifferent on this movie, man, for years. Like, I could never understand the tone. It took me so long to figure it out. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck? And I wasn't really into... I guess when I was younger, I wasn't really into like medieval or period pieces and stuff, which that's a big, I'm the polar opposite now. Like you guys, I love period pieces and shit like that. So, I mean, watching this shit in the last like 20 years has been fantastic, but I think it's honestly a really damn funny movie full of great one-liners. It's got great effects in it. There's an abundance of great scenes. And I feel like we could talk about all the great scenes in this film. I love the scene where he's burying, what is it, Evil Ash or whatever, and he says something, he's like, you got something on your face and shit like that, and
he hits him with the dirt, bro.
And he hits him with the dirt. That shit is so fucking funny because it's done like it's just done so perfectly, man. It makes me laugh every time. It's so funny, man. And
the way that the head is reacting, like,
yeah,
and he just keeps hitting him with it, it's pissing the head off. I love that.
It's so
that
great.
is good comedy.
It is. It's great. It's great comedy, man. Like I said, man, it's just the movie's full of like really great scenes and stuff. You know, you could probably talk about those all day and stuff, but I personally really, really have grown to love this movie so much more than I ever thought I would. I'm at a 9 out of 10. I think it's really, really great, man.
Glad to see that. I mean, I think it's a really solid trilogy there. I like that we all seem to love these movies, which makes me happy because we don't always get that. You know what I mean?
No, totally.
Mike?
Jeremy?
Or is it Jeremy?
Jeremy's.
Yeah, it's Jeremy.
I'm next. Army of Darkness. I'm at a 8 out of 10, same as Evil Dead 2. It's a lot of fun, makes me laugh. I love the ending battle sequence. It's really well done, and all the stop motion animations really, really
it was
fucking good.
Actually.
But
oh no! Fucking, I'll never forget. I just learned that was Bill Moseley. I feel like an idiot. I never knew that. Fucking hilarious, man. Ah, great, Mikey.
All right, so Army of Darkness. I think this is one of those movies where if you're watching this franchise like back to back, the whole trilogy for the first time, it can be a movie that throws you off on a first watch. But I would say revisit it again down the road once you kind of understand the different tone and totally different approach, and just, man, appreciate the ride that Bruce Campbell takes you on. This movie has really improved, in my opinion. The movie itself didn't improve. My opinion of it improved over the years with multiple watches, and I think it's just one hell of a fun time. Slightly less than the other ones, only because from a 10 you can only go down. So I'm saying 8.5 for Army of Darkness.
Nice.
Right.
8.5.
So
Mike and I are we're on.
You guys are clicking. I know that we briefly mentioned it. We wanted to talk about the TV show. I haven't seen much of it, but I know you two have. I'll just say this. The cool thing about the first season is that the hand comes back, which is really interesting, you know, because it's like it's kind of a throwback, and they go back to the cabin in the first season.
Like the actual hand?
Like Ash's actual hand.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
There's a lot of callbacks.
There is a lot of callbacks, a lot, and that was really cool, like fan service stuff that I dig. Ash still has the same car, like he's shopping he's working in like an S-Mart type place. He has two sidekicks that I was like a little hesitant about at first, but then you really start to love them and feel like they belong. And most of all, Bruce Campbell is literally like the same fucking person, and it feels the same, man.
And a big thing too about the show is like it people might not realize it now, but leading into the show, man, we had probably had a good 20 plus years of constant rumors about like, oh, they're gonna do Evil Dead 4. Oh yeah, this is gonna happen. Like, you know how internet news works. It's like, we asked Sam Raimi and he said, sure, I'd love to do it, as if that's like actual news. So it was like 20 years of that kind of stuff. And then
they did the reboot, and you thought it was done.
Reboot,
There's no chance to get like the old continuity back.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden you hear about the Stars thing, and I wasn't even like 100% like thinking it was really gonna happen. And then when the trailer dropped, I was like, holy shit. Like, and of course you don't want to base all your opinion off that, but from the day the trailer dropped and I watched it, it looked like, okay, they know what the hell they're doing, and this could be good. And the third season I'm a little hazy on, because by that time I was kind of touch and go with watching, but the first two seasons I absolutely love, and I'm gonna give season 3 a rewatch because I just remember less of it. But it's a total blast, and like JP said, it's like the Army of Darkness version of Ash, but kind of in the Evil Dead world, like obviously present time and all that stuff, and so many callbacks, so much fan service. And I totally agree. At first I was like, sidekicks, I'm not sure about this, but they really grew on me, and I would definitely recommend. I believe the whole series is on Netflix right now.
Yeah. And
Blu-rays.
The thing about it too is You can watch the first season in like 5 hours. It's that they're shorter. They're not hour-long episodes. I don't think.
20
I think
something
they're like
minutes. Yeah.
yeah.
Not
So
commercials.
so there's only 30 total episodes, 10 per season. So you could realistically watch the whole series in a week if you wanted.
Dude, my son and I blew through this. I took him through the Evil Dead franchise completely, less than a year ago. And man, yeah, Ash vs. Evil Dead, it's got some fantastic highs and some kind of like sad lows. And the lows are solely because of the writing. There are some egregious plot points, some dumb shit happens, plot hole type stuff. And some things that just weren't well thought out, like they were just kind of writing just off the dome. But the highs of this show are iconic and epic. Like even at its worst though, like Mike said, it's a blast. I recommend it. Yeah, JP, yeah, like JP said, folks, it's on Netflix. And God, we had so much fun with the show. Some of the funniest, we were howling with laughter. There's a scene that takes place in a sperm bank in season 2. We were dying and rewinding the scene to watch it again. Ash does not want to get hit with that love juice. That's all I'm gonna say. He will do anything he can not to get hit by it. And we were dying, man. Bruce Campbell is in top form here. We're busting up. Yeah, Mike, definitely revisit season 3. It's a lot of fun. Yes, plot holes. I wish somebody had, I don't know, just grabbed this freaking series by the horns and had maybe been a little more strict with some of the plot points. Stricter rather, but
I also heard there was some interference towards the later part of the
of course. And Kelly and Pablo are great, and I guess there's an Evil Dead game that is coming out that I can't remember what it's called, but I guess they just added Pablo. I know there was some complaints that we got Ash, we got Kelly, the lady, there's female sidekick. There's some knight, from the future.
Knight from Army of Darkness, yeah.
Yep, from Army of Darkness. That's it. Yeah. Okay, it's not from the show. Awesome. And there was no Pablo. And my son and I, we saw a YouTube trailer of the game, and he just goes, "Where's Pablo?" And I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna throw a fit, Skylar. Come on." And yeah, but anyways, yeah, Pablo showed up then, like recently, so it's badass.
So
that's also with the other video games that came out in the past, Hail to the King.
Right, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
Hail to the King is the only one I played, but I had it back on the Dreamcast, and that one also has like continuity between Evil Dead 2 and or 1 and 2 and Army of Darkness. And it was really cool. Like they did the cabin right, where the glass breaks, where the evil takes the girlfriend and stuff. That's all there, and it plays like a Resident Evil type game. It's like a horror, sort of like puzzles and stuff like that. And you got of course Bruce Campbell actually did the voice, so you have all the iconic lines like, cool. Like groovy. Like I remember you could hit a button and even say that or something, but it was a fun game. You end up in the medieval area later in the game. Pretty fun.
There was a third game that was just on the PSP, which I did not have. It was called Evil Dead Regeneration. I don't know much about it.
It was on PS2.
Oh, it was on PS2?
Yeah.
Because I thought it was Hail.
Is that the one where he has like the little midget?
Yeah, that's the one that one that takes place. What happens if Evil Dead 3 never happened? If Army of Darkness never happened, it takes place directly after Evil Dead 2.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, Hail to the King acts as a sequel to Army of Darkness, but it starts in the cabin.
Oh wow! I'll have to check that out. And of course, you can be Ash on Dead by Daylight, which is the game that I play with my son. It's cross-platform, so he'll play on his computer, and I'll play in the living room on my Xbox. We'll team up, and I highly recommend this game, Dead by Daylight, to people. If you're worthy, you should join my son and me for a match sometime.
I tried it, man. It's hard. I couldn't get it. I needed someone to show me the ropes.
Oh, dude, we should play sometime. We could get on a whole call and do the thing. But yeah, Ash is a character in the game, and he's actually voiced by Bruce Campbell. He'll like say some lines if you're taking too long to get started. He'll be like, "We don't got all day." He'll be like, "Look who!" He says some lines. It's cool.
The only other thing I got to add before we move on to the 2013 is there's also been an Evil Dead musical, and
I've seen it.
I went with a couple people. It was 3-4 years ago now, and we sat in the splatter zone, and it's that's a type of musical that it probably really depends on the caliber of actor they find to play Ash. But I'm lucky that our local one had like a really good actor playing him, and man, that musical, it's like full of like it's cool because it's its own story within the Evil Dead universe, but obviously there's so many callbacks. Dude, we got our dude saying Bobby Joe like 3-4, like whoever the people that wrote it knew what they were doing when they wrote it. Like, it's not just some idiot that was trying to capitalize, you know.
Okay, are you guys done nerding out right now?
That show too. It's a lot of fun. We didn't sit in the splatter zone because I had to go to some party with the girl I was seeing at the time, like afterward, so we couldn't show up all like, you know, covered in, you know, blood and stuff like that. But yeah, my son was with us.
Like
and we had a blast.
You do show up.
No, I know now it makes perfect sense. But she was uptight. But like, they were like serving whiskey and stuff, so I'm getting trashed. And I'm like, oh shit, I have to drive. I better not do this. But then she drove, which was awesome. But like, the thing was, they had the song called "What the Fuck Was That." They're just like, what the fuck was that? And they're just like, what do you think it is? What the fuck was that? And they're just like, I was like, this is great.
I remember seeing a clip of that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it comes to anywhere around you guys, I would highly recommend. Because here it's annual, pretty much annual at the little musical theater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys? Last thing before we go on to the movie, do you guys know anything about Evil Dead Rise?
Well, I was gonna bring that up at the very end.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I jumped the gun there. Just kidding, folks.
Are we done stroking each other off about video games and shit?
You're
now?
just jealous because you don't have anything to contribute.
I felt like Jeremy. Now I know what it's like to feel like Jeremy because I didn't say anything for like 4 minutes. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking 1:00 in the morning.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, man!
No, it's not.
You know, you are such a fucking bitch. I'm reading the chat over here, and he's like, "Oh, if someone's gone for 20 minutes, that means we're going."
That was a
blah,
long
blah, blah.
time
Fucking
ago,
shut
bro.
up, dude. Fuck.
Y'all can't tell time. It's 11 o'clock.
God, it was only gone for like 4 minutes, man. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Anyways,
like literally a minute after you were gone, he's like, well, I guess we're gonna continue the show since we have to do 20 minutes roll.
Right. It was I think it was gone 4 minutes. Like, come on, man. Anyways, yeah, that is Army of Darkness from 1992.
Please. You have to get me out of here.
Leave this book alone.
No. You don't understand. There was something in the woods. And I think it's in here with us.
All right, so moving into 2013 with the remake, simply titled Evil Dead, directed by Fede Alvarez. Yeah. All right, so synopsis: 5 friends head out to a remote cabin where the discovery of a book of dead leads them to unwillingly summon up demons living in a nearby woods. All right, anyways, I don't think it was necessary.
You guys watched this since it came out?
No.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched it in the theater.
Me too.
I watched it, I want to say maybe a year or two after when I got the Blu-ray. And then I watched it again a couple years ago. Or no, I think I watched it again last year, I think it was. And then I just rewatched it. But I rewatched, the first 3 times was the theatrical. And this
you
time
watched
around,
uncut this time.
And now I watched the uncut. So
did everybody watch the uncut?
Yes.
Okay. This is my first time since 2013.
Yeah,
no way.
It's one of those films where I just,
same.
I mean, my history with this movie is I walked out of the theater and first thing I said, that fucking sucked.
Wow, that's sad.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
didn't like it at all, man. I was like, wow, it was really, really fucking gory. I'll give them that. It was great. The gore was great. And that was pretty much, the extent of what I was always harsh on this one. Everybody was sucking the dick of this movie when it came out. And I wasn't saying I hated it because, to be different shit. I just was unimpressed. I was unimpressed with this, the way I actually didn't like the narrative at all. I didn't like that our protagonist was a drug addict and her brother, and the fact that nobody was likable to me at all. You want to feel sympathetic towards this drug addict character and stuff, but she sucks. and the brothers suck too, and everyone around her just seemed to suck, especially the boyfriend's girlfriend, who's like the worst character, I swear. No,
Yeah.
she's not even existent. No,
the glasses guy.
No, the blonde-haired chick.
Oh, the blonde hair.
Oh, the brother's girlfriend.
So useless, man. But everybody's just like not likable to the point where they're actually, they're very dislikable. And I don't know, man. I had problems. I had a lot of, there was things I liked, man. It was, the gore I thought was pretty good. For
pretty good.
In a
I think it's
film.
the best score we've got in the last decade.
Yeah.
In a theatrical, I was like, holy shit, man! It's it's pretty damn gory. But that's all I remembered from it when I stepped away from this. I was like, man, everything else seemed just didn't like the core narrative, man. They really tried to play off the fact that her mom was in an institution, and they played off all this crazy shit. I'm like, man, they're giving this way too much fucking story and stuff. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the dude that, was the dude that, was hating on Halloween because they gave it too much story and stuff. See, I like the Halloween remake for the story that they give it and stuff. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I have to explain that. In this movie, I still don't think it works, man, because based on characters, man. I mean, we don't have... There's no Ash character. I mean, and what kills this movie, and I've said it to this day, 4 watches later, man, the MacGyver shit is the stupidest shit in the history of fucking cinema. I will say this to the grave. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb.
Yeah, I tried to look up to see if it was possible at all.
So did I.
And I wound up on some thread like that.
Was
where
it
this
the guy?
It's so dumb.
Did he type like a huge long thing
Yes.
explaining how
Yeah, did you read that too, JP? He was like
yes.
a biologist.
Yeah.
We both read the same thing, and he's talking about God, what did he say? I can't believe I didn't take notes on what this guy wrote, but he's basically talking about how it would cook your heart, essentially, that the way, it works with the voltage and the amperage, you would, it wouldn't, set your heart back to, some sort of resting heart rate. It would just straight up cook it, So yeah.
It doesn't work.
But it's just, it's the whole result of that is it's so cheesy. It's so fucking cheesy, man.
They should have had a Pulp Fiction style adrenaline shot. How hard would that been to do? Now, listen, I love this movie, but I do pick it apart too. That bitchy nurse had a med kit. So you can get a Pulp Fiction style adrenaline shot from there, stab it in her chest, and just simplify it.
The problem is with that, though, Watson, is that the brother's so damn clueless to anything that was going on, even with the nurse and stuff. He wouldn't even have known what she fucking had anyways.
All right, stop bringing up a good point, will you?
Right.
I mean, but you could have inserted a scene to fix that, where she's going through her kit and he's like, "What's that?" And she's like, "It's pure adrenaline or something."
Speaking of theatrical versus unrated cuts, the one thing I did like when I watched the unrated version was they did show what happened to the dead nurse body and also with his girlfriend and stuff. That was one thing that they kind of I think was a kind of a plot hole, because the bodies were dead or whatever, and then they never really went back to it in the theatrical, where here they actually show him covering it up and burning and doing the 3 steps to get rid of the bodies. To get rid of the bodies and stuff, which they didn't do in the theatrical, which was actually a question that me and Dylan talked about after we watched this in the cinema. I was like, what the fuck happened to the bodies? Because just because she got her head smashed in doesn't mean that she's fucking dead. What the fuck happened to her and stuff, right? So they actually show that in this, him covering up, burning her, dismantling the girlfriend's body and stuff, which I thought that was actually very much needed. I'm surprised they cut that out of the theatrical, because it's only a minute and a half or something like that. It's kind of crazy, but so I give him props for that.
So needed. Yeah, definitely needed. Yeah. And I'm glad you noticed that too. I was going to bring that up because the way this movie plays out, and I think I have this as a note somewhere in all this gobbledygook, that it's the whole movie plays out kind of like one big ritual, which is one thing I love about the movie. And without those scenes, it doesn't make sense. And with those scenes in, it's like, okay, they are playing into what the book is saying, so they're keeping to the rules. And it's like, okay, good, right on.
And to go into the MacGyver thing, I also hate that scene. I always have. Even back when I reviewed it when it made my top 10, number 7, I think, of 2013, I pointed out that I didn't like that scene. I was watching it this time, trying to find something that I could come up with to make that scene work or not be as stupid, And the only thing that I could come up with is that because it's a like what Watson said, a ritual and a prophecy through the book that had to happen in order for the next thing to happen. So regardless of if it was an electric shock or CPR or whatever, would have brought her back to life, because it was meant for her to come back to life and not, you know what I mean?
It was fate, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was like part of the story, part of the book, the prophecy in the book. So it's like no matter what, it had to happen.
I hadn't considered that.
And that's the only thing I could come up with. I still think it's shit, but it's something.
Well, hence why it doesn't work at first, and all of a sudden he's doing his thing, and all of a sudden he turns around and she's standing there, fucking technically alive or whatever.
Yeah.
I still thoroughly enjoyed this movie. I liked it a lot.
Oh, me too.
Fun with it.
You know what, man?
There's just thoroughly entertained.
I love this movie.
I just don't. I can't get into this shit, man. I think I liked it. I liked it less than I watched it like, a few months ago, dude. Like watching this cut, I'm like, okay, that's cool that they show this and stuff, but I'm noticing how much I hate these characters, and like, it's one of these films where they try to give backstory. And I think it's what hurts the fucking movie, because we have a drug addict, lead character and stuff, but the brother is like, he's just a dumb shit, man. The reason why he's a dumb shit and he sucks is because, they portray him as this guy that left his sister and went away and stuff and didn't give a fuck. He didn't even know that she had technically died from a drug overdose and stuff. Like, there's shit like this, and then the nurse is all bitchy, and the dorky dude's a fucking useless character, and the girlfriend's the fucking worst. She's literally a background character just for another fucking body count character. And man, and the whole shit with the dog is the fucking worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Man. I hate the dog shit, man, because it's so unnecessary. You don't have to show that shit. Even put that in there. It's so dumb. It doesn't even do anything for the film.
It fucking it's fucked up.
Yeah,
how do you watch fucking Noro the Curse then, bro? That movie has nothing but dead dogs.
Yeah, but I mean, there's context in
give
film.
A fuck about the 90 hanging cats in the basement.
No, but there's context to shit though too. They don't really need to throw that in there, because it just didn't really, because they introduced the dog like he's such a minute character. Like if they wanted to bring emotion to the table, show the dog more, playing with them and having a good time, right? And then, but they didn't do any of that, man. The dog is there, and all of a sudden he's underneath.
Yeah, but you don't need that, because you still feel just as shitty.
No, you don't. You don't at all. And I'm a fucking massive dog lover, man. And I was like, dude, it's just stupid to throw that in. The way it's done is dumb.
And the dead dog.
I love animal deaths.
I
love that the dog's name is Grandpa.
Yeah,
that busts me
funny.
up. She's like, Grandpa.
But I will say one thing about this film that I did like also is that they actually explained that the cabin is the siblings' parents' cabin. At least they're not breaking and entering for once.
and it actually made sense too, that like, okay, you would think, why would they take her to this dingy ass fucking horrible cabin? But they say a line where they're like,
it's the greatest
wow,
place
what happened to this place? Mom would be so disappointed to see it like this and stuff. So they didn't expect it to look like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, somebody definitely broke in.
But I mean, the storyline makes sense to what they're doing, because if you want to get someone straight by doing what they're doing, kind of like the hard love shit, dump your drugs. We're going to spend 3-4 days out here until you get clean. We're going to put you in an area where you can't get the fuck out of here. Right. So the setup makes sense. I just don't like the narrative. I don't like the story. I think it sucks.
I like all the backstory.
See, that's what I don't like in this movie. And I hate it more. I know JP have this connection with the drugs and stuff, but honestly, dude, I don't want to get into it, but I have people the same level. But I just don't like the way this is done.
Because like while the oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to say it. Yeah, while it has while it's important in the first 3 movies, you really never like get the entire backstory about it. But I feel like in this movie, you learn more about the book is more of a focus compared to those movies. Yeah. You learn more about the backstory. About what
like
it's
Watson
about.
said, it's a big long ritual.
It's basically a ritual, man. And I mean, in the uncut version too, they actually show a little bit more in the book too. A little bit more things that you get to see, which is kind of cool and stuff. But the one thing about the book I do like in this is when they first find it, it's like it's fucking totally wrapped up in barbed wire and shit. I love that.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty damn cool. Like, don't open this shit. Don't open this shit.
I would. Because I don't believe in shit. You know, I don't believe in demons and ghosts and stuff, so I fucking course I'd read it.
Well, yeah, if you don't know you're in a horror movie, like if I go up in, you know, my garage's crawl space up there, find some weird fucking book, I'd look at, I'd
what
look
the fuck
at
is
that
this?
shit. Yeah, like up to this point in my life, it's been pretty chill. Some good stuff has happened to me, some bad stuff, very low on the demonic horror. So I'd read that shit. I'd peel back the plastic and the barbed wire. The art is great. We'd all make it a coffee table, and you all know it. Everybody listening.
That's why I always hate when people are like, why would you read that book? I'm like, dude, come on. It's like, you don't know you're in a horror movie. Like, of course you, like, I've read, no book has ever done me harm that I've read so far. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to think of it that way. But one thing I want to kind of get at the plot here. And the reason I like it is, Moodz kind of brought it up. Like, I have like a very, very, very big understanding of, you know, addicts and stuff like that. And it has been something that has been part of my life for my entire life, continuing to this day, specifically heroin. So whenever I see films tackle it and stuff, I'm always hyper interested to see how they do it. And while I don't think they do it perfect in this one, I think they do it better than most any other horror movie I've seen that has specifically heroin, but drug addiction in it. And more importantly, the sort of aftermath of trying to quit using drugs, like, and especially cold turkey and, you know, the horrible detox that's going on with her. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the thing that they say at the beginning where they're like, you know, because the brother character, I agree, he's kind of oblivious to what's going on with his sister, which is very common with drug families and stuff like that. Some people don't get involved in it and others do. And whenever you,
but the fact that he didn't even know that she had actually OD'd at one point, isn't that kind of like, you think that information would have got back to him?
He's a piece of shit.
He's in a different state, and they probably didn't want to tell him.
But I mean,
they don't want to stress him out.
But that's kind of major, though. Like, your sister pretty much clinically died.
It's happened to me.
I don't know.
I didn't know, and I found out later. When it happens like that, and it happens often. I mean, sometimes you just don't want to add that.
I mean, I get it. I've never had something like that happen, but like, I had somebody close to me that was actually molested by somebody that I knew, and nobody told me.
Yeah,
until charges were laid and stuff, because they didn't want me going, and the people feared that I was going to kill him.
Right.
So no one told me, because they know that I act kind of irrational sometimes when it comes to major shit that I really truly believe against.
Though, Moodz.
They never told me.
They're trying to protect you.
I guess so. I guess from that aspect, I get it. I guess I get it now, because, you know, I'm sure my wife will hear this and she'll be like, "Yep, that happened." But it was kind of major, because they were really protecting me from doing exactly what they knew I was going to do, because I knew this motherfucker. And it was brutal, dude.
Yeah,
and I used to fuck with this guy all the time, and like, nobody knew. Nobody fucking knew, man. Yeah. And like, he molested this girl, and I was like, oh, if I had fucking found out before, you know, he got caught and shit, man, it would have been game fucked. Oh, it would have been bad.
No more 22 shots of Moodz in horror. Well, there'll never be 22.
Drama.
Yeah.
See, there was no fear of going to jail for something I didn't fucking do at that time.
Yeah, right. But so the when they bring everybody in, and the nurse is explaining like look, like he clearly doesn't understand what addiction is, or like what's going on with it, and he's maybe a lot of the audience who doesn't have those experiences. So when they say, look, she's gonna absolutely lose her shit in like 3 hours, and then it cuts to her just freaking out, like, that is real. That is people who are on dope, specifically heroin. Whenever they start coming off of it and how sick they get, they will fucking do anything to get it fixed. And they hate you. They hate everyone. They're like, fuck you, get out of my face. You know, they want to leave. It's an absolute nightmare. And I feel like this film does a really good job of kind of creating that.
But don't you think it takes a focus point though too? From maybe there's one character in here.
It's not that involved though. It's very short, and I think that it's just it's instead of just having 5 friends go out to the cabin like most horror movies, they added a little depth to it, but they don't stay on it. It goes away really fast. So I just thought it was a cool, more like emotional, especially for me, way to sort of put these characters in the situation. So I've always really liked that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think the scene at the end when she fucking pulls her arm out from the truck is fucking gnarly, bro.
I love that.
They use sashimi. They use like a bunch of sashimi to be like the tendons, you know, like
it looks fucking gnarly, bro.
That's better than
You know, one scene I noticed, man, from the theatrical to the fucking unrated was the scene where the girlfriend cuts her arm off with the turkey carver.
Yeah.
That scene is, I
brutal.
noticed right away. I was like, that's totally extended, man. Totally 100%. It's just a brutal fucking scene, man. And I think the arm underneath the Jeep is actually extended too a little bit. That seemed a little bit longer, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I'm sure Jeremy's looked it up, but
all fucking nuts, like don't you cut it, you bitch, and stuff like that. I'm like,
JP, don't you like the way that Basement Mia is kind of aware of what the possessed above are doing? Like in this extended shots, like they'll be doing something upstairs and she can't see them, but she'll be like looking around and kind of responding to things that are happening up there, almost as though she's kind of whatever's in her is pulling the strings of whatever's in them.
Well, that's
it's definitely a completely different.
But that makes sense though. That makes sense, Watson, because that makes sense because the way this movie's done it almost feels like it's like a viral possession, right? Because everybody is because when Mia gets possessed, right, she pukes on the nurse and possesses her through the puke, and then it kind of gets passed on through. It's almost like now going back to the whole cabin fever thing. It's like this flight, you know, it's different, but it's kind of the same. Like it's almost like a viral thing in a sense, right? So they totally do. Everybody gets possessed in that certain way. It's not like the other films. So they definitely kind of did it differently that way, which is kind of cool and stuff. But you know, going back to her being down in the basement and kind of pulling, it's like, it kind of makes sense in that aspect, right? Because that's how it's going to be.
Oh yeah, like I infected you, like kind of like a vampire, like the head vampire kind of knows what his fledglings do. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good analogy, Moodz. I dig that.
I don't like about this movie is, and it just feels like the fucking producers or something wanted this in there, is like the scene, because it feels so like that. The scenes early on where Mia's like leaving and she's having visions of stuff before she's possessed, before the tree rape and stuff.
Dude,
I hate that stuff.
Thank you.
Dude.
I have it written down. I said,
it.
what the fuck's up with the visions when she's driving away? It makes literally no sense.
Had the book been read yet?
Yeah, the book had been read. Yeah. And I get it. It's like foreshadowing. And so I just don't, I don't like it visually.
But she wasn't, I don't know.
Yeah,
well,
the violation had to happen because that was the act of possession. Like in the first ones, you could be like, I don't know what was happening with the tree rape in the first ones, but this one, it is the act of initial possession when it crawls up into her body.
See, that's post the the visions and stuff, right? And I
think
post
the visions. You're right.
I think
I did think of an argument for the visions though, and that is that because the book had been read by the time the visions start.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the when heroin addicts are coming off, they are hypersensitive. Their skin itches. They feel their skin crawls. They have heightened sense of smells. Smells will make them sick to their stomach and want to throw up. That's why she keeps smelling the cats. So I was thinking maybe it's sort of like her sixth sense of evil is a little bit heightened. But at the same time, I just hate it visually. Like, it just feels like horror movie bullshit.
I do like the fact that you pretty much see that tree branch go right up her fucking cooter, as Jeremy would say. I mean, it's pretty explicit. I mean, for a theatrical film, man, like, I mean, that was there as far as I remember in the theatrical too. And I'm like, that's pretty crazy.
This is one of the more hardcore, because even the cut version is pretty fucking gory, dude. Well, like,
dude, the differences are between the versions are extended gore scenes, and I'm pretty fucking sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure Jeremy's looked this up and he could probably either tell me I'm an idiot or I'm telling the truth, but is the scene where the four-eyed geek comes in who's, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what scene it is, but he comes in and he drinks the fucking water and he puts it down and he's like, is that in the theatrical? Because I don't remember that from the theatrical. Am I just tripping out?
Wow, dude, I only seen it once, the theatrical.
Like he comes in, it's like a whole scene where he comes in and he's all fucked up and he grabs this big jug of water and he fucking drinks it and shit. I don't remember seeing that, but I might be tripping.
Dude, that guy gets fucked.
Dude, Lou Taylor Pucci is,
I think I might be right on that.
Spring. Yeah, he's great in Spring. You know, I got to build off I have to say something smart at some point in this whole review. So off what Moodz was talking about with the characters, there's this academic horror term that I have often invoked when I'm on reviews and stuff called dispositional alignment theory, which is basically like that there are ways characters in these movies might act that lead us into thinking that they deserve what's coming to them. And this movie does go there, and it goes well past that point. And that's
in
interesting
simple
when I
terms,
ponder this.
shitty characters get what they deserve.
Shitty characters deserve to die, yeah. Because on one hand, everyone here deserves a measure of punishment to a degree, but then the violence just keeps happening. And if any of these characters, maybe besides Mia, I mean, I don't know, that. Okay, but you can make the journey toward feeling bad for them when they're being dismembered, but the movie never accomplishes that except with Mia. So you're kind of left in this position like, yeah, you deserve a lot of this, but you don't deserve all of it, but I still don't like you. And it sets a weird tone. I don't know if the rest of you felt that.
I don't know why though. Why do they deserve that?
They don't deserve it's just horror movie logic is all I mean. They don't actually deserve anything.
No. I'm saying
a bitchy nurse.
I'm like they're not bad people.
No. What I'm saying is it's the horror movie logic of when we feel like we're being turned against a character. Oh, let's see you get hurt. Oh, she slept with a guy. She deserves to die. We don't actually mean that. You know the girl at the bar.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think these characters are written for you to not like them. I just think they're not written good for you to like them.
Well, no, actually, the dialogue is pretty terrible in this movie, to be honest. There's some pretty bad sequences of dialogue. It's pretty bad. I mean,
you know what baffles me though is how cool these actors are when you see them in interviews or in other movies or behind the scenes stuff. Yet in this story, they all feel two-dimensional except Mia. I really liked her, and I just wish these actors who are good at what they do. Like I said earlier, love Lou Taylor Pucci, but I wish they'd been able to feel like caring people. And I never
like. How do you have a doctor character feel so
she's.
I don't know what it is
doing is what I do. She's the one that is like all business. She knows what's about to happen. I relate to her.
That's fair. That's fair, JP.
So are you saying she's the smartest character? Because that's just a misconception. That's just bullshit lies.
Well, she does fail.
She fails at what? Stopping demonic possession?
No. She thinks that she can handle the situation. I think everybody does. I think that's the one little subconscious thing this movie kind of wants you to be thinking. A lot of people dislike Lou Taylor Pucci for reading the book, and you're mad at him. I'm not. And a lot of people would say, well, because the nurse Olivia is too business that we should hate her. I don't.
I get what you're saying.
So there's
those are the reasons why you're not supposed to like the characters.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, as a doctor too. I mean, you think that she's
not a doctor. She's not a doctor.
She's a nurse.
She's like a fucking. She's not even a nurse. I don't think. I think she's like a fucking.
Whatever. I call her a doctor character because she has all the doctor shit. But anyways, I mean, she's obviously there to be the sympathetic one, but she's not really the sympathetic. But anyways, did you guys like the fact that they completely took out the tape recordings? I mean, the way the evil is conjured up here is strictly by saying the words. I
mean, it has the same effect.
Well, it has a different effect because in Evil Dead, when you start seeing fucked up shit, it's because of the tape recorder, because everybody heard it. But in this film, because only one person read the book, he's the only one that knows what's happening, and everybody else is kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Right. And he has to explain to them. Right. So it is different. I like the tape recorder because it's scary.
Yeah.
So
I just think in this movie it comes across as being a little bit cheesy because generally when you're by yourself reading a book, you're not going to specifically say one word at a time out loud. I always took it as
if you're trying to pronounce it, you might.
I don't know. To me, it comes off a little bit corny. It comes off a little bit corny because it's ridiculous. Because if there was other people in the room. And he was basically saying those words out loud for not only himself but other people to hear. It would make a lot more sense to me. It would completely mean a different thing to me. But he is by himself, and he's saying these words, and I'm just like, I mean, I talk to myself a lot.
Read out loud when you read?
No. I talk to myself out loud a lot too. I'm definitely a weird person. I'm one of those I think out loud. You're right. I talk to myself all the time.
I talk to myself all fucking day.
I do.
Me too.
I'm so bad for it, but. When I'm reading a book, I generally never say the words out loud. It's weird. But when I'm thinking, I say the shit out loud all the time. I'm like, I will literally go, that is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking seen in my, like, I'll just talk like that out loud. Like,
I knew that about you long ago too. I know you're the guy who is laughing to death by himself in the room watching the movie.
The wife is like, she'll literally come downstairs sometimes and be like, what the hell is so fucking funny down here? I'm either dying about something or fucking I'm freaking out about something, like, fuck. I have no shame in that. But my point is like, reading to me out loud like that, just one word at it seems odd to me. It just doesn't really
Moodz,
happen.
And it's a simple fix too. If somebody had been like, what is this? And then he'd read it to that person or to everybody, it's an easy fix that gets you to from point A to point B. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
But
I never thought about that.
At the same time though, like, let's not pretend that some people don't just do that.
Yeah, not everybody does the Moodz way.
No, absolutely. Yeah. You're absolutely correct. They don't do that. But I'm saying it would have been more effective if there was at least one person other in the room. It just seems unlikely that you would overly pronounce very, very loud, like Cucamonga and Bobby Joe. You know, like, I mean, those are the magical words, right? So
N-word. What I think, like the gore in this movie is like so fucking good. It really is. Like, you think it looks very real too, and it's like more of a. It's less like splatter and more just like fucking extreme.
Okay, so my question is, and I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the gore is pretty much outstanding. It's pretty crazy. I mean, with the exception of the obviously bad CG in certain parts, especially when Mia's being buried, the CG in that part is pretty bad. It actually looks phony.
I can't remember it.
Like her face, you can tell it's just fake.
Is there CG in there?
Oh yeah.
I thought there was no CG in this movie.
That's
there's definitely some with.
There's definitely CG in that part, man, for sure. That's definitely not her face. But
they tried to market it as like no CG.
No,
but
they're lying. They're lying. There's 100% that's CG.
Maybe they just meant violence because, like, the Void did all their Void 2017 did all their violence without CG, but like they would do just environment shots with CG, like the cultist standing out there was all fixed up.
Or sometimes they'll say no CGI, but then it's added post production.
Oh yeah,
so technically they're like, well, we didn't film. Yeah, I mean
that's fair. Yeah.
So all of the characters' names spell out demon. How about that?
Oh, that's something I didn't know.
What?
David, Eric,
that's cooler than anything in the actual movie.
Natalie.
Mike,
you don't like this?
Yeah, Mikey hasn't spoke up, man. What's up?
I think he took a nap.
Save her for the show.
Like where Moodz is. When I saw it in the theater, I came out of the theater like, okay, that was all right.
He didn't.
That's exactly not what I said.
Lots of people loved it. I didn't love it, and this is the first time I've watched it since, and I like it a little bit less now. I don't think it's a terrible film, but I really think the gore is a saving grace, and because of, I think so many people were surprised that a theatrical movie would be gory like that it just elevated the movie overall. But watching it this time, I don't know. I was kind of bored, to be honest. But I was entertained. Like, the gore was cool. I agree with everything said about that. But the characters were kind of lame to me. I didn't find them very entertaining. And I don't know. I don't know what, because I'm like, Moodz kind of really said everything I was gonna say. I just happened to align with him a lot on this one. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just because it's hard for me to disassociate Evil Dead with what the Evil Dead movies were. How there was like a little more fun aspect to them, and this one, it was like, I feel like this one made a point like, well, we have to go 100% serious.
Like, let me ask you this: if this film was not like Evil Dead the remake, and it was just like some movie you fucking rented on Shudder or something, and you watched it, like, don't you think it would be fucking pretty badass of a watch? Is it because expectations are so high?
I don't think you could actually disconnect yourself from an Evil Dead coincidence. You know, when you're watching this film and be like, okay, that's Evil Dead. It's like kind of like watching
if this
Wither.
was Wither or something and came out on Artsploitation, you know, it was a ripoff, Evil Dead ripoff. Like,
right?
Don't you think you'd be like, man, that was fucking pretty fucking dope ass motherfucking movie right there?
I mean,
No?
I mean, if this movie was called Heroin Hurts, I would have been like, yo, that's a pretty interesting fucking Evil Dead ripoff. You know?
Yeah, well, the story of heroin.
Like, I was like down with the setup, like taking her out there to.
I think they did a fantastic job
but
with the look of the cabin, though. The outside looks identical to the original one.
And also I love the rain and the nasty, grimy, like decaying leaves everywhere and stuff like that. I just love that depressing look.
The raining blood was
that
good.
is a great fucking horror image right there. That fucking blood rain, man. I love
that. Yeah, that was good.
It's cool, man.
I just kind of felt like the characters were just.
I agree with you guys. I mean, I think the characters are pretty fucking bland, but I felt that way in the first one too.
It's crazy to have like 6 characters in a film and like all of them suck though. Like, when was the last? Like, name another film where every character. I mean, I'm sure we probably can, but I mean,
Evil Dead 1, the first one, I think they're all pretty just average too.
But they're not dislikable. That's my point,
I don't
though.
dislike any.
I think these characters are almost to the point where, like, I don't know, man. I guess
I don't dislike any of them. I like Mia enough. Like, I just think they're kind of bland. That's my issue with them.
Yeah.
Like, I don't actively dislike.
I think it's because
Mia.
they give backstories. They give backstories to these characters, man, and then it's just an easier element to like or dislike. You know, make that distinction, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like in the first film they don't really have any character development, so it's kind of neutral. You're just like, whatever.
I'm
you
kind
like
of that
them,
way in real life too, though.
Yeah.
Where I don't like dislike or like people like easy. Like I don't like. I just don't have a feeling towards them until like.
See,
I
I dislike people in movies way more than I do in real life, though. Right? Like I
I treat it like real life, where I'm like, this person hasn't done anything to like offend me or anything. Like they're like I'm fine with them.
Yeah. Right. So next question, man. I mean, since we're already in like major spoiler territory and stuff, but like in the uncut version, man, they add in the scene, I think, well, obviously that cut from the original film in the credit scene. What do you guys think of that scene? It's like a 1.5 minute long scene in the credits before the obvious, you know, kind of Bruce Campbell cameo at the end.
Where she walks up to the truck and shit?
Yeah, where she gets picked up by Billy Bob. Billy Bob!
Oh, is that who that is?
Was that Billy Bob?
No, his name is Billy Bob in the credits.
Oh. Wait, who is he? Not, he's just like a nobody.
He's just a random dude. Just a fucking random dude.
Okay.
I just didn't get it.
But it doesn't
either.
But it doesn't make sense.
I was like, am I supposed to recognize somebody?
No.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
I thought everybody thought it was gonna be Ash. I think they were like fucking with everybody, right?
Yeah, right.
Like because even it hides him in the sunlight at first.
I know.
So I really think they were just fucking with you, and then they're like, no, we're just.
But the scene made sense to me because when the brother resurrects her, he didn't bury her for eternity. So she was still technically possessed, right? So she finishes off her shit that she's got to do there and then makes her way out to the road, makes her way to the road and then wakes up. And then when he looks in the back or whatever, we get that shot of her she's still possessed kind of thing, right? Because
wait,
hold on.
Is she possessed though?
She's
her
not.
eyes open, and I wondered if she was like, if another movie continued on from here, if she'd be flipping out and be like still like on the path toward wanting to kill more Deadites or something.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
I don't think so. I think she's possessed
at that point. Because her eyes are normal eyes. They're
not
the
fucking
eyes
normal.
in the basement.
She's
They're
not
just blue.
normal at all.
They're just blue eyes. What do you mean?
Dude, they focus in on her like she's waking up like she's still fucking possessed. That's the whole point of it. Like the whole thing didn't fucking work. It didn't fucking work.
But she doesn't have the eyes she had in the basement. They're just blue.
Maybe it's just a bad scene.
I think it's bad.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, that's the point of the scene is to prove that the third way of removing, you know, so there's burning, dismemberment, and burying alive. She never got fully buried. She got resurrected. and then even though she
No,
was
but she was buried alive. It ends it right there, and then she got resurrected. That's a whole point of him bringing her back to life. She had to die and then come back.
But that's the point of her not be. That's the point of her being still possessed at that point. When she opens up her eyes and shit, it focuses in like she's still fucking possessed. Come on, man.
It's filmed like it is, but her eyes are normal. I'm telling you, watch it again.
Why would they film it like she's still possessed and be like, oh no, she's totally normal. She's just having a fucking bad cataract
because
day.
they're expecting you to think that her eyes are going to be all fucked up, but they're normal.
That's the impression I got.
That's what it is.
Maybe it's just a bad
I get
scene.
why it's wrong.
Now I'm like upset.
I get why it's dumb. I'm just saying that's what it is.
No. I think that they're showing you that she's still possessed. 100%.
Why would she be battling possessions then?
Huh? But that's what my question was. To why they would have her fucking possessed after she just battled.
Eyes are blue. They're not like the ones when she was in the basement.
It doesn't matter what her eyes. The way they film it, the way they do it and stuff is totally projecting the fact that she's still fucking possessed.
To expect she's possessed and then their eyes open and they're normal.
That's kind of weak. Like, I mean,
but why would you focus in like a 70? You know, like in the 70s,
because it's a trick.
Subverting.
You're gonna do that and then be like, oh no, we're all cool, man. Let's go have some popcorn and cotton candy, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That's what they did, though. I agree.
Well, that makes it even fucking worse.
Ash should have come up to her and been like, "Need a hand?"
My rating just dropped another point because of what you just said.
It's not even in the real movie.
It doesn't matter. Extended cut, that just fucking ruined it for me even more. I was like, wow, she's still possessed. I'm like, that's crazy.
I think you're not looking at it like a false, like it's a twist, right? It's like, oh, nope, she's not possessed. You thought she was. Oh, nope, she's not.
No, but she just battled her way against evil and fucking killed the evil. And then she stumbles out there all normal and shit. And then she gets picked up by Billy Bob.
And the camera zooms in and you're expecting her to be possessed. And nope, she's still normal.
It's anticlimactic for sure. I mean,
yeah, anticlimactic, fair, but here's the thing: they were
why do that?
Fede
it's
Alvarez
such a cop out.
And Sam Raimi stated that if they decided that this was before the TV show, if they decided to do another Evil Dead, they were going to merge the universes, and Ash from Evil Dead and Mia were going to meet up, and it was going to be them two against evil.
Could you imagine his chainsaw in the arm of his chainsaw? He's doing heroin.
Yeah, the motor. The revving.
That's the fuel right there. Could you imagine that was a storyline? The heroin is the fuel. Oh my god! Seriously, that is so stupid. That is so stupid.
Hero Necronomicon.
I don't know, man. That's just the way I saw it. I don't know. Whatever. But I've only seen it once.
I mean, I don't like that scene anyway. I think it's fucking stupid. It just doesn't. It doesn't. Even if she was possessed, it was still stupid. If she wasn't, it's also stupid.
But then again,
it's kind of dumb.
But then again, when you see the very end credit with Ash and he's like groovy, it's like, okay, it's cool to see that in the remake and stuff, but it really does nothing for anything though either.
No, all it was just like a final little nod, like a fucking Porky Pig. That's all, folks. You know, like that thing. I think I just got canceled.
You say Porky Pig? Oh, you're canceled, dude. Can't say that.
Yeah, because I made fun of stuttering or something. But that's all, folks. I love that though. But yeah, I think the Ash thing was just like I know Dave was ranting about people saying that this is a sequel. It's the same universe and stuff, which because Fede Alvarez is the one that came out and said that. He said it's the same universe.
Yeah.
But his point is like these Deadites are completely different and they're nothing like that universe. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. But also they're very different in Army of Darkness.
Army of Darkness,
also.
yeah.
And let's not forget there are multiple books.
So if it's the same universe, how do you connect it to the universe? Like, I mean, anybody can say it's part of the universe, but like, how do you specifically connect it to that universe? Well, because when you watch it on the face value, it seems like you're just, it's a totally different thing, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think you could say there's multiple books because we see in Army of Darkness that there is. So they could probably do different types of things. different sections of the book.
Right.
And Ash versus Evil Dead goes into kind of parallel universes and things like that.
The Deadites are very different in Ash versus Evil Dead as well, and that's canon technically.
Okay.
Like they pull out different weird demons that do different shit that are nothing like the ones from the other films. So I mean, you could kind of connect it, but I agree for the most part, it's like not the same type of stuff.
No,
totally.
no. I've never thought that. Yeah.
But if they decided to do a sequel and connect the two, I mean, you can do it. It's just, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I was very happy when watching this to just the return to pure horror, because that's what this is. It's pure horror. There's no comedy.
You know, I like the choice that they did, and I like the fact that they went balls to the wall with gore and stuff. But I feel like there's a lot of misses in this, compiled with some really dumb scenes. Mm-hmm. And I don't remember seeing any stupid scenes in it. And I don't want to directly compare this to other films, but if we're going to put it into a franchise talk, there's not really any of those dumb type of scenes in any other films and stuff where, let's face it, man, MacGyver, fuck off.
Ash is MacGyver. He creates all kind of shit out of nothing that doesn't make sense. He does. You can't say he doesn't.
But you know what the difference is? Ash is likable. He's allowed to do that shit,
I think
man.
the difference is the tone.
No, the brother sucks.
Yep.
He sucks.
The difference, the tone.
And plus, he's not smart enough to do that. That's completely unexplainable.
He is a mechanic.
Fuck off. This is still stupid. He pulled that shit out of left field too, man. Like he all of a sudden got this batteries and he's got all this shit. And
the only reason I hate it is because it just doesn't work in real life. If it worked in real life, I'd be like, okay, you know what I mean? But it's just like that type of voltage doesn't work for heart.
We were both looking for that, JP.
Yeah.
We were both searching for the same, like, please, please, please let it be possible.
I think you could have also done like you said, like an adrenaline thing, or even just CPR, right? Like you can bring people back.
Sure.
To life.
The whole scene would have worked great if he had to just talk to the fucking, you know, I don't even know what the nurse doctor, not nurse doctor. Okay, black girl, sorry.
Yeah.
But because if she had this stuff already sitting there, which she probably did, because knowing that she might overdose or do something stupid or whatever,
exactly.
I'm sure
that would have been the most better fucking plot point ever.
Yep.
Oh, shit. You know, I got to do this. I'm going to bring her back by using what we already have in the house.
Yeah, Chekhov's adrenaline shot. Yeah,
like
easy to do.
Because it's
so
actually
easy.
explainable, because this shit is believable and it's been done before. I mean, Pulp Fiction was real.
Yep. Totally real. Based on a true story.
Based on a true story, right?
Yeah, but
it's
even like CPR, I would have been cool with, because like I mean, when someone, especially, you know, this person who has been dead before, and you know, you can bring people back to life who OD. Like I've seen it done with just CPR, and also Narcan works way better. But you know, and I mean, it's not that far-fetched to believe somebody's certified in CPR. Like I'm certified in CPR. I'm required to for work.
Yeah.
And I would have I've always hated the MacGyver scene. I just think it tonally it just feels off for the movie as well. It's just like then there's this long ass scene where he's like building a battery and shit, and you're like, what? This is weird. It doesn't feel like it's the same movie. It doesn't feel like it belongs in here, because it's a super serious movie, and that comes off really cheesy.
Mm-hmm.
But
just
anyway,
like the corny ass relationship between the brother and sister, man. It feels cool, super corny to me, man. Like, and corny is a bad adjective for something like that, where it's being played serious, but it's not working. I don't know. Yeah,
I can kind of feel it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't have anything else to say.
I'm done.
Well, let's get into ratings, man. Who's leading us off? I think it's Watson.
I'm first.
Oh no, it's you. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's no secret I love this movie. I think this is like super fun, and even with the MacGyver scene when it came on last time, I was thinking about it. I was like, fuck it, I don't even care. Let's just move on. And like I'm still taking points off like criticism wise, but I'm just saying, like, if I was going to watch this movie again, that doesn't affect my enjoyment of the movie because everything else is still balls to the wall and badass. And the whole, like, relationship stuff is it's like such a small section of the movie. At the end of the day, the characters are weak because they're not developed much outside of that opening scene, which I'm cool with. And then it's just about the gore and the splatter after that. And that is honestly like some of the best I've ever seen, in my opinion. Like I really think this is some of the coolest gore. The tongue slice, the arm cut off, the needle stabs in the eye, the nail gun when he blows the bitch's hand off with the shotgun. Like it's just great. I just love that stuff.
That's another scene that's extended in the uncut version is the tongue scene. Tongue scene is definitely extended. Definitely extended.
Yeah. There's a bunch of scenes that aren't in any cut that were in the trailer. Like a bunch of lines and dialogue. Like
we're coming to get you, or we're coming to get that's line or whatever.
Whenever the
we're
girl's
gonna
like
get you
cutting her hand, in the trailer the Mia in the cellar is actually saying cut it, like telling her to cut it.
See, I've never seen the trailer before, so I don't even know, but
me neither.
I've heard people say that scene was like we're coming to get, or we're gonna get you was in the trailer but wasn't in the theater.
Differences in the trailer that I like when they do that though, because I don't watch trailers anymore, but like when I did, it's like you expect something that you don't like. It's the problem with trailers is you see every scene that happens, so if that doesn't happen then and something else happens, it's like better.
Right.
But yeah, anyway, I'll be giving it a 8.5 out of 10. I love it.
What'd you say about the characters? You said something about the characters being that they're not good because they're not developed.
Yeah, I just think that they're not like, you don't really know anything about them other than like they're helping this girl.
I think that's the problem with the movie. I think the fact that they tried to give them story,
but it's so minor.
What made it so
like
corny?
Barely anything.
I mean, they jab at you so many times, man. It's like, the reason why Mia's insane is because her mom was insane. I mean, they're not generally just blatantly saying that, but I know, but it's these certain plot points, and it's like all these things. I know, but those are the things that I tend to focus on because I'm like, well, that's corny. I don't know what it is about corny shit. Sometimes I'm just like, I have to like, it embeds itself into my mind, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But it's funny because I watched this movie, like I said, a few months back, and thought it was actually pretty good. And then even with the theatrical or with the extended version, the uncut version, the gore being extended and a couple plot points that were explained, with the nurse. I'm just going to keep calling her a nurse because I don't really know what to call her. I don't want to keep calling her a black girl because I don't want to get canceled. But with Olivia, I'm so bad with names. I never call people by names because I always forget. And then of course, his girlfriend, they explain that away in this. I thought that was actually kind of cool and stuff, but I don't know what it is, man. I think every time I watch this movie, I like it less and less because of the characters, man. I just cannot get into this shit, man. There's nobody. I feel like there's nobody to root for. At least with the other films with Ash, it's like you want to fucking just give everything you got, man. You want to throw that fucking foam finger in the air and be like, motherfucker, let's go.
Yeah, but
I'm cheering for this guy.
Do you really feel that way in the first one? I don't. I never feel. I'm not rooting for really anybody in the first one. I'm just watching what's happening.
But for me, it's like I don't know what it is, man. It's something about it. I mean, he's still likable enough in that film that he's innocent. He's not the badass.
Like even that one has some corny stuff with him and the girl, and he's like pretending to be asleep with the ring and stuff. You don't find that corny?
No, I don't find that corny at all, man. I feel like the shit in this, and there's unnecessary shit too. I think the shit with the dog is unnecessary because it doesn't work because they don't develop that relationship with the dog. If they had a relationship, work that relationship with the dog.
It's a dog, dude. He's their homie. You get this. You know that they love their dog. Everybody loves their dog.
There's literally the dog is in passing in here. He's not even a focus of anything. All of a sudden he's like, he got hammered on. I was like, what the fuck? Like, dude, like you don't even. It just seems so useless in the movie and stuff. But but I mean, the positives to the film, the gore is amazing. It honestly is for a film of this caliber. It's really well done. I think some of the CG is kind of shitty though, man. There is CG in here. The faces at times and the fucking fire obviously is CG. It's terrible. It looks bad at times. But it's definitely it's the core narrative. I would rather have no development than corny ass shitty development and narratives in a film. And it definitely hinders my enjoyment, man. Last time I watched this one, I think I fucking gave it like 8 out of 10, and I'm coming down to a 6.5 because you brought up something too that brought it down too, and I was like, fuck, whatever, I'm down. But I don't think it's a terrible movie.
You're coming in at like a 4.
No.
Yeah.
It's not a no. I cannot give a film of this caliber with doing as much practical effects that they put into it, and there's good filmmaking here, man. It's shot well. This is a good location. I think the cabin is shot really well. I think they did a really good job on the outside of it. Like, if you look at the swing set outside, it looks identical to the original one. I thought that was really cool. There's a lot of really cool shout-outs and stuff like that, but there's a lot of corny shit, man. Like visions before she's being raped and shit. Like, it's stupid. Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. There's dumb things that are happening and stuff, but it's the core narrative that I don't like. I don't like the drug stuff. I think it's shitty, and it's the fact that there's really nobody in this film that you're like really kind of rooting for. In a situation like this, I feel like you need to root for at least somebody because you're isolated. There's 6 people.
Did you not feel bad for the blonde-haired dude who kept getting like super fucked up? That's a guy I was kind of rooting for a little bit, even though it was kind of his fault, just because he kept getting like brutally destroyed
by the nail gun and shit.
Well, dude, he got his hand fucking chopped in half with like a crowbar. He gets fucking beat in the face. He gets stabbed in the eyeball with a fucking needle. He gets attacked in the bathroom. Like, he just gets so fucked up. He does. Drowned practically. He like, does. He's just the whipping boy of this movie.
So explain to me how, unless I miss this like every single time, but how does the brother, as he's burning, as he saves the day and blows up the place and fucking, burns down everything and stuff, how does he get possessed? Because as he's burning, they show his eyes and he's literally being possessed, right? But like, how does he get possessed? Does anybody have the answer to that?
The flames? I don't know. Fucking Mia gets possessed from fucking tree rape.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody has a point of being possessed, right? They are puked on or whatever. But the brother never really has anything happen to him until.
How did the nurse get possessed? I can't remember.
She got puked on. She got
barfed on.
I thought that was the blonde. How'd the blonde get possessed?
She got bitten by Mia.
She got bitten. Yeah. But
I just think that maybe David just like didn't get like they couldn't think of anything. They possessed him and they're like, oh shit, we didn't write a scene where he actually.
No, but what they did,
so they deleted it.
But what they did in that scene though, they focus Reed on him after he blows up the place and shoots the gas and stuff. And they make him being possessed to kind of feel sympathy for him. But at the same time, like,
I can't remember that.
There was no reason for him to be possessed though.
And that's why the theatrical version gets that right, I think.
Okay.
Because he's not possessed in that version, right?
Okay. So in this version.
Damn, now I can't remember.
Yeah. So he totally gets. And I kept questioning. I was like, how the fuck did he just save the day and all of a sudden he's possessed as he's burning? And I'm like, so
yeah, but remember, Moodz, we don't need rules. It's just evil.
Well, you've already kind of. I mean, obviously, the reason why everyone's being possessed here is because of the transmission. They've clearly stated that by 4 or 5 other people that's happened. But this guy, you know what? If you want to say that, you're right. Fuck. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. But the point is, if you want to play by the rules that they've kind of set in this, like, everybody is being possessed by something physical, right? Puking.
Well, he definitely came in fucking physical contact with them.
But he gets possessed after he saves the day, though. It didn't even make any sense. There was no reason to believe that he was even possessed before that at all. And as the flames are hitting him, he's like, "Oh, I'm getting possessed." And then I think it's a way of just saying, "Oh, well, he's burning. We can't let an innocent person burn. We have to make him possessed."
Bullshit. I want innocent people to burn.
Same, yeah.
Right? So they made him possessed as he burns, and then
yeah, that's a bit of a cop out.
It is a
cop out.
That's why they did that. It's a cop out.
So. But I don't think it's in the theatrical version. I think he just blows up.
I can't even remember it. Period. For some reason.
Yeah.
I remember him burning in the theatrical. I don't remember if they focus in on him obviously being possessed.
Yeah, I guess I don't either. I remember this is my first time seeing the director's cut this last time yesterday.
But you noticed that though?
Don't ever remember him being possessed before yesterday's viewing.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever like realize how, like, when we go on these tangents when we're in ratings, do you ever just picture Jeremy being like completely miserable?
He's like, I said ratings.
I just picture him sitting there like,
he wants to
come
host the
on.
shit so bad. He's like, oh, fuck you guys. Come on, man. Okay. But anyways, yeah, I'm at what did I say, 6.5?
Yeah.
That's not
no.
not too bad.
Who's after me? Mike? Yeah, back to Mike.
Wake up, dude.
6.5, everything you said.
Okay. Jeremy, I think.
Me. Evil Dead. I really like this one. Like I said, I haven't seen it since 1201 on whatever day it came out. That was back in the day when they were still doing 1201.
I missed that.
Well, I think
back in the day when theaters were open.
No, I think just Aurora and that situation kind of fucked up the 1201 kind
Was that a
things.
1201 shooting?
Yeah.
Fucking bitch.
So I think that kind of killed, no pun intended, sorry. The 1201.
We're so canceled, dude.
The 1201 shootings.
Amazing.
But anyway,
amazing. 4 times now in the show.
An 8.5 out of 10. I really like it.
I like it.
Wow. 8. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I honestly, this is one of those movies where it's crazy how we can be on the level for so much, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, I don't get it. Like
even the stuff that you said, like, and I mostly agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying, like the MacGyver thing. We both don't like the visions. I agree that the characters aren't very strong. Like, I think the drug thing is a bit different. Like, I like it.
Well, that's probably the biggest difference for us is the whole, like, I don't actually like the narrative that they give the movie. And that's a big part of it for me.
Look at it like this, though, bro. Like, the movie, 80% of it is gore. Like, that shit at the beginning shouldn't even matter that much. Like, it's 80% gore. That's where we're coming in so
You know what? It would have been so good at 83% without the stupid narrative. I would have been at a fucking 9.
And plus, you said you gave it an 8 last time, so we're only a half point of what you used to think.
Yeah, well, that was a few. I mean, when I walked out of the theater, man, I don't know where, I was probably way lower than this. I did not like it at all. But I also made that mistake of watching Evil Dead at the house with Dylan. And then we went and fucking straight to the theater and watched the remake. And we're like, we both went, what the fuck did we just see?
I watched all 3 before I went and seen it, and I loved it. Like, me and I went with my friend.
Yeah, but you were already so far removed from the first one because by this time you have Army of Darkness in your mind, and you're like, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Bill Moseley style,
a hardcore horror film.
Bobby Joe.
All right, what do you got, Watt? Dustin.
Okay, yeah. You know, when I saw this movie in the theater, I took this super zen approach, just like I did when I saw Wither, and just cast all thoughts of Bruce Campbell and my love for Ash, who's my favorite horror icon, out of my mind. And actually, I think a lot of the reason I like this movie like I do, along with the other Evil Deads that are so different than this, is because I did not want these filmmakers to put him or anyone like him in this movie. And when they didn't, I was like, okay, and somehow it lifted my spirits. And listen, you guys are bringing up some great points. Well, hold on, I'll get there. The way this film is blocked, staged, lit, color graded, scored, the gore, the subversion of expectations here and there. The way the way Mia is simultaneously this movie's Ash and the main Kandarian demon. Well, until the end. I like that. Jane Levy is one adorable addict. Look, I can't excuse the weakly written characters despite what are some good performances. These are good actors and actresses here. The characters are weak. That's just what it is. I'm with JP, though, in that while I don't have any attachment to any of these characters, I also don't feel anything ill toward them. I don't feel anything toward them, and I wish I did. I kind of have a hard time reconciling that. I don't mind the visions in the beginning like you guys were talked about. I never really thought about it, before she's possessed, because I get the sense that it's the ethereal, formless incarnation of the evil, and I'm okay with it, I guess. It's all right. I don't think about it. Car battery scene, hate it, and that ending with in the uncut version, don't like it. But man, everything else I get, I fucking love. These, these legitimate weaknesses you brought up. Agree. they pale in comparison to what I like.
I do agree with the weaknesses.
Yeah. No, you haven't said anything that I'm going, no, I disagree, except for the
just
narrative
like the positives
thing.
more than basically I do.
Yes.
Right.
And so, and like I said a few times tonight, this is the only movie in the franchise where the rules, where the rules for the Deadites are laid out clearly. Even Ash vs. Evil Dead has no idea how to keep consistent with the antagonist. This is the only one that has a handle on the rules, and I kind of like that for this one-off. And in addition to that, when you examine the way every character is killed, we talked about this and how that leads to the resurrection of the big baddie there. One big ritual, just got to say it again. I think that's genius. I only wish we could have seen Mia cross paths with Ash, but, if you think of this as a sort of alternative universe of sorts, alternate universe, it's fine. Gosh, I originally had an 8.5 written, but might be blasphemy. I like this and want to revisit this more than even Army of Darkness as much as I love it. So I don't know if I want to bump this up to a 9, but I don't have anything written here to excuse for this. So I guess I'll go 8.5. Join JP and Jeremy on an 8.5. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm fine with that.
Cool.
It just makes me want to watch Army of Darkness like 6 times over again.
No, I feel you.
I would actually rather watch this one over. In fact, I'm not waiting another 7 years to watch this one. I really enjoyed it.
I honestly can't even see myself watching it again, man.
Well, you also did something that none of us did, and you watched it like a bunch of times in the last couple years. And this is the first time in 8 years that I've watched it.
I've seen this probably 6 or 7 times myself. I do like it.
So my thoughts are kind of bona fide. I mean, this is the 4th time I've watched it. First time uncut. It's like
maybe I would go down after.
But it's changed so much. Like I was probably lower before, and then I went up a little bit, and then I went. The last time I watched it was like an 8 or something. And now I'm like down. I'm just because I was watching with the critical eye, and I'm just like, no, there's so many things I just can't accept here, man, and I'm not feeling. So
you brought up some good stuff.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is. So.
Okay, so just really quickly, because we did mention it. So there is a new Evil Dead announced. Of course, when this first film, when the remake first came out, they were talking about doing a immediate follow-up crossover that would merge Ash and Mia's storyline. And then Evil Dead, Ash vs. Evil Dead got kicked off the ground 2 years later, so they kind of scrapped that thing. And then they actually talked about writing a legitimate Army of Darkness 2 after Ash vs. Evil Dead was canceled. But then Ash said that he kind of wanted to retire from the character permanently after Ash vs. Evil Dead was canceled. So then we flash forward to about 2019, 2020, where they announced a new Evil Dead film. The director has been chosen. It's Lee Cronin. The only film that he did was the Hole in the Ground Moodz. I think you might have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. Yeah, that's okay.
And
I don't remember it.
It's supposed to shoot this year, and it's officially titled Evil Dead Rise.
Wow.
So we don't know if it's going to be a continuation of 2013 or a sort of traditional Evil Dead film, or what's going on.
I think the best thing would be
take place in a building.
I think a apartment complex.
They should.
Nice.
A high rise. Right?
Oh, high rise. Yeah.
I mean, as much as I like the original ending to Army of Darkness, if you want to continue it, man, continue it from the other ending. Go from there.
Yeah, but don't you think you would like a high rise Evil Dead?
We can go to high rise. Why couldn't it?
I heard it's a female protagonist too. They're doing something, I don't know if it's Mia, but yeah,
I think it's a female protagonist. I think Ash is out.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell at least is out. So
fucking bullshit, man.
I know.
Well, you have fucking 30 episodes of Ash vs. Evil Dead that you could get.
I mean,
more.
is he worried about tarnishing his career? I mean, for fuck's sakes, man, he is Ash for Christ's sake. Man, why would you want to play the character anymore, man?
I think he just did it for like fucking 30 hours on Ash vs. Evil Dead, and I just think he's like kind of just feels old and kind of done with it.
So fucking selfish.
I agree. Fucking selfish prick.
I mean, he's a chosen one after all. It should be out of his hands.
But Moodz, I think you should check out Ash vs. Evil Dead, especially since like
Yeah.
you love that content, and
dude.
it really is more of the stuff that we like in the trilogy.
Yeah, I really need to, man. I've been looking at that complete series Blu-ray, and I probably should grab that. So,
do it, dude.
It's just a little expensive, but it is what it. I'll get. I want to check it out, man. I got to. It's more Ash.
Yeah.
And knowing that he's not going to be doing it anymore, I mean, that's kind of last hurrah for me. So
allegedly.
Allegedly, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, sure.
It might surprise us.
But
what pisses me off is it means we got to do a fucking roundup show.
Well, we already got to do like 6 of them, so why not another one?
Yeah, we're already fucking dated. Listen, I'm telling you, if you want a film franchise to continue, just have us do it on the podcast.
Yep.
And then next week they'll announce a new title. So if you want a new Wishmaster, just fucking have us do the Wishmaster franchise, and then next week they'll be like Wishmaster remake with Robert Englund.
You know what's gonna happen here, man?
Pay the boys, folks.
Guaranteed. We fucking do the Psycho franchise, and then by fucking chance they're gonna conjure up all the footage that they shot for Psycho 5 that has never been released, and they're gonna release the movie, and we're gonna have to fucking do that as a roundup.
I didn't even know that was a real thing.
It's not,
Is that real?
dude. It's not. It's totally a fucking lie, dude. But could you imagine all this unreleased fucking Anthony Perkins footage of, Norman Bates? It'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be cool.
No, it would be fucking cool, man. God.
I love
I
actually love the Psycho franchise. So when we cover that, I'm be really high on.
I like all 5 movies, and I don't think that's really a secret. So.
Well, 4. You like all 4, right?
And I like Bates Motel too.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't expect it. I've never seen it, but I just heard so many bad things. But
isn't there 6 technically?
Yeah, with the remake.
Yeah, I'm not really.
But we don't really count the remake.
No, the remake is basically the Omen remake.
Right, but the original 4 are
It's
fucking
bad.
so good, dude.
I even like hearing Joe Dante talk about it. He's like, that was the most pointless shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. He's like, why even do that? It's
so true, though, man.
That was the
I don't
best
get
part
it,
of that
dude.
documentary, man, because that was a pretty lame documentary. But, the fuck's it called? Darkness? I don't know what the fuck it was.
There's a documentary on Psycho?
No.
Into the Darkness.
The long ass thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Into the
dude. I mean, honestly, dude, it's cool to hear people talk about those movies, but
I didn't like it much either.
At the same time, all they did was talk about American horror films and all the popular ones. They never talked about any of the popular Italian films of the time. In fact, the only time that they even talked about a foreign film was fucking My Bloody Valentine. They went to Canada. It was pretty fucking, but they strayed away from all they did was talk about Friday the 13th films and Nightmare on Elm Street films, and like, I was like, it took me 3 nights to watch it, man. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Well, they just made
I love JP's post on
it's not even bad. It's just they talk about everything that we know about.
What about my post?
On episode 204 on the website, blame Jeremy for this episode.
Yeah. You know what episode 204 is?
Twilight.
Yep.
No.
Yeah. Fucking dick wasn't even on it. What an idiot.
Dude, speaking of listeners, all the ratings are currently up to date on the website. It took me a long time. I was hard at work, and the list pages are getting put up. 1972 is up, and I'm working on 2019, and then I'll do the Hall of Fame and Pain update, and then we'll be all current.
What do you mean? There's like 5 visuals that you got to do up there.
No. I did 72. I'm on 2019, so I only need to do 85 and 91 and 20 after that.
Only. Jesus Christ. He simplified that so easy. Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, man. So with that said, man, that is going to conclude the Evil Dead franchise. Thank you, Mr. Sactown Snorer, a.k.a. Mike, representing Fresh Cuts and the No More Room in Hell podcast. Once again, and Mr. Wat to the motherfucking Z, because he likes to party. Man. You know how you do, man.
Oh, yeah.
It was a fun fucking show, man. Thank you for coming on, man. It was awesome having a super fan of the franchise. I feel like I am, too, if I could just delete.
I think we all are, kind of.
I love the original trilogy, man. Like, I would watch those films all day. Not the 13 by any chance. I'd rather stroke my shit with 80 grit sandpaper. But, that's just how some people do it, I guess, right?
Right.
But Yeah, Mikey, you want to shout out you want to do some shameless shout outs there?
I mean, you got them. Fresh Cuts, No More Room in Hell, and then we brought Theme Warriors back.
Oh, Theme Warriors.
Non-horror specific one, but yeah, it's back.
Theme Warriors.
Theme Warriors is back, and Mr. Watson, man. Shameless shout-outs, man.
Oh, cool. Well, yeah, check me out on, I host a show with Exploding Head's own Dave Z called the Wat-Zee Party Horror Show. We just recorded episode 18 on Black Swan 2010, and we had an absolute blast. So check it out, my friends. And I also have joined the legendary podcaster Jay of the Dead and longtime podcaster Shanny Dreadful for Horror Movie Weekly, which comes out every single Sunday. And we've been the co-hosts since episode 71, and we're on like 83 or 84 or something like that. So it's been a lot of fun. You can catch me on Wat-Zee Party Horror Show and Horror Movie Weekly, both great shows. And I'm surrounded by awesome co-hosts, surrounded by great company here. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
You bet, man. Anytime. Any fucking time you want to come back, man.
Oh, don't tell me that.
You know what, man? I'm sure once we eventually do Cronenberg 3, which nobody fucking listened to Cronenberg 2, which I was very shocked by.
It actually did well on the downloads, though. So
okay, I haven't checked the channel, but it was doing like exceptionally poor. I was very shocked by this. Oh, Jeremy must be in the house. Holy fuck. Yeah, are you doing your own podcast right now there, buddy, or what?
Yeah.
He just fucking dead. Just fucking
What do
dead.
we have next week?
I don't know how I have so much energy.
Next week.
I've had so much energy tonight, man. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell is going on with me, man.
What's our next show?
Peter Jackson.
Are we actually going to be doing
Return
that?
of Living Dead. It's Return of Living Dead.
Then Peter Jackson.
Are you guys doing the Frighteners?
No, unfortunately.
Shit.
I mean, we could
Right.
throw it in there if we weren't lazy.
No, Return of the Living Dead, and you know what? Mr. To the Parker will be on that one. He'll be back on that one.
That's
so.
why we're doing that one then, because he wanted to do that.
Yeah. So
I'm pretty excited for that one. I haven't seen the last two films, but
it's gonna be a fun show, dude. Because I'm really curious to think this is gonna be a fuck show with Jeremy because he hates zombie films, and I'm sure he's really gonna hate the ones from 2005. But it's an interesting development because I don't think they're as bad as people make them out to be. So
interesting.
I really don't. But that is going to conclude episode 209. We are obviously in development for 250. We're going to leave it at that. I'm going to bring this up every time. I feel like we get so much closer to it every time. But anyways, man, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Watson, for coming on. We appreciate it. We love you guys. You guys are always part of the 22 Shots fam. 100%. And you guys always will be. I don't know where I'm going with that, but Jeremy, take us out of here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode...
That's the happiest Jeremy ever sounds.
209 of 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast. So if you want to follow the man and Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616.
Sorry, you got me.
Now he knows how I feel when I'm trying to do my intro, and he's like, hey, are you done yet?
If you want to follow Taylor Swift's #2 favorite fan, you can do so at youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel at youtube.com/NESRoad22. Mr. Parker and the other dude already plugged all their shit. Can leave us a voicemail at 724-426. Oh, Watson, sorry, 6665. Leave us. See, I get into overdrive when I do this part. I just say
because you're so excited to get off. That's why you do it so fast. You're like, you sound like an auctioneer.
Wouldn't that
Twitter.com
be
/ 22 Shots
I'm gonna be to go to bed
podcast.
soon.
Facebook.com / bar 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast. Please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com / 22 Shots Podcast. What was that?
JB was like, Jeremy's so excited to get off, and I'm like, Jeremy getting off.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
He
get
doesn't
off by himself, maybe.
Maybe.
Hell yeah. Get it, Jeremy. Hell yeah.
Okay, fuck you guys.
All right, guys, we're out of here. Deuces to the deuces. Yeah.
Peace.
All right, so moving into the who Patreon this before I start.
Oh, I have no fucking idea.
Come on,
I
Jeremy,
just looked at my computer and I was like, Patreon pick. Oh yeah, fuck. Who Patreoned it?
When you redid the
Johnny
page,
Coffeen. Johnny Coffeen. Johnny Coffeen.
What up, Johnny?
Johnny Coffee. Are you saying coffee?
Yeah, it's coffee with an N at the end.
Like caffeine, but coughing.
Caffeine, like as in coughing.
Like coffee with an N at the end.
Crazy. Okay, Johnny. Okay.
Johnny Coffeen.
Johnny Coffeen. Weird.
He comments all the time. He's always on the page.
Okay. Let's redo this.